stepped away. So, I mean, the floor is open. If anybody has anything they want to bring to the attention of the town hall as a subject of discussion, just go ahead. This is the opportunity. Okay.
The floor is open. If anybody has anything they want to bring to the attention,
anybody, any
issues to discuss today?
Okay. If there is nothing, it's now 11:52.
Mr. Moderator,
yes.
I was struggling to unmute myself.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think I just want to quickly.
If there is nothing, it's now 11:52.
Mr. Moderator, I was struggling discussion that we had last week. Yes, I think I just want to quickly and return to. I think that at times when the discussion gets that we had that passionate and the debate is so intense, it is important that I think we re-invite the guest to that passionate and allow him have a feel of debate is so intense. Let him have that a response to some of the points of view that were generated by the issues that he raised during the meeting. Let him have. It is also important in the response to create a flexible cast that Southern Cameroons were generated because the issues that when you listen to some politicians at times, because it is also decisions are usually based on very limited data, flexible, very limited information of Southern Cameroons politicians. That limited information that you listen to some usually plunges the destiny of a people. Their decisions are usually based on mess that Southern Cameroons find limited in. So, and I am by this saying that if it were possible, usually have Comrade Abdul come again, let the town hall extend an invitation to him, kind of mess, so that Southern Cameroons finds itself to be another. So, I am by this saying that if this discussion and debate, I think Southern Cameroonians come again and entrench this as a practice, so that people don't get away. People are held accountable for the views they hold and debate, so that discussion becomes as a practice, a culture, people don't get away that our people are held accountable for the views they hold and make it a part and parcel, so that discussion becomes.
Thank you, Dr. Fontaine, for that suggestion. And yes, the town hall is always willing, ready, and able to reach out to Mr. Abdul. We always ask members of the town hall if they have guests or anybody they think would be reach out what coming to talk to us, ask us to let us know. So yes, we are going to reach out to Mr. Abdul and find out his availability, and if he is willing to come back and re-engage us, discussion. As he left, he probably didn't get an opportunity to have that exchange, which was supposed to be part of the agenda. We engage coordinated exchange to Southern Cameroons. So we will take one hand, Bombo is up,
and then we'll go to our guest in 5 minutes.
Bombo, go ahead.
Agenda.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to concur with Dr. Fontaine.
So we'll take one hand, Bombo is up, and then we'll go to our guest in 5 minutes. Bombo, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask with the various areas of the work. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Bombo. Yes, it's something we are very in. This platform for all Southern Cameroonians, all shades. If anybody has anybody anywhere who wants to come,
it's something
we are welcome, even if we disagree.
If anybody has anybody anywhere, freedom never relied on. We are welcome, even if we have learned disagree.
The rules of representative democracy, you not agree with debate, argue, disagree, of opinion, that happen. So since that has the representative democracy that cannot agree based on recommendation, Southern Cameroonians and Town Cameroonians. So it's almost 4 minutes to 12. I am going to quickly read our town hall rules
based on the recommendation.
as we welcome our guests at the top of the hour.
So it's almost 4 minutes to 12. I am going to quickly
housekeeping rules. The rules set for this town hall meeting are hereby specified. The guest speaker will have several minutes for their opening statement.
Housekeeping rules.
Please take notes so that you can easily identify the points you would like to talk about. All questions, as a matter of principle, shall be addressed to the moderator. State your name in full before asking your question. Participants have to be polite and respectful and avoid foul language. In fact, they must be self and mutual respect. It is a distinct quality of Southern Cameroon and Parliament. After the speaker is through, the moderator will take a number of questions in a specific order. Participants are required to put up their hand and put it down after they have asked their question. To enable others have a chance to ask only one question. All microphones shall remain muted when the speaker is on the floor. If someone has asked the question you had in mind, please be courteous enough to yield the chance so that someone else has the question. It will help us save time. Each speaker has only 1 minute to ask a question. That means questions must be direct and straight to the point. Each guest speaker has 4 minutes, or the speaker will have 4 minutes to answer a cluster of questions. If there is still time left, more questions shall be taken. Answers should equally be short and straight to the point. At the end of the meeting, there will be room for people to make observations if there is time. No bullying, no insults. Anyone using the chat room abuses
at the end of the meeting, there will be room for people to make observations if there is time.
So at this
no insults.
Point in time,
chat room abuses our guests is sent out. Thank you. So at this point in time, let me just
Barrister, are you with us? Yet?
Let me just Barrister, are you with us? Yet? It looks like Barrister is not on. Let me see if I can reach him.
Barrister.
Barrister.
Okay, while we wait for Barrister, if anybody has anything else they want to say at this point, please just go ahead and mute yourself and we can have that discussion.
Okay, while we wait for Barrister, if anybody
I
has
don't want to
anything
alter the agenda,
I want to
just
say at
at
this point,
so that it
you
doesn't
just
come
go
around
ahead
and
and
then
mute yourself.
we have
We can have that discussions. I don't want to alter the agenda just yet, so that he doesn't come in and then we have to send him interrupt discussions.
Comrade Ato, can someone speak?
Yes. That's what I said. Yes. Let us feel the vacuum. All right. Go ahead.
Comrade Ato, can someone speak?
Yes, that's what I said. Yes, let us feel the vacuum while I call. Go ahead.
Just a minute, please.
Fellow Southern Cameroonians.
Hello? Hi, Minister.
This is
no, we were waiting for you. I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Start by thank you. Fellow Southern Cameroonians, speak this is first. I want to say something. I want to start by. It is really a problem in the Amazonian struggle. I want independence. To say something. Struggle for restoration. It is really a problem. We saw videos struggle of for independence, struggle for restoration that will make some people to feel bad. I will call him a comrade because we saw videos. I will call him comrade. Let me not call him. We saw videos of him came out make some people to feel bad. Calling the principal prison where he's been serving. I will call him comrade life sentence. And we saw videos. Many of us came out from where they call the principal prison where he's been serving. Had that joy in us, seeing him looking healthy. Many of us seen him with his brothers happy. Many of us and had that joy in us, seeing him minutes later looking healthy. We see him with his brothers. We look and at as brothers. Just from those we think minutes later on are with us. We see those we think that even at no matter what is happening, there will be those we think that we will reconcile with them. That maybe we think maybe even something is happening that we happen to do right a day that we some of us reconcile with them. That maybe that we just maybe some of us something is happening that we need to do right. Took it as a responsibility. I don't know the number of times some of us that we support. My own leader took it as a responsibility. I don't know the number of times through his leader outside. My own leader called me to support to the extent that through his leader outside, the Secretary of Communication meeting that had to put out a community order to the extent that they told me and some of the Secretary of Communication meeting to forget about had to put out a community. I will never forget some of the words. They are still our brothers, and no matter what, to forget about they are still our brothers. I will never forget. When we look at the reaction, they are still our brothers. Coming out, no matter what, that even that person are still who they are criticizing, calling for him. When we look at the reaction, this is the second person in that same camp. Calling for that same man, even that person died, whom they are criticizing, calling for him to die in jail. This is the second person. And that same person, that same camp, told me something. Calling for that same man, still our brother, die in jail. Don't go after them. Focus. And that same person, focus is prayer. They will realize they are still and they will come back to us. Don't when we listen to this after them die, focus. Our name Nancy, they will realize and they will come back to us. Is it normal for us? When we listen to this ambassador die, my name Nancy, to allow such barbaric characters to continue among us? Is it to allow normal for us to see something like that character and we stay mute, continue and allow them to continue? Is it this normal for us to see something like that? International Town Hall. I am bringing mute and allow them to continue to the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall. This is the maybe some haven't watched International Town Hall. Except I am bringing this of what public is saying international travel against community secretary. Maybe some haven't watched the except it was a disaster. Worrying for he was saying.
Don't pass
I believe
sorry to cut you short. Our guest is
okay.
It's logging
was
yes.
a disaster.
So we will continue with the discussion. Actually, that was somewhere on the
I believe
our. Sorry to cut you short. Our guest.
okay.
So, yes, please turn on your cameras when you want to speak, so that because this is being aired on SCBC TV again for the optics of TV. Let us turn on our cameras.
Yes, please turn on your cameras when you want to speak, so that because this is being aired on TV again for the optics of TV. Let us turn on our cameras if we can. Go ahead, Dr. Fontaine.
Moderator, I'm pleased to introduce our guest for this edition of the town hall. He's moderator. I'm pleased to introduce our guest for this edition profile of quite suitable for our present circumstances. I must, Mr. Moderator, that the people of the Southern Cameroons have intellectual wherewithal needed to reboot the organizational structure of these preservation struggles, which has been held hostage by charlatans and in the South Cameroons have the intellectual wherewithal. Our guest for today is a barrister organizational structure, which has been held hostage by charlatans. Is an advocate notary public solicitor. Our guest for today is a barrister, international arbitrator, chartered evaluation surveyor, principal quantity surveyor, an advocate, claims quantum consultant, public solicitor. He is a member of many prestigious international institutes and courts, evaluation surveyor, namely Supreme Court of England, surveyor and Wales, claims quantum consultant, Supreme Court. He is a member of many prestigious international institutes and courts. Chartered surveyor, member of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors in London, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators and the Southern Cameroons, registered valuer, Chartered Surveyor, Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors in London, associate of the British Institution of Facilities Management, United Kingdom, registered arbitrator of Chartered Surveyors International Arbitration Center, the British Masterclass Facilities Masterclass, United Kingdom, registered arbitrator of Dubai International Arbitration Center. Masterclass. He holds a master class. He holds a master's in law. He holds a master's in law with distinction and a successful professional legal practice. A master's of law, a master with merit in oil and gas law. From Robert, he was a master's in law with distinction University and a successful professional legal practice. A master's. He has a law. He holds a master's of science in oil and gas law, construction law, and dispute resolution from University of Beckett University. In property valuation and management from Sheffield Hallam University in Sheffield. In construction law and dispute resolution from Leeds. Diploma in Legal Studies, Property University of Hertfordshire and Management from Sheffield Hallam University, and a Bachelor of Science degree, second class graduate in Quantity Surveying, Obafemi Awolowo University. Diploma in Legal Studies, University. From the foregoing, Mr. Moderator, we are dealing with the man who has a Bachelor of Science degree, second class upper in quantity surveying, and has a wide and varied experience in most of the domains. From the foregoing, Mr. Moderator, we are dealing with the man who has, Mr. Moderator, studied. It's my very good pleasure, and has a wide and varied experience in most of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall, 37th Mr. Moderator, Barrister. It's my very good pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you and welcome, Barrister Martin Tumasa. The floor is yours, sir.
7th edition, Barrister Tumasa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have to unmute yourself,
Barrister Martin Tumasa. The floor is yours, sir.
You're muted. If you can hear. Okay.
Testing. Am I okay now?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you have your?
Can you see me?
No.
No.
Your camera is off.
Okay,
You're muted.
Okay, let me
now
sing.
Okay.
Testing. Am I okay now?
Yes, we can see you now.
Hear you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you see me?
No.
Sorry, let me just
Your camera is
okay,
off.
Okay, is that fine?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect.
Okay,
you can see you
This
now.
meeting is being
Thank you.
recorded.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Sorry, let me just see.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Hello, can you start fine?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I
Perfect.
Yes, go
Yes,
ahead.
go ahead.
You know this struggle we've been in it for more than 20-something years. Hello, can a lot of people joined it in 2017.
Yes,
and
go
then
ahead.
we picked up from there when we are during the
you know this
the
struggle
more
we've been in it
physical phase of the struggle. The
more than
struggle has been
20-something
going
years.
on.
A lot of
For
people
long, it has been a legal struggle
where we
and
were
then
trying
to
to
see
see
what
what
case
case
we
we
have
have
against La Republique,
the more
Cameroon.
a
A lot of people, to be honest, don't really understand our case
for long.
against
It
La
has been a
Republique
legal
Cameroon.
struggle.
They're focusing on the
where we were
aspects
trying
which
to
are very
see what
difficult
case
to
we
win,
have against
while
Cameroon.
some other aspects are winning.
So
So
a lot of
I will just
people,
go through some of the things which I think we can be against La Republique. They're focusing on the aspects, important aspect we have in our case is that we some other aspects are winning. So people, why we are saying we are a people, because I think the United Nations have always addressed us, even at the time of important as the people of Southern Cameroons. So they've always acknowledged us. We have documented evidence. Even in court in Banjul, in Communication 266/2003, La République du Cameroun argued that we don't qualify in international law as a people, that the Southwesterners are the same people with the Sawas in Douala, and the Northwesterners are the same people with the Bamileke, so we cannot claim international law. So they always acknowledge us. That argument is what they call the ethnographic argument. They were so strong on that. But we submitted that, hey, even if you go to Nigeria, the boundary between Nigeria, you have, for example, the international law, they are on Nigerian side and our side. That argument is what they call the ethnographic. People so strong on that. At the end of Communication 266, even if you go to Nigeria, even before that, the definition of a people, there was a conference in Paris where UNESCO defined the people, gave the characteristics of a people. So they said they have a common language, common educational system, common aspirations, and they consider themselves as a people. So in fact, they listed all the things which UNESCO defined as a people and shown how we qualify. At the end, the court in Banjul, in Communication 266/2003, confirmed and determined that the people of Southern Cameroon are a people different from the people of La Republique Cameroon in terms of international law. So our position as a people is no more in dispute. So now the next thing is, as a people, what does it mean? What does it people different from as a people? We have an inalienable right to self-determination as a people, and there is nothing in international law like so now the next thing is, as a people, what does even if we self-determined in 1961 that we want to associate with our Cameroon, we reserve the right today to self-determine that we don't want to associate with them. So that right is inalienable. You cannot extinguish it. It cannot be annulled. You cannot do anything about it. The people always have that right. That's why Scotland has a referendum and they are preparing for the second one, because they are a people. That right is with them. You cannot take it from them, even for 1,000 years. That's why the people of Quebec has had more of 2 or 3 referenda. So I don't know how many they've had. They voted to remain with Canada, and they still came again. They voted, and they're still thinking of another one because it is their right. The people of Southern Cameroon has a right, an inalienable right to self-determination. But for you to understand what I mean, what is self-determination? Self-determination is the right to decide your own political path and your own route to development. So now, the problem is there are 2 types of self-determination. There is internal self-determination and there is external self-determination. For example, the pygmies can say, hey, we are a people also different from the people of La Republique du Cameroon. I mean, the pygmies in Eastern Province. We want to self-determine and become independent. The same as Ambazonians also are saying, because we have the characteristics as a people, we qualify as a people. But they would fail while we succeed, because one, they are part of a country. They had their independence together with La Republique du Cameroon. They did not to join La République du Cameroon after independence. Our own situation is we are external. La République du Cameroon had its independence, we had ours, and then we joined together in some de facto union. So now, the pygmies can have a right to internal self-determination, while they can say they can be given some autonomy to run their things in the eastern province, do their own things, maybe even make their own laws and the rest.
We lost you.
Hello, can you get me? Sorry,
yes.
Came in.
Yes.
Okay, that's internal self-determination. But external self-determination is the one where you come from outside. It's got nothing to do with that country. Like Scotland. Scotland then do their self-determination, whether it doesn't have anything, Britain cannot stop them. They are not supposed to do self-determination and govern themselves under Britain. They have the right to say we don't want to associate with the UK anymore. That is external right to external self-determination, which Southern Cameroon has. But the pygmies also have that right, but in another way. If the pygmies now get up and say, hey, the Republic is the Cameroon, is not only marginalizing them, the human rights abuses are so grave that they've crossed a certain threshold that they cannot live again with Cameroon as one country, then they can have the right to external self-determination to declare their independence. That threshold is what they call the Katanga threshold. It was decided in a case in Katanga where Katanga wanted to secede from Zaire, but because Zaire was doing that. But the International Court of Justice said, no. You have a right to internal self-determination. You can only have an external right if the level of human rights abuses are so much that you cannot be, it would be unconscionable to think you can live in such a country. So now, but for us, we are not bound by the Katanga threshold. The Katanga principle does not work with us because right from the beginning, our self-determination is external. We can declare our independence without being fettered by the Katanga threshold. So this is the good thing we have. We don't need that. But secondly, even if that threshold, as of today, when 400 villages have been burned, when women and children, Mami appear them and they raise them, they're being burned physically in homes, where more than 6,000 to 10,000 people have been killed, where 1 million displaced, like hundreds of thousands in refugee camps in Nigeria. If you add the totality of all these human rights abuses, what they've done, burning 400 villages, it is my submission that it has crossed the Katanga threshold. Even if we were to say we were part of La République and we want to go for independence, the Katanga threshold for human rights abuses has been crossed because it's a lot. But we are not part of it anyway. We can free ourselves by declaring our independence. So that is just on the point of being a people and an inalienable right to self-determination. That is a key case that Saudi Cameroon cannot run, and the Republic of Cameroon cannot run from. If you take them on that, what would they say? Would they say that we are not a people? The court has already determined. Would they say we don't have an inalienable right to external self-determination? No, we have, because we've always been external. So that one is a key case which we have against La République du Cameroon. That is one of the cases which we can have, which we can easily win if we were in any tribunal or we were in any mediation. Mr. Moderator, should I stop for any question on this or should I go to the next one?
No, finish your presentation and then they will just take notes and ask you questions at the end of your entire presentation.
Okay, fair enough. The second one which we can have, which we can win against La République is that, yes, we did not have a legal union, we have what we call a de facto union. But La République du Cameroon seceded from that union by itself. It seceded in 1972 by dissolving the other party, all its institutions, and then now kind of annexed the territory and became part of it, but still pretending. But in 1984, using Restoration Law 84-1, it fully revived itself as the old territory or the old state that came and joined in a de facto manner with Southern Cameroon. So now, what are the consequences of this Restoration Law 841? So now, they seceded from the Union. The Union is what we call in law synalematic union. A synalematic agreement is an agreement where both parties they bring something in the table. And the union is going because this party has got something and it's on the table. If one party removes what it had, it put on the table, like a republic removing any union with us and reviving itself, then by a principle they call exceptio in adimpleti contractus, the other party by the exceptio principle has a right to also withdraw. You can have the right to withdraw yourself. So under the principle of exceptio in adimpleti contractus, we have the right to revive ourselves once La République revived itself in 1984. Secondly, even if this principle we were not to use it, there is a principle in international law called countermeasures. We were there together. Now you did something which is wrong and withdrew yourself. As a countermeasure, we can notify. The first principle didn't require notification, but the second one of countermeasure, you notify the other party, then you withdraw also, you stop delivering the union. Gorky Ginka did notify La République, and then now Justice Ebon and the rest went to the radio and revived our independence. So it is by these two principles in 1984 we were revived, either by countermeasure or by the exception in the collective contractual principle. So it's a 1984 is 1984/1972. It's a case that we could win. A third case we can win against La République is that La République du Cameroon, just before 1961, went to the floor of the United Nations and said we are not annexationists. We have no intention to annex Southern Cameroon. If they join us, it will be like brothers, legal equality and the rest. La République, what in law they say you gave a unilateral binding commitment. So if you breach it, therefore you breach international law. La République did not only make that commitment in the General Assembly of the UN, La République du Cameroon repeated it in Jeune Afrique, and it repeated it outside again in other news outlets at that time. So now, when you give such a commitment, in international law, it is what we call a commitment by results. It's an undertaking by results. So I will not annex Southern Cameroon. You don't say I will not annex them unless they accept. You don't say I will not annex them unless this. No, there is no unless. It's only the result. You don't annex them. But today, where we are here without even a modicum of self-government, where our assembly is dissolved, our House of Chiefs is dissolved, all our institutions, the police dissolved, everything we had dissolved. So you cannot say you didn't annex these people. In any objective view, it's annexation. So now that you are annexing against that unilateral binding commitment you gave in the floor of the General Assembly. There is a case in a Rwanda case which has supported such a view. So there is international case law which supports the view. So it's a case which we can win against La République du Cameroon. Secondly, if we even go back to 1961, for argument's sake, international law says that if you have if you have a requirement or if you have an obligation to negotiate, you must negotiate in good faith. You must negotiate in good faith. Yes, the UN Resolution 1608 invited us to go and initiate talks and the rest and try to agree or finalize them before the date of the independence. But those discussions, whether initiated or not initiated, even initiated, La République, there is evidence that they never negotiated in good faith. So to not negotiate in good faith, even they went to Fumban, they could not come out with any result. Ahidjo postponed Fumban, and he's going now almost like 60 years or 40 years. He said he will reconvene 60, 40 years after he's not reconvened. So it is all that is elements of not negotiating in good faith. and which international law says that if there is an obligation to negotiate, you have to negotiate in good faith. We can go and prove that all what they've done is that they've breached the requirement in international law of good faith. So this one, I've just given you 1, 2, 3, 4 cases. Let me go to the number 5, and then I can leave it there because time we don't have. So the key thing where people have been saying that, okay, we have a case because there is no union treaty between La République and Southern Cameroon. Yes, La République has never presented a union treaty to anybody. There is none. If they had, they would have put it on the table. So now, and then some people were saying that they did not register the treaty in the UN Secretariat under Article 102, but those things don't really matter because they can register that thing at any time. So that's not the case. So yes, there's no union treaty. But if there is no union treaty, in law it really means nothing because sovereignty can pass without a union treaty. There are two ways of passing sovereignty, either by agreement, a treaty, or by what they call tacit agreement, conduct of the parties. So now, if we take that case, this particular case, the first thing we'll say there is no union treaty. The Republic will ask you, so what? Yes, there is no union treaty, but it doesn't mean we did not join. We did join whether a treaty or not. The second thing now to look at the de facto joining is, what were the intentions of the party? We can point to the pre-plebiscite agreement, this is our intention. Were the intentions achieved? We will try to argue that no, the intentions were not achieved. What we have was just a pretension that was just dissolved within 10 years, and the things were not there. You cannot claim that we have a federation and parties of equal status. We didn't have tax raising powers. We didn't have, so it couldn't have been the intention of the parties. The next question they'll ask, did the parties accept the outcome? So our argument will be that we didn't accept the outcome. So we have to show where Joadem and all those people protested the system and argued that no, this is not what they voted for, this is not what they came for, the system is wrong. If you can prove that one, yes, these are the intentions of the parties, the intentions were not achieved, and we accepted accepted the outcome, then you have a case now for them to say sovereignty never passed. So that is, if you just sit there and argue that no, it's a waste of time. That's not international law. International law, there's no. These are the intentions of the party, but how about the intentions of the party? We never accepted the outcome. Then you have a case now. Did both parties accept the outcome? If they did all that, they will say yes. The sovereignty moves from A to B. International law doesn't care about international law. It cares about the content. Was the thing actually about? So that is the case. We can argue that our intentions, as we stated in the pre-plebiscite, did both parties accept the outcome? If they outcome all along, they will say yes. So these are another case which we could answer. Let me stop here and try to see whether I can get some argument. Was the thing actually thing because I need 30 minutes. That is a case we can argue that our intention going also for something else. In the so let me leave it now. If anybody has an argument all along. Question on this. So even another case they answer. Let me stop here. If you have any question on this, I can get some.
Thank you very much, Barrister Martin Tumasan. Thank you for coming to enlighten and educate us. We need this. Our people are watching this show on the ground through SCDC. We hope they are also learning on social media, on Facebook. There are a lot of people beyond just the numbers you see here. Zoom is just the interactive platform. So we thank you for squeezing this into your schedule to talk to our people. Yes, many thousands are watching on different platforms. SCDC has our online platform. So we thank you. A lot of our people. Again, Zoom is just the interactive platform. Side of the show. Yes. So we thank you, and we will open it. You can take as much time as you want, sir. We will open the floor. I see there is one hand up. Usually our question section, we take a cluster of questions so that you can just answer them, as opposed to doing one at a time.
So we thank you, and we will open it. You can take as much time as you want, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. very much for that.
Usually our section.
So let us take questions. We'll take questions and then we'll come to the comments section where we just have a dialogue and discussion. So Sam, your hand is up. You are the first. Unmute yourself. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Barrister.
One second, Sam. Barrister, if you want to just take the questions, so we can take a cluster of them, and then you just run through them, as opposed to answering question after question, just to save time.
Maybe we just answer. If somebody brings his question,
yeah, thank you, Barrister. I'm still on. Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll mix the things up.
Okay, Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Barrister. Still on the legal front, the Abuja ruling was that the Nigerian government should pick up the case of the Southern Cameroon, that is to the international court.
Okay, sir.
Till date, that decision has not been. Yeah, thank you, Barrister. Still on the legal front, so the Abuja ruling was at the regional level, that is the Nigerian government pick up the case of the Southern Cameroon. In line with the Abuja judgment, solicit other countries, either within Europe or the Americas, how do we make sure that such a decision is taken forward at the regional level in the international court? Thank you.
What we had in Abuja is what we call in legal parlance a tumbling judgment. A tumbling judgment is a judgment where the two parties agree on what the judgment should be. They write it out and then they give the judge now to enter it as the judgment of the case because both parties have agreed. So what we had in Abuja is what Nigeria decided with Southern Cameroon. We had that. But Nigeria, being Nigeria, has always refused to implement the judgment. The biggest error in the judgment was that there was no time frame inserted in that judgment. You shall do this, you shall do that. When shall you do all these things? You can always come back to the court. So the only thing which we were doing is lack of resources. And with the present dispensation, what was done were like previous people, if they are not in their group, they gather resources. They don't want to push what was done. Because they should have taken Nigeria back to court to say that, hey, you breached it, because that judgment is like a contract. You breached the contract and the rest. Go there now to force them to carry the judgment ahead. Late Dr. Ngumne stayed with me for 6 months in my house in the UK while we put this judgment. A lot of people don't really know some of these things. I stayed with him. He left America, I gave him sanctuary for 6 months. During that process, during that period, we went and met Nigerian lawyers in London, the Freeman solicitors. They were doing Nigeria. Obasanjo had really wanted to push this judgment ahead. I think he contacted the guys. Then he went for some visit in Paris. I don't know whether they promised him Nobel Prize for peace or for Bakassi and all that. He came and he didn't want to continue the case again. Even I think the advance he gave to the lawyers, he didn't even go back to it. I don't really know the story, how that part of it went. So what happened is we pushed this judgment, reached a certain level. A certain former Attorney General of Nigeria came to London. Dr. Ngumne and myself knew about him. We contacted him, tried to see whether he can help. He looked at it and said, I know this your case to my fingertips. I know what is happening. But Nigeria being Nigeria, it will not go nowhere. He told us, pay consultancy fee, let me act as your agent. The present Attorney General in Nigeria is my boy, I trained. If I enter his office with this your case, believe you me, in a short while, you would be at the International Court of Justice in this case. He asked us 40 million CFA at that time, because the pound was 1-to-1, 40 million. So we sat there, tried to see what we could do. I had my own money. Dr. Ngumne didn't really have money. So he decided to sell part of his compound to me. I'm giving you intelligence, which people don't know. The front part of his compound, he sold for me for 10 million, which I gave him. I gave the money. I sent my niece. He went and collected the key. So now we are there to use the money. We wanted to pay this guy, but we were advised that Nigerians, they can take this money, they don't do anything. What will we do? We must be careful. He said it's our agent. When we pay, he stays in Abuja, we go and look at him. And then while we were at it, still struggling, Dr. Ngumne's daughter realized that they've sold the place to me.
Hello, Chairman.
She contacted me, said she doesn't want part of their compound to be sold. She sent back the money, used her own money, paid me back for that money. She's still in America, anybody can confirm. And then paid me back the 10 million.
Okay.
Then I sent my niece when I gave back the key to his wife. The wife is the one who gave the key. So some of the sacrifices.
Okay. Oh, I didn't understand. Okay.
People are selling their compound.
Okay, make a tell you.
So I just gave this an example.
Yes.
So the only way now we would be is go back to court in Nigeria. If we have the money to get a lawyer, go back to court and say that, hey, for reasonable time has been given, although no time was mentioned to implement, but it was an implied term that a reasonable time should be taken. It is more than reasonable time. Nigeria has done nothing. So the court now must force Nigeria to now take the judgment, implement the judgment. Nobody has gone back to court.
SCBC and call. You don't pin me. You pin my name for screen. So if you go Facebook SCBC, you receive. Okay. You can change them to speaker view.
To say let's go and push this judgment. So our first route will be to go to court. Our second route will be is get another country. Gambia. Gambia actually.
Okay, make
the Rohingya case. The International Court of Justice against their country. If Gambia can cross and go and take people's case to their country, having Cameroon is there, Gambia cannot take our case to the International Court of Justice. So that is the answer I can give you in that case. Hello?
Okay, yes, thank you, sir. Let us, I would ask before Mr. Pascal comes in, if somebody wants to ask a question since we're on TV, please turn on your camera. Thank you for that very brilliant response, Barrister. Let's take a question from Pascal. Pascal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Well, my question has been asked, and I'm happy with the response.
Hello?
So,
Chairman.
But for me, I think our leaders are listening to these things because they are very crucial to strategy. And I think we
yes, I get Herman. Herman said inopin me for the screen.
To trouble to an end. Over to you. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Barrister. If you have
I've answered the question. You never asked me any question.
Okay. So, sorry. Let me mute everybody. Sorry about that. Sorry, if anybody wants to say anything, just go ahead, unmute yourself or raise your hand, and we will give you the floor to speak. So there is an observation in the chat. I know you cannot see it, Barrister, from one of the attendees. Yeah.
I think is on. I think she wants to ask her question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just saw your hand out. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, my question is about the intentions from the reunification period through the referendum period to this day. During the Mo Ibrahim Peace Forum in Paris in 2019, BIA made it very clear that over a long period they've tried to assimilate this 20% minority.
Yes. Oh, okay. It don't fix them.
It don't fix them. The special status.
Yes. It don't fix them. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So what you said about intention.
Yes.
Can this not be used to give to actually strengthen the case that over this long period, the intention was really to assist up into into a French state when we are an Anglophone people, and even give the example of the case between Senegal and Gambia, the Senegambia case that in the 1980s say, just the fact that we are an Anglophone people and not a Francophone people, we really cannot fit. We are not a good fit in this union, despite the intention of BIA.
Thank you. Barrister, I don't know if you wanted to add to that. You're muted. Barrister.
Can you ask a question, Ato?
Hello? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying, madam, you made an extremely good point that in terms of evidence, Bia's confession in Paris to Mo Ibrahim is one of the evidence we put on the table. That what they said that he has confessed that they tried to do is not what we voted for. It was not our intention. So the intention was never achieved because they had a different intention from us. So that is part of the evidential sin of the thing. It's the evidence which we will put there to say yes, this one. All this one, madam, I'm saying is one of the case. Because even if everything went right in 1961 means nothing, we are a people today that can still self-determine and say we don't want to associate with La République du Cameroon. But on the case of 1961, you are right. They had totally different intention from us. What we agreed in the pre-plebiscite agreement of two states with equal equality, they changed it along the line. Even if they pretended at the beginning, by 1972, they had showed their true colors, dissolved everything. So we would argue that what they had at the beginning was what they called a pretension. 10 years is too short a time in international law for to say that the intention have radically changed. So it was just a pretension for the UN and other parties to look away and then they do what they wanted, which was their original intention from the beginning. And this can be shown by the evidence that they voted against our independence anyway. So all those evidence, we will try to gather them together in the case. So what you said is very correct.
Thank you, Barrister. If I may ask you at this point, what in your opinion is a way forward for us? Because somebody is talking about co-opting Liberia. If Nigeria will not do it, is there any other nation we could try to co-opt that would take up our case?
Me and Dr. Ngumne and some of us, we tried Eritrea. Since Eritrea has a similar history, Eritrea looked at our case and said they don't want to be interfering, that they are too far from us. They could have helped us. That our best bet is to go to a neighbor like Nigeria and try to see whether they could help. Nigeria, because of Boko Haram, they want Cameroon help and their fear of Biafra and the rest. They don't want any independence because even their own case in northern Cameroon is a bit shaky. So they don't want to help us. So Nigeria is out. The Attorney General of Gambia, who took the Noringa case in Miami there, it's a very dynamic guy to have done that. But I don't know whether any of the leaders have contacted him, put our case on the table, see whether he could do a similar thing for us. I don't know which group whether any group has contacted him.
Okay, we have another hand up. Rabbi, go ahead. Rabbi, are you there?
First question. I'm hearing of a rabbi.
Yeah, we go ahead, unmute yourself. Did we lose him?
Yeah, good evening, comrades. And good evening to Barrister Chief Master and the members of 30 years when you were visiting the SALC meetings and giving us some feedbacks. Okay, I just want to ask the barrister. That since the Abuja High Court judgment, was it a declaratory judgment or an executional judgment? That is the first part.
No, it was a judgment. They're telling a party to do. Sorry, am I muted?
No, I just want I'm not muted. I want to complete. Barrister, I want to complete the question so that you take that together. Was the federal government, say the executive or the judiciary or the legislative, represented in court during that particular trial that we took them to court? Because it was like we were taking the Abuja federal government to court. Were they actually represented in court? That is the first question. Going to the Banjul decision, that was not executed. What is our next step? Because the Banjul court is the African Court of Human Rights. So if it was not executed, what step can we take in order to make it enforceable? Can the International Court of Justice be the appropriate place to go. Because if the lower court takes a decision and it is not enforceable, then we must go to the higher court, and which the International Court of Justice is a place to go. So I just wanted to know our position, if it is feasible for us to move towards that end. Thank you.
Let me start with the Abuja case. The Abuja case, we sued the federal government of Nigeria. The federal government was represented by counsel, so the federal government was represented in the case. Then when the case was going up, the federal government tried to put a defense, realized they could not win the case. They decided, okay, we should go for a tumbling judgment. A tumbling judgment is both lawyers sit together, draft what they can agree, and then give it to the judge. The judge now will then annex it in the judgment, and it becomes the judgment of the court. That is what they call a tumbling judgment. So we went after the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Federal Republic was legally represented, and a binding judgment was put against them. The judgment is not a declarative judgment. It's a judgment which had not to be executed. The judgment is saying, Nigeria shall take their case to the International Court of Justice. Nigeria shall take their case to the General Assembly of the United Nations. So it gave things that had to be executed. So it was not a joke. It's just that Nigeria, being one of African lawless societies, will just keep the thing and ignore it and get on with their lives. So that is the first thing there. Going back to the situation in Banjul. Yes, Banjul passed a judgment. The judgment was not a very good judgment, to be honest. There is nothing there. The only key thing is that they finally confirmed that we are a people, which in international law is very important. The rest of the things, they say, SCAPO and SCNC should convert into parties and try to use democratic means to fight their problem, and coming up with some stories which were not practical or was very useful. On the issue of International Court of Justice, we've been to the International Court of Justice. When La République du Cameroon sued Nigeria, that Nigeria is occupying Bakassi and some of its territory, His Royal Highness Gokidinka, on behalf of Ambazonia, submitted what we call in law an interpleader. An interpleader, for example, the moderator and yourself can be fighting over a car to go to court. This one is saying it's my car. This one is saying it's my car. Then a third party moves in and say, hey, court, both parties should hold on. It is neither his car nor his car. It is my car. So we went there with an interpleader to say, hey, it belongs neither to La République nor to Nigeria. So it belongs to us. So when we submitted the thing, if you see the statute of the court, a hearing or an audience cannot be given to someone or some entity who is not a state party to the court. So now, because of lack of hearing, our interpreter was thrown out. So they didn't take our submission, whether we were the parties or not. It didn't matter, because we don't even have a standing to listen to us. But if you look at the judgment, the guys were very careful by the way they were using their words. Those guys are very brilliant. They were talking Cameroon, they spell some in U, Cameroon, they spell some in double R. So they say Bakassi belongs to Cameroon, is double R. Then in another going next paragraph, they talk of Cameroon Bakassi belongs to Cameroon with double O. Then they go down, they talk about another Cameroon again with OU. So if you read the judgment between the lines, you could know that these guys know that, hey, this thing belongs to Cameroon. So they were differentiating it. If you like, check the judgment. But we never had a hearing. In terms of going back to the International Court of Justice, we don't still have a hearing. So it will be only easily possible if another nation who is a member to the statute of the court to take our case there. So that is our limitation.
Thank you so much, Barrister. This is a Law 101, 102 class, especially about our situation and our case. Thank you for this enlightenment. These are things that we, the masses, don't know. We are not experts. We are not lawyers. We are not behind the scenes. But it is very, very important so that we know that we are standing on very solid ground. when we are in struggle, when we are fighting. We know that it is a just cause, and we have to be unapologetic. It reinforces that confidence and that standing for us to continue doing what we are doing. Your presence today is big moral and intellectual booster to Southern Cameroonians. So we have Dr. Edmond Folefak's hand up. Dr. Edmond, go ahead. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, Barrister, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to find out, Barrister Thomas, has there been any judgment or any statute that actually deny that we are a people? If we are a people, why is it that if it was not that the African is considered some, humanoids rather than a human being with rights? You were there in the UK. As far as I can count, Scotland has voted several times, for cessation to get their independence. And I know it's still coming. I mean, there's still a lot of, it's inevitable that they're going to vote again to see whether on a referendum for their independence. Same with Wales. And if they can allow that to happen in Canada, in the United Kingdom, and we are a people, like the Scots are a people, Wales are a people, why is it actually in international law? What's the problem about us actually defining ourselves, as a people, determining even if this particular, our union with La République, let's actually even say that they check all the marks. And we then decided at some point as a people to say, no, we want to chart a different course. Why should we not have that right?
When you are dealing with Canada, it's a nation that respects the rule of law. When you deal with the UK, it's a nation that respects the rule of law. They look at what rights you have, how you want to ventilate your grievances for these rights and the rest. But when you come to deal with La République, you might have the right, but you are dealing with a contumelous and a contumacious party, a party that does not respect the rule of law. You have that right, but he doesn't want you to exercise that right. He wants to either stop you from exercising that right or delay you as much as possible while he gets your oil and the rest. They've come up today to exercise their right. I will delay it for the next 20 years, even if they get it then, but I would have siphoned as much as I can. So it's nothing to do with the rights. The rights are there and we have it, and we are entitled. It's to do with the party who is next door stopping us from exercising that right. It's a party that does not respect the rule of law. You have to fight your way for him to come and sit on the table for you to put your claim to your right. So that is the problem we are having. He is not stopping us by argument. He is stopping us by the gun. They are only killing the people who wanted to say anything about this right for fighting us. So it's like you have a right and somebody is stopping you from exercising that right with the gun. What type of mental talking or reasoning would you tell him? You think he's interested? He is delaying it as much as he can, or if he can, he stops it. He knows he can never stop it, so he will delay it as much as he can.
Right. No, I agree that's the point I wanted to make at a very fundamental level. Because sometimes we get lost in the weeds about all these legalistic argument, or we don't have standing and stuff like that. And the prosaic minds amongst us somehow get to believe their status as a slave because they've been told that they are slaves and that freedom must be given to them. Like Martin Luther King once said, you don't ask anybody, nobody should have the right to determine the timeline for another man's freedom. So we really need to know that our public, in doing what they did to us, or they are continuing to do, really are asking themselves, telling themselves, we don't have staying power. Somehow they're going to convince a lot of us amongst the prosaic minds, amongst the many of us, to say we don't have a legal path forward. But we need to be able to realize that whether or not we get whatever we're going to achieve is going to be contingent on our determination and the price that we are willing to pay. So if we make the enemy understand that we are willing to give everything, including our lives, to ensure that our children tomorrow become free, or live as free humans, then they will have no choice. They may delay it, but they won't be able to stop it. So I guess that's the point. I'm happy that we at least agree on that. So that the issue here is not one of not lacking a standing in front of court or stuff like that, but one of the will and what we are ready to sacrifice. That's what ultimately will get us where we want to go to.
Thank you, Dr. Edmond. Let's take.
Can I throw a word?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for your position you are making, that we are testing our resilience and testing how long they can keep us. If you see, I'm drafting this position statement for any mediation we are having. I've written more than 700 pages already. It's a big document. So when you are going for mediation, there is what they call a partner, and there's what they call a partner. It's a partner like best alternative to negotiated settlement, and then partner is worst alternative to negotiated settlement. So what in the partner, the worst case scenario, I wrote in the document that we are 8 million. Even if we sacrifice 4 million and the remainder of our 4 million children or whatever have independence, it is a price we are willing to pay. We don't care now any price. I wrote there that our partner, worst case scenario is that we are 8 million. In this path we have taken, even if 4 million die, our remaining 4 million children will have independence. So therefore, there is no turning back and there is no negotiation. We are willing to pay the price now to get our independence. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister. We have Dr. Fontem up, and then we have Charles Abo. Wait, before we take any question, is there anybody from ground 0 or ground 1? I know you have to pay data time holding on to these conversations. Is there anybody on ground 0 or ground 1 who has a question for Barrister? Ground 0 or ground 1 first?
Mr. Ato, I'm on the phone if there's nobody from ground 1.
Because, let us take Dr. Fontem, he's ready. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Zama, I will have you after Charles Abo, they're already up. Just notify me next time. So, Dr. Fontem, ask your question, and then Charles, and then we'll come to Dr. Zama before Jojo. Dr. Fontem.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and I want to thank the barrister for taking time off his activities to hold what I might call this class with us. I think that these lessons will never be enough until we have had our country, because we need constant reminders and constant inputs that will sustain our determination. You have just made a point about the legal requirements for this issue to go before the international jurisdiction, the ICJ. My question has to do with the manner in which this information is manipulated and used against our own people by our own people. Now, in this case, when somebody stands up in the morning to tell us that they are taking La République to Cameroon to the ICJ, and they have already hired lawyers and they need people to contribute money, what are they trying to do? That's the question I'm asking. Thank you.
To be honest, when the issue about taking La République Cameroon to ICJ came up, they brought one francophone we are with him in London called Dupont, and they presented him on ABC TV that he's taking La République to this. I wrote an article which I forwarded to Anu and the rest. Says La République du Cameroon is not a state party to the Rome Statute, so they don't have jurisdiction. That is the first thing you have to say. There is no jurisdiction for the ICJ to look at the case. Yes, there is what they call the Rohingya principle, where if a part of a crime is committed in another country, and that country is a member to the Rome Statute, even if the mother country where the thing is not a member, then through that other third country, they can go through. So the argument we're looking at is that, this case, they arrested Siseko illegally in Nigeria, that Republic of Cameroon crosses through the border in Nigeria and grabs refugees and come back and all that. Nigeria is an active party in this case. So although La Republic of Cameroon is not a party to the case, but since Nigeria is in the party, and we believe that Nigeria plays a pivotal role in our being subjugated and being that, therefore we can pass through the Nigerian angle and get into the ICG. That is according to the Rohingya principle, because they use that in the Rohingya principle in the Mafia case. So that possibility had been looked at. But all I said is, they were bringing people, you know, when you want to go to ICG, you submit a petition about a situation. So they look at it, they decide whether you have some merit, they ask for more information. They might decide to take it on the case depending on the possibility of success, chances of getting success. They don't waste resources and all that. We recommended that there is no jurisdiction. These people know you are hiring these people. We don't know how they will go. But they try to collect some money. I don't think the thing was never meant to go far.
You want to draw the money, you get a Wawa across on your business. But you won't get the money where they could give you. Okay.
So we knew it would die down and we wrote it at that time. So I don't think it was really a legal thing. It was more of a fundraising thing at that time.
So, before we go to the next question, I think to Dr. Fontaine's point, could you please, Barrister, educate our people when people come and raise money on this argument that they have hired lawyers? Because we have seen it here on social media. You know, they brought a group of white people, sat them at the desk, and we're trying to convince Southern Cameroonians that those people, those lawyers are going to take our case to the ICJ. Can you just once and for all put to rest that dubious means of extorting money from our people, that there is a pathway by some group of white people here who can go to ICJ?
When something like this happens, it's two ways. Either the guy is not very conversant with the legal position. Somebody might do it in good faith and fail. Somebody might know from the beginning, as he's been advised by many people, that there is no jurisdiction, but he still goes ahead to collect the money. Whether he puts in his pocket or he diverts it into another cause because he knew that other cause will not contribute. I don't know what the intention was to do that, but I made the point and I wrote that there is no jurisdiction. This would be a waste of resources. Cameroon has not signed, is not a member of the Rome Statute, and the avenue to take the case even there using the Rohingya principle by linking Nigeria. Yes, Nigeria has been involved in the non-refoulement of the Seco and the rest, but our real case of being annexed and subjugated, I don't think Nigeria is really involved in that case that way, that you could use them as a means to get jurisdiction. So right from the beginning, there was no jurisdiction. Me personally, I condemn in very strong terms. Then something to our people, he knows Cameroon. Sorry?
No, sorry, go ahead. I muted him. Yes, go ahead. We can hear you. That was somebody's mic.
I say I condemn in very serious terms anybody or any entity who comes and knowing that something cannot go ahead, but presents a case to collect money from our people, whether he needs it for something else or to put it. Okay, I don't know, but right from the beginning, they were given advice that that thing cannot succeed. There is nothing these white people are bringing in legally. When we ask them that how are you going to succeed with this? I actually wrote to Professor Ayim to ask him how are they going. He says they know and they brought a way where those white guys could succeed. So out of curiosity, I stayed quiet to also learn if they can come up with some way, because I didn't know what way they could come up with. So that is how it ended. So it's not a good practice to do that anyway.
Thank you. Charles Agbo, you're next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Then we'll go to Dr. Zama, then come to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Barrister, for your presentation. You live in the UK. I attended 3 court sessions where one of our comrades here, Mola Makweli, took the British government to court. The first instance was we had a transsexual judge who was very, very interested in our case and supportive. the UK government, the lawyers brought in, they wanted to throw it out on technical ground. They succeeded in throwing it out on technical ground. They said the court said we threw the wrong court. That was the argument. And even that judge was saying that she was going to find out which court. Eventually, it was heard. And they used the same argument, same word. The judge, when she was summing up, they said we should convince her that she had the powers to overturn UN resolution or an act of parliament or something like that. Now, we had our limitations, that the way we presented the case, our language, our syntax, lots of things, because there were things that the judge even had to summarize in order to Mola Makweli to agree that, and it was difficult for anything. So, how will we have presented the case? What sort of court will the youth take that would head this case? And is it possible for you to work with someone like Mola Makweli in saying that we can take the UK government back to court? Because there was a lot of progress. At the end, even they asked him to pay £56,000 for cost, which he nearly told the judge, "Say if I even pay to $1 million, I will not pay a penny." It was quite funny anyway, but it's serious business, and he made a lot of progress, I would think. But well, someone like you, you were not there, so I don't know if you know here, you write about it. Can you throw some light?
For something which is done abroad as part of foreign policy, there is what they call non-justiciability. There are certain things that the Crown does abroad that is not justiciable. You cannot bring it to put in front of the British court for them to judge. So when you are bringing something, you have to look at the things, whether it's even justiciable or not. And then you bring. If you bring now and then you start looking at what they was done, was it in time bad or not or whatever. There are so many hurdles you have to look at, because they can just throw the case out under one or the other. So it was the case which Mola Mokanjo, they call him, I don't think that is his correct name, I don't know his name, but some people call him. Miss Mola Makani, sorry. I'm not very good at the name. Sorry for using that wrong language. Just a mistake. Mola was had something good, had a good intention, but to be honest, for Mola to have gone in there without a lawyer, it's almost it's negligence. To be honest, you don't go for such a war. It's like you are going to fight a war. You don't carry a gun, and you're just hoping that you might butcher your way out. No matter how good your case is, Mola should have gone with a good lawyer there, for them to clean what his ideas are and present it in a way that the judge, you can navigate the pitfalls. So there's nothing to talk. If he went with a lawyer, then we can comment. But he went empty-handed. Those people from Home Office will always throw him out if you went empty-handed.
Yeah, it was a case of finance, you see, because most of the, we wanted to use the Mao lawyer, because actually succeeded here in winning the British government. Was a British lawyer. He defeated the British government.
No, the Mao solicitors. I had actually contacted them before in the past. I arranged, and Dr. Ngumne went there. Dr. Ngumne went and saw them for our case. What was the name again of those lawyers? Something Day or something, that was their name. So when he went there, they asked him to pay a deposit of £10,000 before they looked into the case and all that. He came back to me and said, this thing I'm not too sure, because they were paying money to these people. I'm not too sure about the case. If they were very positive and saying that they had a way to get the British government, we can think of even raising that money to pay. But because of that initial 10,000 they were asking to open that file with, Dr. Ngumne came back and we ended up keeping the thing to die. So no matter what, there was no hurry. Mola Mokanjo should have postponed the case until he gets a means of going there in his full capacity with his lawyers and everything. You don't go and fight Her Majesty empty-handed, to be honest.
Thank you, Barrister. Let's take, because I know you have limited time, you have only 20 minutes with us, so we're going to really speed it up here. Dr. Zama, you're on the phone. Could you ask your question? Then we'll have Jojo and then Pafu. Dr. Zama?
Yes, thank you so much, Barrister Thomason. During your presentation, you said you didn't know whether any of the groups have either contacted the Gambians or something like that. So my question to you is, considering that there are various groups in our struggle, is there a way that you, the lawyers, can come together from any other group, from all the groups, and form a team to take the legal aspect of our struggle? Thank you.
Our struggle is not on the legal front. It's nothing to do with groups. If we are going somewhere, people like Professor Carlson, Anyangwe, whatever group they are a library of knowledge. You have to bring them in. Maybe Chief Tapu them and the rest. I don't care what group they are. If it becomes an issue, legal issue, that the fate of Southern Cameroon is at stake, we would use the best brains we have. Whether they are in support of supposed IG government or Ayaba, or they are not in support of any group. Me, I'm like this, I'm not in any group. I just support what I think is good. I condemn what I think is bad. I don't really belong to any group per se. So I think it's just that the legal aspect has not come. When it comes and we realize our future is at stake, we will rally together. I'm writing the mediation paper already. I've written more than 600 pages. I've sent the content page to Chief Carlson Anyangwe, to Professor Carlson Anyangwe. I've sent to Chief Tapu. So once the things start coming together where we see it's imminent, we will rally together. The framework is being done. It's just that I elected, let me do the work and then let them check it. Let everybody see whether there's anything to add or subtract. So I've done that already. I've sent them the content page. If we go to any mediation today or tomorrow, we can present our position paper as 700 pages of issue. Let the Republic counter it. So we're doing that work. It's taking years to do, but we're doing it. So I don't see how we will not come. It's just that for now, there is no legal thing we are going anywhere. Because you have to fight La Republic to the level where he will come to a table somewhere.
Thank you, Barrister. Let's take Jojo. Jojo, your question, you're up next. Unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, in your presentation, you said our problem is because we are dealing with a party that does not respect the rule of law, unlike the situation in the UK or Canada. So I'm just wondering, how does international law work? How does it really work? Because my understanding is that the United Nations, for instance, is there to ensure that the people's rights are protected. In our situation, can the United Nations or some other big body not intervene to ensure that our rights are exercised as we want?
Okay, your question, first of all, United Nations has no execution force or power. Whatever they say, some friendly nations have to come and implement it. They don't really have the power. Secondly, a lot of things are said in the General Assembly under resolutions. As I've presented in a paper, resolutions in the General Assembly are generally not binding. Even that resolution 1608 we talked about is not binding. That dealt with our case. We can try to argue that our case involves decolonization, involves this and that. So it's what in law we call a sui generis. That sui generis means of a special kind. So although generally UN resolutions are not binding, but our own case is a special one. I'm actually trying to defend to say that in the Southwest African case, the one in Namibia, they said the mandate system or the trustee system is a special trust for mankind. So although UN resolutions are not binding, but one that concerns special trust for mankind, we think that it should be binding. So that argument, I can bring it, but I'm struggling. for that kind of argument, because the starting point of the Republic, you say UN resolution, this UN resolution, 15, 14, 16, 08, you say, so what? Those things are not binding on me. He show you a lot of documents to say those things are not binding. Then you now have a case to start proving that your own case is so special that it is binding. You might say your own situation, the resolution is just repeating what the General Security Council has said. And then it will be the Security Council that is binding, not the resolution itself. So, first of all, UN is not there to protect any right. They might talk the politics. At the end of the day, it's their interest. Israel can breach a lot of rights. America will back them and close them up, and UN will do nothing. So it's a game of interest there. Those rights are important if it involves their interest. When Saddam went into Kuwait, with Kuwait a lot of oil, they went there, the UN passed all kinds of resolutions, and America went there to protect the rights of Kuwaitis. Did you really think they were there to protect some Kuwaiti rights? They were there to protect oil rights. So UN doesn't really have that history and that type of elevation that you seem to mention. It depends on who you are, what interests you have, and who is behind you, period.
Okay. Let's take from Powerful Kingdom, then I will ask you my question.
You have a question also.
Yeah, we are all learning, right? I'm Southern Cameroonian too. I'm part of the town hall, so Powerful, go ahead.
Okay, Barrister, good to hear from you, and thank you for your time and presentation. You touched part of my question in your last comment when you mentioned the U.S. and all these Western powers that are arrogantly not respecting any laws which does not interest them. So my question is, I am personally, I am very, very, as many, disappointed with the intellectuals and the legal system out of the country. We talk too much and come up with all this analysis, and our case has been to the point where it is now because of the power work of our vulnerable people on the ground that have all these years, the intellectuals around the world and lawyers, they have done everything to courts and wherever. It has gone nowhere. How can you compare our own situation with that of Eritrea, which we find ourselves on the same thing? Eritrea had its independence because of manpower, gunpower, and it forced them to a referendum. But we have been negotiating with the British. You guys are over there with the British, and I'm wondering, the British themselves, it is out of they just got out of Brexit, and then through a referendum. What are we as a British colony doing? And then we see La République. We have helped the world to make La République indirectly absorb, or that we are the southern part of La République. What is it that the so-called intellectuals around the world are doing to educate the world to actually establish our identity? So I pose my question is, His Royal Highness Dr. Dick, I forgot, Ika, he has been fighting on the legal issue out of the country. Nothing has done. So, I mean, you see, that thing that, what is it that the legal and the intellectual can do? I am taking a good example from the Me Too movement and the Black Lives Matter. What we have not, the intellectuals and the lawyers have not done a good job to sensitize the average people around the world to know our pain. We talk about papers, we have written this, we have done this, and nothing is moving forward. What is the next strategy that we can do going forward from all these years?
Thank you.
To be honest, the legal people were there. Their first option was to prepare, to analyze the situations, see our legal position, see the direction we can go, and how we can win if given the opportunity. They've done that. The legal problem is we don't have a forum to be capable of ventilating all the legal theories. We don't have. There are not ways we can enter the International Court of Justice. To contact Gambia or anybody to help us, it's not the lawyers that would do it, even the politicians can do it. In terms of sensitizing and educating people, I don't think it's part of sensitizing and education. Even when Fongalamfo was out there and he was writing and going up and down educating people, Fongalamfo was not a legal person. So it's enlightenment or education doesn't need to be legal. So the legal people, the only solution is once you have a problem where you are sold by your own colonial master to France, and then there is nobody behind you. You're fighting on your own. The only thing is to pick the gun and fight. They've done the legal. They reached the point where the physical had to enter, and the physical entered. So the physical could not be entered without the legal being tried. Even when you go internationally, they ask you, have you exhausted domestic remedies? Have you exhausted that? We came legally, it didn't work. We went to the gun. So now it is time to fight our way out. And then at the end, now once we reach the point where we are almost suffocating La Republic, the legal will come in again. Legally, for 40 years, had anybody actually calculated how much damage La Republic? If you say how much La Republic owes us for destroying marketing board, did anybody know? I had to come and calculate all that. If you ask anybody for annexing us for 60 years, from 1972, what is the figure that La Republic owes? Nobody did that. I had to come and do the calculations. If you ask us for killing so many and so people, how much does La Republic owe us for all these killings? I had to calculate. I used the comparable evidence when Italy is paying Libya 5 billion. 5 billion, I calculated the number of population in Libya, I calculated the duration of annexation, and I got the rate per person per year. And then I came and applied in Ambazonia. So the amount of legal work that has been done is incredible. Some of it, I can even do it not because I'm a legal person, but because I'm a chartered surveyor. I can value the situation. So I combine the valuation with the legal to come up with figures, even for the amount of money they've eaten from Sonera. So the things are incredible. Our reserve for marketing, Bob, what is the present day value of those reserves? The amount of work that has been done is incredible. You are not seeing the papers. So you don't know the kind of work that we legal people, or me myself, because I'm the one doing these calculations and keeping it for future reference. So there's a lot done. You cannot minimize the work of the lawyers. You cannot minimize the work of the Amber Boys. It is we will have to combine them to come out of this mess.
Thank you very much, Barrister. You put your finger on the thumb. Thank you very much. I wanted just to touch that point, because we have reached a point where it is by the bullet, and then after the bullet, by the ballot, because La Republic only know the ballot, the bullet.
Thank you, Pafu, and thank you, Barrister. We know you'll be leaving us very shortly. What I wanted to ask you, what about we've talked about the International Court of Justice. What about the Criminal Court? For example, I know Sudan was not part of the court, but the U.S. Security Council was able to take the case of Bashir. And there was an international warrant put out for him. Is there anything we can do, given what you have said about the killing and what raises our case in front of any court of why we cannot leave, even if we were one country, the self-determination of the people? Is there anything we can do on the criminal side to bring La Republic, even if the case has to be referred by the UN, since Cameroon is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court?
Let me start by the case of Bashir. The case of Bashir, the UN Security Council under Chapter 7 did issue a warrant, or did issue a declaration on the case of Bashir. Even if you are not a member of the International Court of Justice, if you get the Security Council now to determine that you have to be brought in front of the case, you'll be brought under Chapter 7. There is nobody in the Security Council that can really make a resolution to come on our case. So it's not, so let's forget about that one. Secondly, even if somebody was to do it, perhaps France would veto it. So that one is an area which is a bit difficult to go through. Cameroon, for example, is a signatory to like the anti-torture agreement. So now you can try to see whether you can take Cameroon to such a treaty and see how it goes. But if you go there, they will say, yeah, have you exhausted domestic remedies? So you go now to exhaust domestic remedies, try to take the case, and then if they couldn't do it, you go to that. So by the time you reach Supreme Court or whatever, you come back and say you've exhausted domestic remedy. Or you say that the situation of your case is the one where domestic remedies are not involved. Maybe they torture you and you run out of the country. You say there is no way I could have gone back to exhaust domestic remedies. You can come up with a case and use that to go to take Cameroon to such an instrument. There is the United Nations there's the Human Rights Committee where you can take people there. Akwanga took a case against Cameroon there, won them. They were to pay him 30 million francs which they've not paid, which he's been trying to get his money till this date. From Gogitinka took them to that same committee, won against La République du Cameroon. They were to settle him his money. They didn't pay, I don't know, 100 million or 1 million. So there are places you can take La République du Cameroon, but at the end of the day, the judgment will just be, let them restitution, give you some money which they will refuse to give, and the court has no way of implementing it. It will just be another waste of time.
Thank you. I'm very conscious of your time. I know you have only 4 minutes. I don't know if you want to give your closing remarks or if you have.
The last minute, it's okay.
Okay, Don Pacho, ask the last question, then we'll give Barrister time for his closing remarks. Don Pacho, just a question, please.
Yeah, I have a question, Barrister. I want to thank you first of all for this presentation that you have done. But my question will be out of this presentation, because most of what you have explained, I invited you to my show. You educated our people in my show. Questions were asked. I want to ask you just one question, because we are in a war of independence, and no matter what we are doing, we have grievances. We look at each other as brothers, no matter the anger that we portray at times, we still look at our brothers as brothers. I saw a list on your Facebook wall. Portraying that these people were being alienated for execution by the Sako camp. That was why I kept my question to the last, or maybe
Don't
at the end.
Yeah, no,
ask your question. Barrister has to leave in 3 minutes.
Please. Sorry?
No, I was telling him you have to leave in 3 minutes. He should ask his question.
Yes, I have my question. Let me finish, Barrister.
Don't Pacho, hurry now. You have to leave.
Yes.
I need to
After that, the list is one, and there is another write-up that you made that the Sako group were planning to execute our prisoners of war. I don't know. What do you have about that?
No, somebody wrote a list of many people that they have to be retired. So now the interpretation of retirement in the context of which he was writing, after they just made a video talking about some other people in the commission, so I looked at it, I didn't terminate people or to neutralize them. But when
Barrister, please, a second. Can we meet with everybody?
Don't Pacho. Barrister has to leave very soon. Oh boy.
There is a background noise. We are not getting Barrister.
Okay, I muted everybody. Barrister, do you want to unmute yourself? And then just add your closing remarks when you're done with answering.
Please, what I said is, recently there was an audio saying that 6 commanders and generals should be decommissioned, which most people interpreted that they meant that they should be neutralized. Then another list again the next day comes out with other people that they should be retired. So in context of that, it was interpreted this might mean to terminate them. But when I wrote that, many people came to me and said, for the sake of the struggle, please, maybe they meant something else. I should withdraw the mail, which I decided to withdraw. It's no more on my Facebook page. So no need to go into that. We should just try to see how we can work together and solve some of these problems. Because if we keep concentrating on some of these things, we don't go anywhere. So let's just forget the list, and whatever list, I don't think even anybody had an intention he would implement it. So I think the list was withdrawn after talking. Many people contacted, not the list. My write-up was withdrawn, but the list is still out there that they prepared. saying that my name is there, Anyangwe's name is there, many people.
Thank you.
So anyway, so that's it. Let's not bother about
yes.
I write up for the sake of the struggle. It is hurting the struggle. So we have to sacrifice for the struggle.
Okay. Barrister, your closing remarks. I know it's time for you to run. You have another interview.
Please, my time is really up. I have to go. Please, another time I might be available to have a longer discussion with you guys on any other topic. Today is just I'm giving a lecture to some guys just now. So there are guys waiting for me around. We do it on Zoom around the world for me to talk on delay analysis and some things to do with construction. So I have to go now.
Thank you so much for coming, Barrister.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch.
Sorry about that. I wish I had more time.
No, it's understandable.
I'm available another time when there will be nothing after, and then you can take as much time as you want.
Yes. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that was Barrister Martin Tumasan doing some work in the background, and we would invite him again. It's been very educative, very informative. I want to thank everybody. Before we go to the next segment, is there any quick remark by anybody? Dr. Fontaine, you have your hand up. If you want to make it as brief as possible so we can go on to the next item. Please.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Very quickly, I would just want to say that in presenting Dr. Barrister Tumasan, I did say that he had the pedigree, the profile, and the intellectual luggage needed to sustain this liberation process, especially when it comes to the issue of negotiation. There is no doubt that at this 37th International Town Hall, Barrister Tumasan has held us spellbound and treated us to some of the legal issues that must be considered when looking at our liberation process. I think we also have to acknowledge that, and we must do so with respect, that he has adopted a proactive posture and has already started handling some of the issues must be treated with respect to negotiation, and he's using his competency, his skills, and his life training to be able to achieve that. And luckily enough, he has that humility of realizing that one hand cannot tie a bundle, and that as an individual he cannot do everything. That is why he's employing the expertise of other legal experts like Professor Kwasi Nyangwe and Chief Alex Taku. This underscores one very important point, that the use of expertise in our liberation struggle is indispensable. The issue of everybody wanting to be part of everything, wanting to be part of self-defense, legal advocacy, everything is not, it's only helping to spoil the way we do. Let people identify their strengths and fit where they know their strengths like, and we will see how that will work. And then the issue of legal, there is a need for the legal minds and the intellectual class to synergize, to be able to produce the kind of effect that our liberation, because right now there are just too many things that are happening, but it is important that, and for the too many things that are happening, very few results are being achieved, and the greatest results that we have are from mostly the people on the ground and those in the humanitarian sector. So there is a need now for greater synergy for us to be able to come up with the kinds of things that we want for our liberation struggle, and then liberate our people once and for all. With this, I just thought I should do this synthesis, and then thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fontaine. Jojo, your hand is up. Then I think after Jojo, we should go on to the next item on the agenda. Jojo, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I think our greatest strength in this our movement, this our liberation war, is the fact that our republic is so naive and dumb. Because if they were smart, they would have taken us unaware by rallying us and conduct some sort of a genuine dialogue, then take us on our way. But because they are delaying, because of their naivety, they are making us to get more and more education. And the more we get that education, the more determined and resolved we become. And the more extreme we also become. And I'm so glad that they are doing that. Because they are radicalized, for instance. Because in the past, I used to stand for federation. But because of the knowledge that I'm getting and because of their arrogance, I don't even want them to be our neighbors. When I see the green, red, yellow flag, I just want to throw up. And with this presentation, it has only made me to understand that the only reason why La Republic is refusing to come to the negotiation table is because they know that they don't have any case. Because they have a very solid case, and once they come to the negotiation table, they have nowhere to go. So I want to give kudos, I want to seize this opportunity to give kudos to our boys on the ground to continue to smash fire until La Republic is forced into the negotiation table. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to give credit to whom credit is due. We have been asking in the town hall if anybody knows any speaker, any Southern Cameroonian, or even any non-Southern Cameroonian, any international partner or friend who can come and lift us up, educate us, inform us, help us get to the next step, understand what our situation is. Even if it's grim, it's better for us to know that our chances are, or the odds are against us, than for us not to know, and then we go knocking our heads against the wall. So I want to thank, I don't want to put you in the spot, but I want to thank you for having done the groundwork and invited Barrister Martin Tumasan to come to this town hall, and we are asking other Southern Cameroonians. This town hall platform belongs to all of our Southern Cameroonians. I think this is the only platform we have where, regardless of political leaning, regardless of any other external variable, we can all come together and talk. So the Secretariat only custodians of the mission, making sure that making sure it is put together, the promotion and the guests and everything is explained. But the platform belongs to all Southern Cameroonians. It does not have a structure, it does not have a government, it does not have any arms or anything. It's a village square where we come in and talk. So thank you, Jojo. We are very, very grateful, and we are asking other Southern Cameroonians to do the same. Other Southern Cameroonians have recommended guests, but we have not acknowledged it. But we think it is worthwhile acknowledging it so that it encourages other people. Everybody does not come on because we don't want it to become, a theater. We don't want to give people with negative sentiments a platform to come and negotiate their negativity. We want to keep it positive, and we want messages that are moving our people forward, bringing them together and moving our people forward. Those are the two criteria and the only two criteria for the mission of the town hall. So thank you very much for the guests. Yes. So we'll have a powerful, then we'll have a then we really have to go on to the next topic, which is equally important. Powerful, go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator. I always look forward to this weekend because of the way you handle the discussion. But I would like also to suggest that, please, we've been bringing intellectuals, bringing book people, and bringing all this. That's very good. But I would also like us to look at those our parents who lived through the Southern Cameroon to come and educate this generation as to what it is good that we fight for. Because I keep saying that most of this generation, they grew up in La République. All what they do is not the fault of their own. It's just simply the fact that they are still just doing what La République taught them to do. Please, maybe you could consider that and bring some of the old people to come and tell us how Southern Cameroon used to be, so that this generation know exactly what we are fighting for to be what we used to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Pafu. We had thrown that out a while back. I don't know if it was just before the pandemic. I think it was when we had the Dakumbans, and Manfor spoke very, very eloquently of Southern Cameroons. We had asked Southern Cameroonians, especially those who have their parents out in the diaspora who can speak more freely and have the technology to put them on Zoom. Nobody came forward, nobody volunteered, even if not their parents, but senior citizens, our senior citizens, they know. But we didn't get it. So if there are any of our remaining senior citizens who can come to the town hall and educate us of our own mobile police, our own marketing board, how it worked, how it was done, we would very much appreciate it. We need that education. Like I said, there was a Palestinian woman who took her 8-year-old daughter, which I saw in the news, to the war front in the 11-day Israeli-Gaza fighting. And Richard Engel, MSNBC journalist, asked her what she was thinking, taking her daughter to the war front. And she said she wanted her daughter to see and grow up knowing what the struggle is about. We don't want to leave our 8-year-old children in this situation, the 4 years old, the 5 years old. So it is important for the senior citizens to come and educate us without our children having to go to the war front to see what's going on. I mean, the child could have been killed, but the mother's conviction was that her child needed to, at the age of 8, to go to the war front to fight. The Palestinians have been fighting for 60 years. That's how we have to emulate that kind of conviction and bring our seniors to educate us.
And also maybe Pandanga is in Maryland. He was a guest on my show. He was born, he witnessed, he was the executive chairman of SCNC. He is the chairman of SCAPO now. So those are people that they are in our midst. We should be bringing them.
Yes, powerful, just like Jojo did. Jojo is the person who brought Barrister Tumasan. So if you can talk to him and he is willing to come, you can always reach out to us and we would find an appropriate date. It's just that simple. Yes, let each and every of us try to find somebody and just reach out to the secretariat, just as Jojo did, just as other people have done. He has helped us a lot, and we will do it.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, let's hear from you, Don Pacho. Put your hands up so that we keep this thing in order.
No, I just want to add a small thing before, because I know you talk plenty, Papa. Okay. 1 minute for this way, a powerful talk show. This way, powerful talk show, a correct talk. Not be only old people where they talk. This thing they show. For Ambazonia, we go respect everybody. We go respect even the one the way they no go book. This speech we talk so we bring self-illiterate person where he dey see, he dey understand the people the way they understand. May we bring the year to make it come. I don't talk about the last show, the last program. When I say when I'm bring that, I say no be me, but when I look somebody, me I feel go find person bring them back.
Now would I talk about to find persons, but it has to be two things. As long as they talk to bring our people together and they talk to move our struggle forward. Yes. Anybody is welcome. Yeah. Sorry, I lowered your hand. Go ahead, and then we'll come to Paxi.
No, actually, I lowered my hand.
Oh, you okay?
Because you had already mentioned that you were going to do this time.
Okay.
I want to say that I have been particularly enthralled by Mr. Tumasan this morning and learned from his presentation a couple of things that I want to share with our Southern Cameroonian family. The first is that La République du Cameroon unfortunately doesn't have a leadership that is actually got vision and taking the country anywhere. So that lack of leadership and the fact that every single decision they seem to have taken have actually been advantageous to us and makes our case better. I think that all of those things, those two things, the fact that they don't have leadership, and the fact that they are taking decisions that really make our case even stronger by the day. You know, had these people just managed this crisis, it would not be doing it. But they have two things that are terribly disadvantageous to them, and that is making them need resources to the point where, you know, I just say it's only a matter of time that we'll get to where we want. The first is the debilitating corruption that is in the country. I mean, they are bleeding resources through corruption. It's like everything that goes out there, every budget, everybody just grab and steal. If you're in a position of power, you're there to steal. Nobody is doing any work, including the president himself. The second thing that is actually bleeding the country dry is this conflict. The resources that the country is putting into this conflict is just not taking that country anywhere. So I think that with Barista's presentation, we can find a way of getting our lawyers now to just keep their little egos aside, stop working in silence, and come together. Because it's shown for many, many years they've been working and collecting information and fighting fights that nobody has seen the fruit of. We now have an opportunity to come together, all these brains. Call your friend lawyer, call your friend in this, and share this information. See how you can come together and do something that is concrete. Because all of this dispersed effort is not taking us very far. I'm sorry to say. I was really impressed with what you said, but this is nothing. Call your brother to work together and please, you can be more productive for the sake of Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope that the message is going beyond just what we have learned today, that our people should start knowing that. We talk about it, but people at the end of the day don't put aside their egos. Everybody wants us to come together as long as they stay where they are and everybody comes under them. It's something we really have to deal with. Let's take part C. And finally move on to the second part, and I think it would connect smoothly with what you just said. Patsy, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, and I want to appreciate everybody present at this talk today. Yeah, I just want to raise just one point, which maybe Don Passion raised a point as a question to Honorable Conference lawyer, about this killing thing, that there is a particular group giving names, assigning orders to kill others on the ground. I don't know how we can really solve that problem with that group. John Egewan gave a list out to kill 6 people, 6 soldiers, announced them, Ojos are out. There is another list to kill some other people. So the question I want to ask us is that, why are some of us still behind these people sending lists of names of soldiers fighting? Because we are talking today because some people are fighting. If not, so the revolution would have ended. That's for sure. Why are we supporting those people and still making them talking, taking decisions, organizing the killing boys, which are our brothers and ourselves? Is there any way we can do to handle this particular group of people? That's just a question I want to ask. Please. It's really hurting to me to see the amount of struggle, the amount of fight we are putting. And even up to today, people are out there sending to kill people who are in ground zero. They are abroad. So I don't know how we can look into this problem. The person make a point on that. And he is working like in IG care. He should organize and something should come out concerning this particular group of people, sending names for people to be killed. Go himself, yeah. So that is just my point.
Patsy, thank you for that point. It's on our agenda. And the town hall will have something to tell the people of Southern Cameroons about what is being put in place to take care of this issue. So let us talk about what's next on the agenda. But to your point, I'm happy that you brought it up onto this agenda. And something is being done, so we'll let people know what's being done about it when we get there. Let's not throw off the agenda, but we will address it. So let's move on. That's okay. The hands are down now. Let's move on to the next item. Then we'll come back to this very sensitive issue, and we'll also have our boys on the ground join us very soon. So when they join us, we are going to address the issue. Now, the next item on our agenda is the situation with the Swiss. It is important, which is what this town hall does. It's important for us to be alert. It's important for Southern Cameroonians to be informed. It's important for us to know what's happening, who is talking about what about our future, so that we are not forced to swallow a bitter pill, even if we have to swallow a bitter pill. Many of us grew up taking Liverqueen. It's a bitter pill, but it was the remedy for fever or malaria. You took it, you knew it was bitter, you dealt with it. So we have to stay alert, we have to know the truth, and we have to deal with it if we have to deal with it. The Swiss are rearing their head again. On October 24th, 2020, we Southern Cameroonians, International Town Hall, took a resolution to distance and disavow the Swiss and anything the Swiss were doing on our behalf without our consent. They must do anybody who is negotiating or doing anything on our behalf, even if they say they are our leaders, must do it with the consent of the people. That is how representative democracy works. So nobody will go out there and do something and come, even if it's good, we have to be part of the making of that thing. So we want to address this issue of the Swiss calling groups, calling individuals. They have changed faces, but are selling the same snake oil. That also is coupled with we believe what La Republique is going through economically. They are in an economic quagmire. The country is sinking fast. They have heavy debts due China coming up. We have seen China take possession of other countries' resources and seaports and railway systems because those countries defaulted. China is aggressive. We don't know the terms of Bia's agreement with China. We don't know if resources of Southern Cameroons were part of his collateral when he was taking the money from China. It's important that we address these issues. And for that, we are going to open it for discussions among Southern Cameroonians, but we have Professor Herman Dofo, who is one of us, who has done a lot of research on this economic issue, and we have here Magi Kilo, who is one of us, who is also an expert on this negotiation things and the warning signs of dealing with these people again. So they are going to lead that discussion, but it's an open discussion for us Southern Cameroonians. And we thank SCDC for carrying this so that our people on the ground be aware of what's going on and as best they can participate in this segment. So Prof. Herman and Magi Kilo, Prof. Herman Dofo, over to both of you. You will lead this part of the discussion. Thank you. Prof, can you turn on your camera and join here?
Yes, I think my camera is on.
Can you do a split screen for you and Ya, since both of you are coordinating this section?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Good. Yes. Thank you.
Prof. Herman, I know we haven't actually discussed the mode of presenting this, but before we go, I would like to actually do a little bit of explanation about how governments engage in borrowing. I think it's good that I do this so that when you come to talk about the debt and especially the bonds, people will have a better understanding. Because there are clearly good ways and bad ways to do business in the market. And I think that if I do that, then with that understanding, what do you think?
Yes, I think that's great. That's a great idea.
All right. Okay, let me start off though in saying that there are different ways that countries actually borrow or obtain money. Sometimes it's borrowing, sometimes they get grants. And the first way is basically with the international multilateral development institutions. And for countries in Africa, we have two main ones. The first one is the World Bank that was put in place after World War II for reconstruction of Europe, but that other poorer countries or countries that really need to build and develop have been using. And it is after the model of the World Bank that the African Development Bank came into being, because most of the countries in the 50s that really needed development were located in Africa. And the African early independence leaders were also thinking about the OAU, creation of the OAU, and creation of the African Development Bank at the time. So we have this multilateral development institution, and they have very specific rules for lending money to countries. And when they do, when those monies are for projects, like we've seen recently in Cameroon, where they were building stadiums or constructing roads, building schools, etc., those institutions have the fiduciary responsibility to make sure those resources are utilized for the purpose they were intended. So that's the multilateral development-oriented institutions. And within those, you have grants that are given to countries that are particularly poor, or they are given to do the soft things like capacity building, training, etc., putting institutions into institution building. So grants are usually 100% free, or they have what they call operating costs. So that would be about 0.75% of the total grant. For instance, a country could receive a grant of about 50 million to actually build its social sector, health, education institutions, put policies in place, all that stuff, train people, and begin to design the kinds of quality control in health and in education. That grant would just have a small charge which goes for operating costs of maintaining the grant. So you can have a 100% free grant, or a grant that has a 0.75% tiny amount of interest. Then you have the concessional loans, and the concessional loans are actually the only loans that are almost like grants. And usually the poorer countries, the countries that have not reached middle income status, and in Africa there are very few countries that are middle income borrowers. You have countries like South Africa, some countries like, I think, Ethiopia, Egypt is now middle income country, Algeria is a middle income country, Nigeria is a middle income country. Otherwise, the rest of the countries are sort of moving towards middle income. They are low income countries, and they are mostly, they borrow on concessional terms. So the other countries of Africa that are now middle income countries borrow on market terms, but still within the multilateral development bank, they borrow with very, very controlled eye on the money that they borrow, which must be used for the purpose that they intended, and audit becomes very, very important. IMF regulates all of the borrowing, everything. So you will find that the IMF will put will put the country on a program, will be requesting all of these audits. Now, outside of that global multilateral development structure, the countries also as sovereign nations are allowed to go after bilateral, meaning one-on-one relations with other countries. So Cameroon can borrow from China, it can borrow from India, it can borrow from Russia, it can borrow from France, it can borrow from the United States on bilateral. The only organization outside of that multilateral that actually gives a lot of grant resources to African countries is the EU. So the EU, if you look at the EU, all the countries of the EU that come together, they do a lot of financing of programs in Africa. Besides these bilateral loans that are actually taken by the countries, we don't know mostly we don't know the arrangements that go to the bilateral. There are some things that are out in the public, but there are others that we don't know about. And then the third case is actually the open market. So Cameroon at some point will go to the open market, will borrow from banks, will borrow like from Citibank, from Standard Chartered, from Barclays, etc., etc. Deutsche Bank. Those banks also have their own kind of relations. And then when they go to the bond market, they actually sell bonds to people and they buy them at interest rates. And I know that is what Herman is going to be talking about. I am not an economist. I've worked in international development, and I know that countries are really monitored, and their health, their credit worthiness is actually measured every time that the cycle for lending. And for the multinational institutions, they borrow money also, or they get the money every 3 years. There's a cycle. You hear of IDA number 3 or IDA number 9. It's time that the World Bank collects all the concessional money that is going to the country. And they really have to pass a test. So that the better your credit worthiness, the more concessional funds you can get from IDA. The worse your credit situation, the less. So you find countries like Cameroon probably going to the bond market because their performance basis under IDA, under the ADF, which is the African Development Bank funding, concessional funding, is very low. So they don't get as much because these monies are given on a performance base. It's just like your personal credit in the US. If I have a credit of 800 plus, I go to buy a car, I'm going to have better interest than somebody who has bad credit like below 500. So we pay attention to all of these things, and it's very important for us to know where our country stands with the kind of role that it can be. So I'll leave it at that, and then then the second thing, the last thing is about internal debt. Countries do accrue a lot of internal debt. And I think a country like Cameroon will accrue internal debt if it goes after pension funds. So for instance, if it has these pay and payers, the people are putting their money into a pension fund, the money is low, then it goes after the pay and payers borrow you about 50 billion to do something, and then they pay you back. And that is another way of actually doing it. All right, I stop there. And over to you.
Okay, thank you, thank you, so let me see how I'm going to go with the Let's Spotlight. I'm still going to share the spotlight with you, but I am also going to actually do a couple of slides to help illustrate what we are talking about briefly. So just permit me to share my screen. And I'm just going to build with what Yah says. I will start off by talking a little bit about general indebtedness and indebtedness to China to kind of lead up to our story for today, or our discussion for today, to open up the discussion. right? And what we have on the screen, this is a little bit dated, but I'll give more recent statistics. As to general indebtedness to China, countries with the greatest debt. And if you see, Cameroon lies in the approximate 10 to 25% of GDP range that it owes to China. But what is interesting, if you actually look at the number for that, it comes out to about 1.8 billion pounds that Cameroon owes to China, at least as of last year, right? 1.8 billion pounds. What is interesting is that this is loans due to China this year. And if you look at that chart, the fifth highest is Cameroon. Cameroon is due payments of close to $500 million to China this year, and about another maybe 200 million to other parties. Right. So Cameroon, in the past couple of weeks, engaged Rothschild to do a Eurobond. This is Cameroon's second Eurobond, right? The first Eurobond, what they call red cap, 19%. That is how it's called, red cap. That is the name it trades under, which Cameroon financed. I believe it was for close to 300 or so million. That was 3 or 4 years ago. And the official line, Cameroon is looking to raise about 750 euros, which is somewhere about close, a little under $900 million. And the official explanation is it is to refinance the previous Eurobond, which most of them don't actually become due till 2025. Some of them start getting due 2023. But I mean, the first thing most of us would know about Cameroon is most people in Yaoundé are not thinking 4 years ahead.
Prof, sorry to interrupt you. Somebody says explain what Eurobonds are.
Okay, sorry. So let us go back. So I was talking about. Thank you for that very good question.
And when you talk millions, please give the currency. Are we talking millions in euros or dollars? Thank you.
Yeah. So. Get the different ways in which people could borrow, countries could borrow. And the last category she talked about was in the public market, right? So just like companies, a company can borrow money by issuing what they call, literally what they call in Cameroon bonds, right? The government issues you bonds, which is a paper that says, I owe you 1,000 francs. If you show up with the treasury with this paper on December 31st, 2021, the Treasury would pay you 1,000 francs plus 10% interest. So the Treasury would pay you 1,100. Right? So a bond is simply a document that says, I owe you money, plus the interest. And the bond would have the amount, the principal, and the interest. So the one we have on the screen, which is the one Cameroon issued several years ago, the interest rate there is 9.5%. Now, that is the listed interest rate, right? What it trades at, I looked it up at least yesterday, it is trading at closer to 11%, right? So we look at the discount, 11% interest, but the interest rate Cameroon pays on it is 9.5%. Now, when we take this now to euro is just the European market, right? So many African countries now are borrowing from the European market, but instead of borrowing from countries, they are literally borrowing from the public sector. So going to their public, like the stock market, and saying, okay, we are going to issue these bonds and individual investors can buy these bonds. And if you buy these bonds, if it's a 10-year bond, 10 years from today, we will refund you this money plus accrued interest of 9.5% a year, right? And so Eurobond is simply bonds issued in euros in the EU zone. And it is done by many developing countries are raising money in Europe. And so the term Eurobond is being used. Right. So that is the one that Cameroon issued last. I'm not sure what the one they are going to issue now is going to be called. But the one they last issued was called Red Camp. Official explanation is this is going to be used to refinance the previous one, right? The red card. But the amount being issued is double, right? It is being issued for 750 million euros. So you can convert that to, that is the target issue amount. Once again, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will get 750 million euros. And it's a big if, right? Because you sell, it's a market. If there are not enough people buying, then you will not get what you want. Or you may have to increase the interest rate. And the way you increase the interest rate is you sell at a discount, right? So I want to raise 750 million. I'm not getting it. I sell it at a greater discount. So I would sell you a bond for 1,000 for 800. If nobody's buying, I'll sell it for 700 or 600, right? So I'm discounting, which means the person who buys it now, they pay 600, but they can claim 1,000 when they show up with the bond. So I get to raise less money up front, although my obligation to pay back is still the same, right? So that is essentially how it works. But the goal is 750. I go back to the previous slide because this is what matters to us. What Cameroon official explanation is and what the likely reason is. In the next few months, Cameroon has to cough up $500 million to China. But Cameroon is raising money to pay Euro bonds that are not due for another 3 to 4 years. Which do you think is likely going to, what do you think is likely going to happen? Right? And this is where it comes now to us. We're not talking about, by the way, this is not chicken change. And it raises the question, what happens if Cameroon doesn't raise that money? What happens to us? What happens to Cameroon's ability? Remember, Cameroon is going to what we call the lender of last resort. They are raising this money in the public market where they are going to pay an arm and a leg. They are not going to bilateral partners. They have probably already exhausted those routes. And by the way, most bilateral partners are not going to give Cameroon $500 million to pay off Chinese loans. So let us rule that out. Right? They are going to the lender of last resort, the public market, which comes at a very expensive price. We think about the cost of running the war going on, the weapons, and we still have to ask ourselves, what happens if Cameroon doesn't get that money? And can we in some way influence that outcome? And that is the discussion I would really like us to have, because there are many things those of us in the diaspora can do. There are some things we cannot do. But personally, this is one of those cases where we can possibly have a very direct influential outcome. If Cameroon doesn't get 750 million, believe me, that affects the outcome. That affects the boots on the ground they can put. That affects the weapons they can put on the ground. And if China doesn't get its 500 million from Cameroon, ask Zambia what will happen, right? This is not the Paris Club, by the way. That is what I'll end in. It's not going to be a Paris Club type renegotiation. And by the way, before somebody asks, the Paris Club is, what do you call it? Western creditors generally try to negotiate their debt together, right? So there's an informal group. I don't know if it's formal or informal that get together to negotiate as I'm going to use the wrong word, but it's intentionally so, as a cartel. They negotiate with you as a cartel. I know that is the wrong word, but I think it is the appropriate word, right? Because when all your creditors are together and they speak with one voice, your maneuvering power is very, very slim. Right, it's a cartel. So let us open up that discussion, and I'll let Iya talk some more if she has something to add. And if anybody wants to chime in from the audience, there are lots of different ways we could look at these different angles we could take talking about this.
Just before you comes in, thank you, Herman. Do you want to just give us in a sentence or two what the Chinese did to Zambia, just so people know? Just in one or two sentences, not much.
Let me rephrase. The Chinese did not actually do anything to Zambia per se. Zambia had to go bank, had to default on its loans, all its obligations, because while Western partners were willing to negotiate with Zambia to restructure its debt, one of the conditions of negotiation was Zambia had to bring all its debt to the table, which included Chinese debt, and disclose the terms of those debts. And they could not disclose the terms of their Chinese debt. And rather than disclose the terms of the Chinese debt, they had to default on all debt. And so if Cameroon is in a situation where they have to renegotiate their debt, they will have to disclose the terms of the Chinese debt or default on all debt. And there are lots of people, myself included, dying to know the terms of the debt. I'm sure you may want to know whether or not how much of Bakassi or Sonara or what may have been mortgaged or may not have been mortgaged.
Thank you. Okay, yeah.
All right. Two quick things. I'll give the example of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka borrowed from China and built a port, built railway system, built a lot of things. And basically what they also defaulted, and what China did was just seize everything. So basically that is that. The risk is that China will just take over whatever infrastructure that you have procured with the resources. The second thing that I want to add is that when I was giving you the different levels of the best way to borrow and how countries borrow, I actually started with the very best alternative, which is the multilateral development system, went through the bilateral and then going to the open market. Now, imagine that you bankrupt your own institution. When you look at the parastatals that have become bankrupt in Cameroon, it's because of internal debt. Because Credit Agricole or whatever, these institutions, Cameroon went there to borrow, there was elections coming up, they borrowed, they never paid back, the institution goes on. That's the way Cameroon itself, as an internal borrower, has been swallowing up its own parastatus. And I gave you CMPS because they do borrow a lot from CMPS, but guess what? They then take away the pensions of a lot of people. That's how come you find a lot of people who go to collect their pensions don't find the money. Come on, you can continue. I mean, I know people are insane, but that's the truth.
Oh yes. There's no question about that, right? And we've not yet even touched the internal dynamics of, or what happens if, there is no money for, and there is already strain in the internal coffers, like civil servant salaries. More important for most of us is still military expenditure. What happens if that is seriously curtailed? But I don't know if there's anybody within the Zoom audience who wants to chime in.
No.
Now, Pafu is asking, are we discussing the so-called Swiss stock and or indebtedness with La Republique? So Pafu, that is a good question, and let me make the link if the link is not obvious. And unfortunately, many of our what would have been very educated brothers and sisters keep falling for this same thing. Each time La Republique needs money, they agitate as if they want to start talks. Each time. So yes, it is no coincidence that La Republique has told the Swiss, oh yes, we are willing to talk, and they've gotten the Swiss to be agitating people now, oh, time is right for talks, and they are calling people for Swiss talks because La Republique desperately needs money and is going around to borrow. It has happened time, and just go back and look at every incident where there is any attempt of, or any pretext of attempting to even begin the dialogue. It correlates with La Republique attempting to get external money. And the moment they get the money, everything dies down. And for some reason, we haven't learned, because we keep buying the same Kool-Aid over and over. So yes, the correlation here, and why we are discussing it together, this was to come on later in the discussion, but let's be upfront, is that this is in no small way correlated with the sudden re-emergence of the Swiss stocks.
Okay, yeah, if you want to highlight, before we take there, a few hands up on the Swiss. And these Swiss stocks, the calls they have been making to groups of people, trying to relaunch the Swiss stocks, calling groups, calling individuals, so that we can, as Propherman has said, be very careful and build, make the connection between the impression La Republique is wanting to give the international community that they are working on stabilizing the country, because peace is very important when countries lend to you, or nobody wants to buy your bonds if you are at war, because they are wondering how the war will end, when and if. So if you want to swing over to the Swiss part of it, then we'll take hands.
My issue is that if people have listened to me talking about the Swiss problem, and basically the long and short of it, the process is flawed. The right people have not talked from the Swiss side, have not talked to the right people on our side. We are not right and ready for talk, even though we do have a peace roadmap. And I think that anybody would ask, anybody who has followed any negotiation would ask, what steps of the negotiation are we? What phase are we? What are the signed agreements that have been reached at any of these phases? Number one, there is no negotiation going on. The Swiss have admitted to us that it's impossible for them to get beer and export at the table. They don't have the clout to do that. They don't have, diplomatically, they are not at the level. It is not government to government talk. And our own people, our own side is still getting there. So we are not ready. If some people tell me that they are at the table negotiating with beer and the Swiss are mediators in that negotiation, I will just say, knock me over with feather, because that is not happening. So this whole thing, for me right now, is a sham. We should get out of it. Our people should not be talking to the Swiss. They are the least trusted, bona fide negotiators for us. They cannot be trusted for us. I've talked about this over and over until I'm blue in the face, and I don't want to talk about it anymore, because honestly, it's useless.
Thank you. So we have Dr. Fontaine, we have Pafu, we have Dr. Edmond, and we have Shufai, who has a comment in the chat. So let's start with Dr. Fontaine. If you have some comment, and then we have Patsy, we have Jojo. So please, let's keep our comments to about 3 minutes, please, so that everybody can have a chance in this segment. We have our boys, our fighters on the ground waiting in the wings at the top of the hour. So let's keep our comments very precise and not have long lectures. So Dr. Fontaine, go ahead. Dr. Fontaine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Yes. Yes. I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I just want to very quickly say that from the very outset, when some of us raised the issue of the Swiss and said that it was a secret service plot, it was a secret service plot to undermine the people of Southern Cameroon. Those who went there for the money tried to vilify us, and they tried to lie to the people of Southern Cameroon. Oh, La République is on board, La République is on board, and we have never seen anything. There is a rule, there must be a contract between either La République and whichever Swiss organization, whether government or HD. And there must also be a contract between the people of Southern Cameroon, represented by a particular group or entity, and this HD or the Swiss government. So far, there is no contract between La République and the Swiss, and there is no contract between us and the Swiss, whether it is a government or it is the HD. So it can only be a vast plot and a manipulation to ensure that every time the game is in our favor, the Swiss come up and cause us to slow down. We all remember when our boys were giving La République a bleeding nose. Then the Swiss came in, they wanted to talk to the fighters. Some of our people took them to go and see the fighters, and they were telling the fighters that, oh, the Geneva Convention, you are not supposed to kill this, you are not supposed to do that, you are not supposed to do this. They were now breaking the spirit of some of our fighters, and some were even offering them passports to come to Europe, things like that, which are all incentives. These were all incentives to discourage the fighters. They gave the politicians money and all those things. So I think even the blind can see that this whole thing is a sham. Now, I want to raise this point, and I want those who are playing the accomplice, they let them note that we are watching them. Some of us are in exile, and we know that if the way we are going to go to the negotiation table will decide what we are going to get from that negotiation table. So if we go to the negotiation table from a position of weakness, we'll either end up with decentralization or a federation. And let me tell you that La République du Cameroon is a very unforgiving entity. They will still go after people like us and others and kill them even when we live in a federation. So I'm not going to die in the hands of La République, and I will not allow my children to fight this fight. This fight will finish in our lifetime, and we will finish it and we'll enter the promised land. So all those who are playing the accomplice, if you don't desist from this cheap manipulation and egotism, because you think that the Swiss, they don't call me, they don't tell me, say, and suddenly you believe something that, and Professor Anyangwe and others have been teaching us in this forum, that this is the wrong approach and this is the right approach. Suddenly you believe it because it is the Swiss who are telling you. Please, we'll stone you at my 17.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fortem.
We stone Stephen. No, it is wrong.
Okay.
Or we stone you as city chemist roundabout. I want to say it because it is really annoying that people pretend to be stupid just because they want to gain. They want to project their egos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fontaine. Before we go to Powerful, is there anybody on ground 1 or ground 0 who wants to contribute? Okay. If we don't have anybody on ground 1 or ground 0, Powerful, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, brothers and sisters. I'll start with the question. Why are we where we are today? We are where we are today because our ancestors, our fathers, even though most of the so-called intellectuals with big titles, they looked on them with condescending attitudes. They had the foresight not to sign any document with La République. And that is why our boys, I will not, and one word too, I will never call our patriots on the ground boys. I know our able moderator, who's very modest and humble, he uses that not intentionally, but all of us do use it not out of respect to our comrades and fighters on the ground. So let us do everything to not call them boys. And then secondly, I would ask, we are a British trust territory. Britain does things by voting and by referendum. We are two systems. La République does it by the bullet. We do it by debate and by the ballot. This group that are clamoring for a negotiation, what legitimacy? Who gave them that legitimacy? And if you look this generation that are clamoring for negotiations with the Swiss or with any other entity, there are people who were born during Ahijo and during Bia. And that is why I keep insisting that our fathers who fought very well, they did not have the educational acumen that we have now, and we are spread around the world, even though we looked on them condescendingly that they were not smart or whatever. Hindsight is always 2020. I actually stand with my sister there that any betrayal or any negotiation that a group of fellows go to a hotel, they corner you, and then you act as if you are leaders representing us. You would be a persona non grata. Everything that we are doing, we should learn a lesson from the Eritrean struggle. If anyone has not read that, we should look at what has precedence. The Eritrean struggle, it involved the British, the Italians, and the Ethiopians. And it was when Ethiopia was going economically on its knees that they actually granted a referendum. We are bringing La République on their knees. And anyone in the diaspora who has the arrogance to disrespect our able patriots on the ground, who are shedding the blood, till they are dying on the front, that you will room in your comfort zone in the diaspora, that you go and meet in the hotel to represent them, that is a no-no. Any decision has to be taken on the ground through a referendum. Britain did not get out of exit by using sending few people to go and sit somewhere and negotiate their fate. That is democracy, a representative democracy. We have learned so much from La République by doing things by the bullet and through corrupt means, that we will select a few to go and speak for the majority, and that few do not even get the mandate of those they claim to meet. Understand that Swiss, they speak French, and they are closer the French. No European will do anything in your interest if they don't get 10,000 benefit from us. Have we learned? I will just end there.
Thank you, Papu. We are with you on that. Representative democracy.
I understand that Dr. Atan is in the house. Could we have him say a word, please?
Yes, if he wants to say a word. Dr. Atan, we don't want to put him in the spot if he just going to attend or if he wants to say something. I don't think.
Yeah, I think we let us just proceed whenever he wants to. He can join in. So
yes. I don't want to put him. Maybe he just going to attend. I don't know. Rather than putting him in the spot. Yes.
I last saw a question about the bond market. If somebody was going to the open market, if a country was going to the market to borrow, it means that they don't have the other better interest resources, better lending terms at their disposal. There are some institutions that will not allow you to borrow money for certain things. And so if you want to discuss with the IMF, you can go ahead and borrow money for those things that are not allowed by some institutions. But when you see what is actually happening in Cameroon right now, given the fact that Cameroon is actually in a state of war, any borrowing that actually takes place during a war is a bad signal to a lender. If you're borrowing money when you are fighting a war and you're a highly indebted country, you're sending a very, very bad credit signal to the borrower. So those kinds of bonds tend to really become junk bonds. they tend to have nothing in them at the end, because you never know how long you will fight the war, you never know how things will turn out. So for two reasons, I would say that the fact that La République du Cameroon is going out now at this time to borrow, given that it is the intention is said it is borrowing to pay for something that is due in 2025, it's a bad sign to anybody who is out there and you're an investor. You want to buy junk bonds, then go to the second, and I think really critical thing for us, who are now beginning to talk about negotiation, is that the issue of the debt of Cameroon is certainly going to come up when we do negotiate, because we are actually negotiating a bifurcation of assets. We are not negotiating a union. We are not going to La République du Cameroon to start saying that we will negotiate how the federal system will be structured, how we will fix our economy that is one. We are not looking at it. We are actually looking at how we separate our territory, our assets, and our people, and how we what kind of relationship we will have in the future as two separate countries. And the issue of the assets from since the reunification today, which is going to come up, and how the government, the regime of Biya and Abidjo have managed the debt and the resources and the budget and all of those asset-related matters is really going to heavily weigh on the negotiation. So when we talk about the free talks and whether they are talks and they are non-talks, or whether the negotiations are going to go on and how they look, the fear is that the real terms of all of these loans, bilateral loans and whatever, is going to come to the table. Because we have to take a critical eye on what they are going to be asking us to take. The case of South Sudan and Sudan is going to be something that we watch. That's something.
Thank you. I think Dr. Atan is ready to talk.
Yes, before we go, let me just take, I don't think, since Shufai posted this a while back, let me just read the message from Shufai, and then we can also comment on it as we go along, please. And this is from Shufai, who for obvious reasons might not be able to speak. So according to IMF country report number 20294, La République requested $825 million from the IMF as part of its COVID assistance package. That was to carry them through a very tough economic situation due to the war in southern Cameroon. $226 million was granted on May 4th, and an additional $156 million on October 21st. I believe this was 2020. Due to serious embezzlement issue arising from the recent request by an IMF for an audit, the IMF is likely to freeze the credit lines and notify other international creditors. How likely is it that this bond issue is intended to cover the likely shortfall from the IMF, and how do we sensitize Ambazonians to increase the pressure on international institutions to abandon La République? Right. So let us go to Dr. Atan. After his comment, we will also take Shufai's question also. So it gives us a second or two to think about it.
Okay. Dr. Atan, you can go ahead. Just unmute yourself.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk.
You're welcome.
First of all, I want to let you know that I'm not representing any group here. I'm here on my own as an Ambazonian to listen to the moves that are being taken to redeem our country. I'm not representing any group. And I'm here to learn and to see how we can go forward to make sure that we have our dreams come true. What I've listened to so far is very impressive. I mean, thank you for those points that you raised. and with Fru Kimbeng made some very strong points, which I think I go along with. And I'm not here to defend the Swiss talk or not to defend it, but I'm here as an Amazonian to show my solidarity that we are for the total independence of the Southern Cameroons. So what we can do is we may invite the group to come, the ACT group, which I belong to attend this meeting and give an explanation. Then they would be talking from some documented facts of previous knowledge of what they've done and what they intend to do. But I have not been commissioned by them to say anything, so I would not say anything. I'm listening here and I'm learning. That's the learning process. I've been in this representing the Southern Cameroons Restoration Movement. As some of you know, it was Cameroon Anglophone Movement, which gave birth to the All Anglophone Conference 1 and 2, and birth to the Southern Cameroons National Council. So I am playing that watchdog role of seeing that things go in order. If not, we will shout out and put things in order. So I'm listening. I just want to let you know that I'm not here to represent SCAM or ACT, but as a Southern Cameroonian looking for ways and means of redeeming this country from the barbarism currently going on. And I would like to seize this opportunity before I end up my 2 minutes to sincerely thank the restoration forces for what they are doing. The recent actions in the field, I think, would make Paul Biya rush to go and get more loans. And with this war on the agenda, I don't think he'll be able to get any help through, and that would be a logical end for us to emancipate ourselves. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll leave it here. And if there's any specific question, I will try to answer, but I'm not representing any group in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Atang, and thank you for taking the time to be with us. I think you're a household name in Southern Cameroons and much respected, not just known. The town hall is a platform for all Southern Cameroonians. We don't shut the doors. We are open to debates. If it's okay with you, we are happy to reach out to you behind the scenes and have the act. They have the right to come to talk to other Southern Cameroonians. Like Mr. Kimber said, we are seeking representative democracy. So let them come and we'll be happy to have them and have the debate and let them tell Southern Cameroonians why they think it is a goal, and let us on the merits and the demerits of each side, let the people make an informed decision. And yes, so if that's okay with you, Doctor, we would like to reach out to you behind the scenes.
Okay, yes, let's discuss this, but I'm prepared to invite them on your behalf to attend this meeting.
Yes.
And then I come next time, I'll bring the results to you. But let's talk behind the scenes and see what we can do.
Okay.
Arrange this.
Yeah, thank you for that permission. I'm happy that it's happening openly, and all Southern Cameroonians, those watching SCDC everywhere, are having their input. Thank you. Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So, Dr. Edmond Lee, he had his hand up. I don't see him. So let's go to Patsy. Maybe we lost Edmond. We'll come back when he comes back. Patsy, go ahead.
Thank you very much again.
Let me mute everybody. Then you unmute yourself, Patsy. Somebody has a vuvuzela in the background. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Patsy.
Okay, it's good, huh? It's good?
Yes.
Okay. I really appreciate and I want to thank everybody again once more. And this is very, very interesting and I enjoy what is going on. I've been participating in this program not the first time. But there's one thing I always like to highlight. It's just a small, brief history. Before, the first Swiss talk came with a lot of killings on ground zero. The second Swiss talk is shadowing. They are writing letters and sending information to key people. We should watch out. I want to thank Dr. Fontaine for being so hard and very strict and very straightforward and say it as it is. There is a group in this revolution that is member of the ARC or something like that. I don't think they even have the mandate to negotiate for South Cameroon. If they know they have people who are sending letters to kill boys on the ground who are making them, is the reason that they are even talking about negotiation. Without that, there is nothing happening. Please, they should desist from that issue of killing people. They should invest, train soldiers, they fight. We can still win this war directly. So that is just what I want to add. But I want to really thank Dr. Fontaine for what he said in the first time. I really enjoy it, and I'm very happy to see him talk like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patsy. Thank you. Prophet, we have two more hands up, but both of you are hosting this segment, so always feel free to interject when you want to. Let's take BB.
Then we will go to
2-5. Then we'll go to 2-5's post. Okay, BB and then Bomboy. Then we'll go to 2-5's post. BB, go ahead and mute yourself.
Yes, hi. As Dr. Herman said earlier, La République tried to get a Eurobond. That was, I think, in 2015. And actually, it was not as successful as they were expecting. Because they were trying to get like $1.5 billion, but they end up only with $750 million. Okay? And for this new Eurobond that they are trying to raise, a lot of analysts are very skeptical, right? And we all know why. You know, the embezzlement of money, the mismanagement, etc., and more important, all what's happening in Amazonia, right? So, and the good thing also is that it looks like La République is acknowledging the fact that it's not going to be easy for them, and that's why they actually hire this time a legal advisor company. I think it's a law firm based in the U.S. called White & Case, and they also hire a financial advisor company, which is in fact the Rothschild Bank, right? And what the Rothschild Bank is doing, they are bringing in the picture investment banks, right? 3 of them. In fact, to actually act as a facilitator. They will do the roadshow on behalf of La République, and they will try to target other financial institutes in the U.S. who can actually help La République to raise that fund. We have the name of all those banks. So we have Citigroup, it's JP Morgan, and it's the French bank called La Société Générale. Okay. They are all based in the US, and I think that what we can do is that we can take that opportunity to start a kind of awareness campaign, you know, and let them know that you know they are helping a country that is committing a genocide, right? And we also know that you know, large banks, especially like Citi or even JP Morgan, they're very cautious about their public image. And so I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to use that, you know, to actually even let the world in the US know about what's happening in Amazonia, and you know, try to again, shame them and contribute, to make it fair, right? So that's the only thing that I want to share here. I think we have a good opportunity here, and I can send the link to Dr. Haman, because we have the name of all the people who are involved for all those companies. We have the names, we have what they will do, etc. And I think that for me, we should take that opportunity to create a campaign around that.
Okay, Bibi, thank you. Please send that link to Dr. Professor Herman. We are going to start a campaign, not just on Twitter. We want to write letters to these organizations and send the facts to them, and find out when they are having their annual shareholders meetings, which are usually open, go in there and post these things on their social media platforms about what the companies are doing. So please share that information with Professor Herman. If you have his contact, I believe you do.
Ato, I think it's at this point that we can actually respond to Shufai's questions, because your last statement is really responding to the second part of Shufai's question. The first one is something that I think Herman has actually alluded to, and our last speaker, Bibi, also said, if it was so difficult for Cameroon to achieve the original goal of its first bond issue, and the situation has definitely gotten worse, if we put pressure, it's very difficult that they will attain the objective of this one too. I mean, it's very clear the creditworthiness of the country is not improving. In fact, it's actually gotten to the worst it's ever been at this point. That's my response.
And this really plays to most of the people on the Zoom call, and not all, but a few who are in the US. We can discuss the reasons why most of the placement is being attempted in the US, not in Europe. But for one, Cameroon is pretty well known in Europe, so they are not going to be successful in Europe. And they are hoping to, I'm going to assume they are hoping to play on the lack of knowledge of Cameroon in particular, and just ride the African reputation. And by the way, many African countries have been doing well with placement of bonds, and have been doing really well. So I think they are hoping to just ride through that wave. But that places the burden on us, those in the US, to actually do something. And this is one of those things where you can act, and you're dealing with actors that are very sensitive about their reputation. When we're talking about JP Morgan, Citigroup, these are the people who are going to be essentially bringing in the institutional investors who are going to buy these bonds. And if you can stop them, and we have to think about ways in which we do, then there really isn't going to be any money. And if there is no money, we can think about all the implications for that, right? And but none of the implications are bad for us.
Prof. Herman, I want to apologize to Bomboy and Jojo and Dr. Fontaine. If you want to answer Shufai's question, our valiant farmers are coming up at the top of the hour. Some of them are already in-house. If you want to answer Shufai, because we have to go to them at 3 for security reasons, then they have to leave us early.
Yes. So I think we've already responded to Shufai. Honestly, the action that we must take to stop the successful issue of the bonds and buyers of those bonds in the US, I think we've done that. And that action will then basically bear on the success of the bond issue. So I think Herman has actually responded to me, but I was just, unless Herman wants to say something.
Yes, and I want to add something that Shufai's analysis is accurate. I mean, there is no question that I mean, how people could make that amount of money disappear. I mean, the amount of IMF money for COVID relief that disappeared is amazing. In such a short amount, such a short amount of time, we're talking close to $400 million that has disappeared. Let's see what the IMF audit turns up. I think the audit is coming soon. I'm not sure when exactly, but I think it's the next month or so. And I know my understanding is people are scrambling all over looking for how to cover what to cover. But that would be news that we're watching. And yes, there's no question that I think some proceeds of this loan might be used to cover some of the holes where the money disappeared. But it is amazing. And let me not take too much time. Let us rather go to, since we have quite a few hands up, I recommend we just have everybody talk rapidly rather than myself.
No. It's 5 minutes to. It's 5 minutes. We cannot keep our guys. Okay, let us just take Bomboy and then we turn over to our guys. And I'm requesting the others to just hold their hands so we finish with important matters on the ground and this murder for hire. And then when our guys on the ground, our fighters, we can now come back to this discussion for their own security.
Before you take the others, let me just say, from a development perspective, no multilateral, no good lender will give you money to fund a war. The World Bank will never do it. The African Development Bank will never do it. Maybe bilaterals can do it if you can negotiate with them, but the two sources of good, reputable money for development cannot come from you. So that is one area that you can trust and be sure that Cameroon will never get money to fund our war.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's just, I think the AMF in-house. What we want to discuss on this part is going to be a two-part issue. One is the ongoing criminality, what they are doing to fight crime, and what they are doing to fight kidnapping. And the second part, which I think Southern Cameroonians, let me turn on my camera, sorry. The second part, which Southern Cameroonians have to be very, very concerned about, which Taxi has spoken about, Pacho has spoken about, is this issue that people are sitting in the diaspora giving a dog a bad name, thinking that by calling somebody a kidnapper without evidence, without proof, without any shred, of anything, thinking that by calling them kidnappers and going on social media and screaming it and doubling down on it, that will make them bad, and that gives you the right to sit in the diaspora and hire people to go murder them. We have to address that as Southern Cameroonians. We are not going to be like Eritrea, which we saw a document circulate last week where an Eritrean said he fought for independence and he's still waiting for freedom. Independence does not mean freedom. Freedom includes independence, not the other way around. We are fighting for our freedom. We are not going to, as Southern Cameroonians, be quiet to tyranny. So before I welcome the IMF, the AMF, let me just play a short video of what they are doing to fight crime. I know many of us have seen this, but I just want to use it as an intro to welcome them and we'll give them the floor. We'll talk about the crime, the kidnapping, what they're doing, and then we'll come to this issue of people asking for our people.
Okay, now the condition the cash in this say that it ambarem. Now look the gun fine. Walk you see and assume take this. Continue your own fix and a fix. I eat this one. I look and fine. I was say this way don't fix. But the AKDs where they use them for night, for take money for people say they be in a hamburger where they no be. They are friend them, what their name them? All their name them. Then you say the other name that name now which is Planet. Okay, their working name now Planet. And then the one your own name says what they call you. Planet. Okay, the Planet they will don't cash in that amber. It is safe outside. Which place of Cow Street? You are who? Are you one? They are friend they sleep outside. They go they rent their own house. Okay, they work at Transact for night. This thing what they see and they do they run away of this one.
Okay. I just wanted to I'm not going to exhaust it. I just wanted to thank on behalf of Southern Cameroonians, the AMF and the good job they are doing, and all the other all our other soldiers, irrespective of what battalion or what camp they are representing. That we are very grateful to them, and we stand by them and we support them. So if the AMF is in-house, we'll take over. Hello? I hope we didn't lose them. AMF, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone, and anywhere we find ourselves, we are there, supreme. I think the other people will be joining as we go ahead, but we will just go straight to what we have. Like you said, we have two things to talk about. The first being the cases we have on ground as far as kidnapping is concerned, and then we equally have the issue that concerns our fighters whose names we heard in the course of the week. This issue of kidnaps on the ground, like we said some time ago, we always been struggling to work in synergy with all the fighters from both the northern and the southern zone, put in place a communication whereby we can easily track crimes. It has not been easy to do this because the whole system has been infiltrated by both chiefs, by La République, and by some recalcitrant few. That not said, this video you have portrayed is just one. There are some videos that we didn't send out because if they are out there, immediately after that, La République will run after them. Last week, similarly, we had a situation like this at Wone, along the Kumbaman Road, where these guys go around harassing people. And of course, we have equally put a network in some of these our communities, and we are still on it during the mobilization to make sure if a situation like this comes in a community, they could always call, and then we know who to contact to send to that particular scene at that time to fight the situation. So basically, we are doing that, and we are interconnecting ourselves to fight the kidnaps. It has not been easy because in some cases we have to go extra mile wanting to discover who has done what, and it actually comes out with this kind of results. We continue to do that, and then while my other people will come and talk, I think I'll talk just one. That is what we have put in place in terms of kidnap. On the side of the lives of our fighters, when you ask a question whether anybody wanted to comment in the last topic, whether switched or what, I did not want to comment because I knew I'll have a time to talk. The reality is that people, nobody, be it who on this planet Earth, should ever think that there will be a day somebody will put on a suit and then there is a leader, somebody who did not show the leadership skills in the course of the war and the bloodshed. We have seen a situation where people sit in the diaspora and then they do offices and already they are cabinet members, but that is no problem. Recently we heard what our comrade Bishop John said, and I would like to respond to that very, very blatantly.
let me trace it back to 2018. This is not new. I could not sleep when I heard the names of fighters being called again by the same person. And then I asked myself, who are some of us actually fighting for? Dear people, in 2018, these people came up with an ideology that we the fighters will have to write our names and submit in the name of wanting to get a censor. These names were sent to them directly under tight security, but let me disclose it in this house today. I don't know what they did. All these names went direct to La Republique du Cameroon. It all started, before we know it, fighters are arrested. When this war started, we had a free movement. A fighter could leave Mampe, travel on the road, and we remained there.
We may have lost. Okay. Supreme, go ahead. I thought we lost you.
Okay, thank you. We operated like that, and it was smooth. Not until they started taking us out of buses on the way. I cannot tell people how many soldiers were caught at Moyoka. I cannot tell you people how many soldiers were caught at Nguti because of this identification. They already had names, and they said, give your real names. That is how the names went. Okay, to be very honest, in this house, some of these names that were written, when some of the fighters who were arrested and taken to Yaoundé said and all whatnot, Colonel Bankwi had to call these names and then disclose some of these issues. How did the list that we sent to these people get to this level? 2018 still, I was one of the persons, I was sent to Nigeria to go get things to Ganwan. Behold, something that would have taken me 2 weeks, I spent 2 months, and before I could escape from Nigeria, I was already being trapped. And if it comes again at this time that names of fighters to be called, I don't want to give any literal meaning to the word decommission, because nobody commissioned anybody in this war. If somebody leaves the father's house, maybe that's the only child, and says he wants to fight, and then he just say decommission, that you commission who? This is 80. This very 2021 in January, we witnessed a situation where our brothers at our area brothers wanted to pass through I think Bali, and because our brothers from Bali had to allow them stay through their items, it was a whole problem. Why did you leave them to go? You would have killed them. All this. And if Bishop John comes up again with a list right now that some people should be decommissioned, therefore it is a real serious issue. I don't know who, as AMA, we have never had this mind to talk against people. We only talk to fighters so that we see how the fighting goes ahead. But if people take this route, there are many testimonies that if God does not call some of us to glory, then the last days testimonies will be disclosed. I think I can end there. I have my other friends who can continue from there.
Is anybody else from MFN already? I'm trying to find that John Igiawan's... okay, go ahead.
Comrade Addo, I greet everybody.
Welcome.
Okay, so I just wanted to add something so everybody knows. Sometimes a lot of these thieves, these guys, they go out, they kidnap, and they do things. They use the name of a prominent fighter. We've had many cases where they've kidnapped, and I will not call him here, but they've kidnapped in a certain location in the northern zone, and they use one and the same fighter, that name, and that is the same fighter that the AMF actually used to go get some of these guys who've been kidnapping and using their name. So I'm just begging that when you get an information, don't just go on social media and start spreading the news like that. We need to always carry out thorough investigation to make sure that that information is correct. Because most of these guys are smart now. They go around and use other names that they know if you hear it, you will be scared and you give them the money that they are asking for. And also to add to what Supreme just said about Bishop John, this is the reason why we keep insisting that the Ambazonian people should trust the guys on the ground to do what needs to be done, because you in the diaspora, you only get information that someone calls and tells you. Sometimes that information might not be right, and if you quickly take it to social media, you might be misinformed. Many times that even people who report news, prominent people like Mark Barretta, for example, we saw the last one he reported, and said about something about ADF having an attack which was not correct, and he said something again later to counteract that. That's because he gets the information from people who are not actually on the ground right there. So please let us be cautious when we go out to make certain declarations. Thank you.
Thank you, Panther. I was trying to. I'm looking for that John Igiawan's murder for hire video so that those who have not seen it or to refresh, and so that we can appreciate the seriousness of why it is important that we discuss this issue. Prophet Man, if you find the video, please just share it. My archive is so full of things. But what we want to bring to the attention of I'm having some technical issue here. What we want to bring to the attention of our people about this thing. This is not the first time this has been going on, and this is very serious. We have to put an end to it. We cannot be afraid to stand up for the truth. We cannot be afraid to defend ourselves. We cannot be afraid of tyranny. When Oliver Lekeya did what he did in Lebialem by killing chiefs, the community... Yes.
I've sent it to you.
Okay, thank you. The community in Lebialem came to this same town hall to speak to Southern Cameroonians about that situation. We may not be able to do something now, but we took a position and we condemned it. When John Igiawan comes up and calls for the killing of our fighters, we have to stand up and take a position and condemn it. Let me see if I can share that here. So anyway, I'll play it later. I don't want to distract myself with this. So the town hall again is going to be that platform where Southern Cameroonians have to come together and take a position. We have to take a resolution. What John Igiawan did, if we don't stop it now, will not stop when we get to Boya. They will continue killing people they don't agree with. John Igiawan is in the United States of America. His declaration is criminally called murder for hire. It is a first-degree felony. This town hall is going to bring this matter to the attention of the American authorities. We need Southern Cameroonians to support this effort. We need the name and address of John Igiawan. This issue has already been raised with the authorities. We have to bring it to the attention of the district attorney's office where John Igiawan lives. This will be reported to the Attorney General of his state. This matter has been reported to the FBI. On their recommendations, the matter will be taken up with the counter-terrorism unit of the Homeland Security Department. We are sending a very clear message to other Southern Cameroonians who have gone on social media and called for the killing of Southern Cameroonians. It doesn't matter who you are. Chris Anu has done it. Daniel Capo has done it. We will not stand quiet for it anymore. We need John Idiawang's name. We need his address and any personal information you have about him, his status, his family, whatever he does. We need it to submit it to the US authorities. They have requested it. If we do not put a stop to this in the name that the Southern Cameroonians is going to affect us, is going to do this struggle, we just had an attorney who has given us very solid legal arguments. There is no contest about why we are fighting and what we are fighting for. And some of us, like Mr. Abdul Karim said, if you are not ready to go to jail, if you are not ready to die, then you are not ready to free Southern Cameroons. So, on the merits of the fight, yes, we want to go to jail if that's what it's going to take. But for somebody to sit in the United States, call names, and say that they would reward the people who would kill is murder for hire. It is terrorism. So anybody who has done Idiawang's name, his address, information about him, please reach out to the Secretariat of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall. So that we can give this information to the appropriate authorities. Let an example be set. And let this nonsense end. Again, the district attorney's office of the area where John Idiawang lives will be informed. The Attorney General's office of the state will be informed. The FBI has been informed. And Homeland Security Department of Counterterrorism will be informed. I think that is as much as we can tell you now. So if the AMF is in-house and want to go back and continue saying what they have to say, you're welcome. If we can get this information within 72 hours, we will appreciate it so that we can follow up on what we have to do.
Yes, Comrade Otto.
Yeah.
I think just like a follow-up to what I just heard people talking about debts and borrow, it's already clear that within the past few weeks, we have actually seen the strategy at which we have used against La Republique, and it is already working out perfect. So what we will just plead is that people should always do their best. I am just happy with the declarations you made because it gives fighters the courage. This kind of attitude that Bishop John did discourages fighters. There is one that I didn't even say. There is a whole camp that is in Gangwan right now. A whole camp that is in Gangwan right now. These guys, during October celebrations last year, they had to promise them heaven and hell, everything heaven. And then at the end of the day, when the situation turned out against these guys for what the guys did on the top, they fell out with their community it became an inter-village war. These guys are now stranded in Gangwan. When the guys got to Gangwan, they rented them a room for a two-room there in Gangwan. Paid for I think 1 or 2 months and abandoned them. That is what is going on. And I don't think this is something anybody will want to hear. Some of these things that we let that maybe at the end when it's appropriate we have to talk about them. It's unfortunate it has to be coming out because I ask myself a question again. Who are people fighting for? So the strategy is on. We shall do everything possible to frustrate the money borrowing of La République, the money borrowing tenants of La République, because there is nothing they will do as much as decided to engage them. The war has actually changed hands. All we do is just to pray to God.
All right, let me play this so that people know exactly what we are talking about. This is John Giawa. Thank you. Since Yawan has money to pay reward, you probably have money to pay for lawyers. We have to end this nonsense.
Definitely.
So please, we need every information anybody knows about Johnny Yawan. Phone number, address, status, family, everything. And let us give it to the authorities. Let him go and explain to them what he means by decommissioning and saying that they will be rewarded handsomely. Enough is enough. So I thank our fighters and I thank you, Supreme. Let the guys be, let them not give up because of this nonsense. We are going to do everything we can to defend them and take care of these true ones who think that they can sit in the diaspora, in the safety of their homes, and other people to be killed on ground zero when they themselves will leave and go and fight there and face the bullets. Enough is enough. The poor Nilongs who are going out and saying nonsense and doubling down on this, and Yawan thinks that because he's in America he's free, he's going to answer to the American authorities what he means. Please, as soon as anybody can send this information to anybody in the Secretariat, please release this information so we can give them everything they need. Let them open this case. I thank everybody. If AMS is still there and have something to add on this for today, you're welcome.
Mr. Arthur, please, I'd like to come in for AMS, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, if AMF is in the house, we thank you for all the work that you're doing. We'll still plead that to help us document our fallen heroes. Our people are falling, and we are not really getting the information that we need, to document them at this point. So we're pleading for AMF to talk with other generals all across the country so that we can document all our fallen heroes as they fall. Thank you, Mr. Arthur.
Okay. Somebody was also going to say something. I thought I heard a lady's voice coming up. Increase your volume. Turn on.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, much better.
To add to what Egewan just publicized, I want all our RFs to be very, very conscious when working with that group, because what they do, they would, like the brothers first said, the comrade first said, they send them to ground one and rent a place and frustrate them. I remember, I think I told some of you, I had to pay these guys monies to go back to ground zero. I had to send them $500 to go back to ground zero and abandon everything that Sarko's people have sent to them, has asked them to buy. What they do, they send you to buy material, and then before you reach your base, you are intercepted and arrested by La République. Or the moment you get into your base, they actually are tracking your phone number. Just know that. They give your number to La République to track you. This group from wherever, I'm not going to give the name, they have never been visited by La République until after October 1st, 2020, when they got uniforms from Sarko. From nowhere, La République attacked their camps and they are scattered now. So, and what we should take into look at things critically. Why is it that ever since after October 1st, the time that Sarko spent money, bought like 3,000 pieces of uniforms, every time our farmers are arrested or picked up, you only see Sarko's uniform. Even the one who was in his house sleeping and they catch him, they kill him, they dress him in Sarko's uniform. I don't know if we are watching, we are paying attention to this thing. So we have to be careful. They are not there for us. They are there to aid and abet La République. I mean, that Sarko team, I'm sorry they said we should not call. I will call because I'm confident. Every time in ground one, they keep catching Sarko's team and ADF. Every time as we speak, ADF is in Calabar now. They caught 3 of their guys. Every time they keep catching Sarko's people who go to ground one, or they take their stuff, they put in the vehicle, they will come and remove that vehicle, they will stop that particular vehicle, go straight for what they are looking for, because they have already tipped La République what these people have come to buy.
The moderator.
I rest. Thank you.
Okay, just one second, Pafu. These guys have been working very hard, and we need to support them. When they move from place to place, they are fighting, and yet they have to come back in the community to deal with bandits who claim they are Amber boys who are kidnapping, who are taking ransom. They need help, they need support. That's the only reason why the town hall does everything to support them. We are not asking for any money to be sent to us. We are asking thousands of Cameroonians for goodwill to help this. AMF is not one group, it is an umbrella organization of many groups. Those who have decided to fight for the flag and for the country, not for bubbleheads in the diaspora. There's no better way I can describe it. So their number is on the screen. If you want to help them, if you can, it's free will. It is not for a draft or for whatever they call it. It is for liberation of the homeland, of our homeland. These are the people. When the Swiss are coming to talk about we should go and talk and whatever, or Biya is looking for money, it is these guys who are forcing the situation. If our guys are not doing what they are doing, this fight is over and we'll be slaves forever. So anybody who wants to support them, please, they come to the town hall, they give accounts, they give reports, and we are seeing what has happened or what is happening in the last 2 months. We are losing less of our boys in combat, and the Republic is losing more of their soldiers trying to run around our territory. So let's support them as best we can and let them be doing what they have to do, and also stop this nonsense in the diaspora of John Biawam saying that they should be decommissioned, taken out, and they will be rewarded handsomely. He would have to explain himself. Yes, go ahead.
Please, the last speaker, we should not use this town hall to be calling names. We are all Amazonians. For every discourse, for every story, there are 2 points. I cannot sit here and definitely say that I know what this person is doing. I think that last speaker is speaking inflammatory language that we should not tolerate on this forum. We debate issue. I can disagree with you, but I will fight for you to make your point. I would not sit here and listen to someone come and call another Amazonian and label that Amazonian here because we claim that you have information. We should desist from that language. We are matured enough. We are not La Republique. By our nature, we debate and resolve issues by the ballot and not by the bullet.
Thank you. So, if there is nothing else on this issue, then we are going to go back to our previous discussions, and I want to thank those 7.
Can I say something on this issue before we continue?
Okay. Mana, go ahead.
I think the last speaker maybe misunderstood what my sister was trying to say. He just needed to call that name because this permanent. We have a lot of cases. Just 2 days ago, another case happened in in Calabar, where boys came, and they were connected to Ayaba, and they were caught by the police. Most often, such things, it is something we have been observing. It's not pointing fingers. I mean, we are at war, and some of these dangerous things, when things keep on happening, that can affect the lives of people, it's good to raise eyebrows than to say, okay, let's be civil, and then it happens and it happens and it happens again. It has happened so often.
You are, for every 2 sides, you are talking.
Okay. We don't know the other side, but we have to just give these facts as they are, that these boys that are being caught there are related to this particular group, and it has raised eyebrows. We don't know, we cannot say 100% they are responsible, but this is a fact. So maybe you have another side of the story, and if you want to tell it, you can come to town.
I just need negativity. We fight a clean war. Let us educate our people as to how to talk in public. I mean, I've listened to non-Amazonian, they listen to our language. We destroy our cause by all this inflammatory language that cannot invite non-Amazonian in our discussion. We talk very much to ourselves. This trash language doesn't help us. We can get a trash language and use it to inspire people, to educate people. That's education, and that's common sense. That's the kind of discussion that I wonder if this town hall should we encourage our people to reach out of our comfort zone and talk to non-Amazonian. We sit there and talk to ourselves, and that's the language that I would sit there and listen. I don't subscribe to anyone, but I encourage
The town hall is open to everybody to come and defend himself.
Okay. Brother, you just said what you had to say. If that kid, those our comrades who were stranded in Ground 1 did not talk of Egiewang, I would not have said Sako. If the bus that left a cock going towards Manfe and those items were removed and directly linked to Egiewang them and Sako, I would not have called their names. If this guy's camp was not destroyed because they started talking to Sako, I would not have called their names. So thank you. I'm not speaking out of faint lips. I'm speaking facts. Thank you. I'm not destroying them, but our fighters need to know who they work with. Okay. That's education too.
All right. I think things about our fighters, let us not have this kind of debate about it. We are not depriving anybody of their opinion, but concerning our fighters. Let us. Yes, I mean we have invited them. They do not even acknowledge the invitation, but we have the electronic proof that we sent invitations to them more on one occasion. So they are welcome. We want everybody to express themselves and it's not a part of law, but let inform Southern Cameroonians of what's going on. But the one about Yawang, he put out the statement, it's his voice, it is criminal, it is murder for hire, it has been taken to the appropriate authorities, he is in the United States. Let the US government let them do what they have to do. We have to defend. That is crossing the line. We cannot continue to be quiet.
Mr. Moderator,
I think the next hand up is Jojo. You're next. You want to talk about this?
Mr. Moderator was supposed to be next.
Oh, okay. Wait, no, Bombo. I see Jojo, I see Jonathan, I see Patsy, then I see you, Bombo.
Okay, that's fine. Then go ahead.
Okay. Jojo, go ahead.
Yeah, anyway, my hand was up for the previous thing that I can still comment on this.
Let us stay on this topic.
Let me comment on this. No, we have to take this thing very seriously because people have been dying as a result of this type of thing. This is how it all started. When it started way back in 2018, and some of us cried foul, nobody said anything. When Chris Arno started banning people, it started like this. So you should take it very seriously, and people should not come here to be defending and saying that we are all one. No, you cannot say we are all one when you are asking others to kill their brothers. If you are asking someone to kill his brother, then we are not one. So we shouldn't use that one to cajole people, to stop people from saying what is wrong, from condemning something which is wrong. Please, if something is wrong, we need to condemn it and discourage it. If you want to prove that we are one, then don't ask people, fighters, to kill each other. If they have a problem, let them encourage them to solve whatever problem that they have.
Thank you, Jojo. Jonathan Abom, you're next now. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to come.
You're welcome.
Well, when I listened to Comrade Kumazan, I thought that we are fighting as one. We have a common enemy. We might have a fight amongst us, but I think we should resolve that fight behind the scene. Or when we come out in public and portray an image of division, it appears as if we are good. They look at us as people who are not civilized enough to govern themselves. I listened to the audio that John Edwin produced, and the audio in my mind, John used the terminologies that are used in the military, at least in the U.S. military. You can look up what a decommissioned officer is in the U.S. military or a commissioned officer is. You understand what John was saying. I'm not a spokesperson for John, never met him. I just want us to understand that when you take something, you want everyone in it, because they say there's a word that don't write a check, no crash. When you take something to a prosecutor, you have to prove that crime has been committed or there's an intent to commit a crime. And listening to that audio, there is no actual intention of committing any crime, in my opinion. I don't think so, but I leave it up to people to conclude. Anybody has their own way of concluding things, but I think decommission and commission is used in the U.S. military, and Wu John was one part of it. And when I talked to somebody a few days ago, I don't think John Edward lives in the U.S. as some of you guys seem to say it right now. I don't think John Edward is in the U.S. I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not sure. But so you guys, we're going to abandon the enemy and go on a wild goose chase, and we have wasted our resources and time for nothing. Let's look critically and listen critically, because when you play it to a prosecutor, they're going to listen to what the words that were being used. And what he said, I think he's saying that these are people who are destroying the revolution through kidnapping. So we should listen clearly, because the way we take things is not the same way a white person will take the thing. It's not the same way somebody from, let's say, somebody in America will listen to it and enjoy the same conclusion. So we should act wisely. My advice is that we should fight the common enemy, not fight ourselves.
Point of order.
Thank you. What's your point of order?
Point of order. The last speaker is trying to defend something here. If somebody comes out and say people are killing people, first of all, you are trying to label the person, you are trying to give the person a bad name. Then when you talk about the commission, you talk about take somebody aside and may take him away. It's just the same as they came up last time and said neutralize. So we should stop beating about the bush. And if we want to solve things behind the scene, and people are not cooperating to solve this thing behind the scene, we need to bring it in public. We are not exposing ourselves. We are demonstrating to the international community that we are not going to tolerate terrorists in our midst.
Yes, sir.
You call me a bad message, the commission is not held, and you are saying that person should be killed. And there is a reward for that. You don't decommission somebody, then you give a reward for the person you are asking to decommission. So we should stop playing with words here.
Commission means you put somebody in a position of authority.
If you don't decommission somebody, then reward the person. You don't ask me to go and decommission somebody, then you reward me. And then after that, he used take him away.
Take them out. If you see them anywhere, take them out. To say that.
He gave the person a bad name before coming up with that. He was just trying to be smart, and you are buying into that. We're not here to buy into such things. We know him, we know his track record. That's not the first time he's doing this.
Okay. Let's move on. Let him. He would have to explain himself. If he says that there are kidnappers, 6 of them, then let him bring the evidence. Let him bring what he knows about the victims. If he has the recordings, the proof that these 6 guys are kidnappers. That there's nothing wrong. He just has to exonerate himself. If somebody makes an allegation against me and takes it to the authorities, obviously they're going to investigate. They're going to call me. I would answer questions. If they find that I didn't do anything wrong, they will let me go. But everybody has a right to their perception, and if you feel threatened, you call the authorities. I feel threatened by my neighbor. He's always doing this. If they come and investigate and they don't see anything wrong, they will just close the case. We think by our own estimation that there is a coded language, and so we are taking it seriously. We think it is an act of terrorism. It is a murder for hire. So that's why we are doing it. If they find that it's just words, the commission means appointing and firing somebody or taking somebody out means anything, and then give a reward for the commissioning an officer. Let him explain himself, but we're not going to feel threatened, especially in the West, and then be quiet about it.
Mr. Moderator, if I may say something.
Can you make it brief, because we have 2 hands up. We have Patsy and Bombo. Okay, let's take Patsy and Bongo, then we'll come to you, Dr. Fontaine. Patsy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I've been coming up several times, but there are a lot of things that are not very. We don't want to understand simple things. We are the one making use of this one, dragging and getting long for no reason. Somebody said decommission. The simplest person, decommission means take something away. It's not take something and keep. Go to a dictionary, whether it's newspaper or whatsoever. Anyway, that is not the case. I want us to have this sense of objectivity, truth, call a state a state. If John Egewan said they should decommission, we say God John Egewan. Stop covering things. That is why we are here, we are fighting. We are fighting because there are a lot of things we think we can solve behind. We don't bring in the public. At the end of the day, it becomes a Swiss deal. So please, we should start to learn how to be very, very clear in our thinking. If something is wrong, don't favor somebody because he's from this group, he's my brother. Leave all those things. People are dying down there. We are abroad. We are covered by many situations, law, everything. We are covered. Those guys are down there. Maybe you've not lost your brother or your sister. That's why you are talking like you are talking very freely. If I give one case, Driscoll, who was in prison in England, is my elder brother, Driscoll, because of this same revolution. He's a professor at the university. He was in prison in England for 2 years. He's just released. If you know that name, it was a case about this same revolution. Still, he was there with the IG Sako and so on. He was in prison in London, university lecturer. So some of you are just talking because you want to talk, or you are just excited. You are just excited. This thing is very simple. You want to win this thing, stop favoring people, stop having sentiment, don't go to right or wrong, let's do the right thing. That guy has said they should kill people. That is what we know. If there's a punishment for that, we should follow it. The IG of Sako is killing a lot. They have been killing. We should be honest and follow it. I don't know why people even follow those idiots. Because Sako yesterday could not make even a simple speech. He's making gossips. Let's be reasonable. We are too big to follow these idiots, to be honest. I'm sorry to insult them, but that's the truth. So I rest my case.
Thank you, Paxi. Yeah, let us just be civil in our language.
I apologize, I'm sorry, but sometimes when I see somebody defending somebody, say go and kill because he feels he knows words. What words do you know? Stop all those things. We are not in Cameroon, we are not in Cartier, we are in Europe.
Thank you. Bombard.
Yes, comrade. I find it very, very, very difficult to understand when we begin to justify things that don't sound right in our ears. It's just so disheartening, to say the least. When you look at these 6 names, who commissioned them? If this message is coming from a leading position, why are you not decommissioning them yourself? Who are you rewarding in that decommission? That's why I also find it so disturbing when people say Dr. Fontaine is angry. I will tell you right now, he is not angry enough. He is simply not angry enough for saying the truth. And I would not like the Tank Hall to just sit here and say, this is Tank Hall for Southern Cameroonians. So what? When are we going to be disciplined to also show the outside world that we can lead ourselves with a lot of discipline? And we discipline people accordingly. I'm still to hear that this Tank Hall has excluded anybody to come and explain his or herself. I don't know if those who have come through this Tank Hall by invitation or by request are smaller than those who don't even acknowledge the invitation here. If you are so big and so talented to lead Southern Cameroonians to the Swiss talk, you should be so talented to come here and explain yourself to them and say, look, this is what we have as agenda. And then you get the mandate.
What is it?
If you're so big to decommission people on ground zero, get people arrested in Nigeria, you should be brave enough to come here and say, look, this is what he did, this is what we were planning to do. We thought it was wrong for the revolution and we had to decommission them. Then you get the support from here. I think one of the problems that I found with media is that we always give the platform to the wrong people to justify their wrongdoing.
Very right.
We have to also learn from that. We are not going to wait until we get to Buya before we start doing this thing. We have to do it now. If we can discipline people, we should do it now. Nobody is big enough to override the 8 million Southern Cameroonians. Like the auntie Maggie just said, if we have to sacrifice 4 million to liberate the remaining 4 million, we have to do it with dignity. That takes me to Comrade Abdul Karim, who said, it's either you're going to go to jail or you're going to go to the bush and die. There's no two ways. If you are lucky enough to be in the diaspora, give them the best of support you can give. Honestly, some people are still to lose a finger in this revolution. I'm counting 11 by now. If you sit in my position and see that my mother is free, she cannot live at home, she's living in the bushes, you will not have a second to justify a wrong statement, be it from whoever. So we should be careful. We should guard against this evil before they befall us. We have the tendency from 2016 to say, you know what, it's about Milan, we let him fall. It's about this one, we let him fall. We forget when everyone else falls, it's going to be our turn. Please, the town hall incorporate each and everyone from Southern Cameroon, irrespective of your group. I think those who had the knowledge to structure this town hall were not so dumb. They did it with a good intention. We should use it with good intention. We should grow it with good intention. No bias, no exception, no excuse. If it is wrong, we all join our hand and say it's wrong. Let him come here. Send him an invitation and see if he's going to come here to say, my fellow brother, I was wrong in this statement. This is what I meant. Then we will take him for a leader. Other than that, he deserves the strongest condemnation. English is not our language, but still, he's so smart enough to speak a very good English, but he must understand he's speaking that English to people on ground zero, who right now does not bother about English, it's about homeland. I hear from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very eloquent Bombo. Thank you very much. Somebody had their hand up and then they put it down. So we're not going to overbeat this. Somebody has suggested that the town hall should move a resolution to condemn what John Idiawan said. That is very un-Southern Cameroonian, that is very on what we want. We understand the context, as Jojo said. They have used the word neutralize. He said towards the end, if you see any of them anywhere, take them out. When you say take them out, it means only one thing. We can debate semantics all we want. Like Barrister Martin Thomas said, the law looks at the intent. We know, we understand. We may not be able to prove it, but we understand that language when we're talking about six generals and calling them kidnappers and stuff. The town hall has put out what is it? Yes.
Come and take it. When I finish my this thing, I'm going to continue. I think you have to even stop that thing very soon.
Wait. Let me mute everybody. I hope some hackers have not hacked. Prophet Man, are you there?
Yes, go ahead. I've muted the person.
No, I saw some other things on the screen. Dr. Fontaine, unmute yourself. Dr. Fontaine, unmute yourself.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm sorry, where I am, there was a very short power outage, and so I lost my connection and was out for a few minutes. And I just heard the bomboy say that somebody said I was angry, and I think without him making that statement, I wouldn't have even known that something like that came up. I want to apologize because it is not in my nature to vent, to be angry. It is not in my nature to be angry. But I want to say that if it happened this time, it is because some of us are weary of the manipulations that are going on here in the diaspora and how people pretend, the double standards. It is okay for me not to get angry. It is okay for me to be on exile and suffer. It is okay for me to sacrifice, and in spite of my prayer and in spite of my plea that our people should work together to deliver our country from subjugation and bondage. Let some people continue to use the war as a means to make money, and it is just okay. But I think that if I was angry this maiden time publicly, it was because we do not still seem to see that some people are using our liberation struggle as a means to feed fat and to even inflate their egos. Having said that, the point...
We're not angry enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he said. He meant, Dr. Fontaine, that you were not angry enough. In other words, we should even be more angry than you were. It was,
okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. So what I still think is that in the days ahead, I will be making known my impressions and how I feel and redefine my liberation struggle. Because when we set out on this journey in 2017, we had an objective. Some people have hijacked it and they have taken it in the wrong direction. When we started in 2017, we did not have interest for money, but we have realized that people have used the money that they have collected from this struggle. They have used it to invest, buy Bitcoin, set up businesses and all kinds of things. And they are not returning the proceeds into the liberation struggle. But we have people who come here every day and do their apology and explain why we should not blame them, because they themselves are shareholders in those stocks that have been bought. But I think that talking about the issue of semantics, the moderator just talked about semantics. Unfortunately, for whoever is trying to the use of the word decommissioning is whoever is trying to defend the use of the word decommissioning. One, you did not commission any fighter. You did not commission any fighter. You did not. So you cannot decommission the fighter. And even in forensic linguistics, you will find it clearly. I'm an applied linguist, so I know what I'm talking about. So by the time that somebody uses a euphemism like decommission and is rewarding somebody to go and decommission another person, there's no other way you can interpret it other than physical elimination. That is what it is, and it is, the moderator used the right expression. It is a murder for hire. And so let us also realize that these individuals are only in this business because La République is hiring them to do so. And I'm going to explain, and it's good that we listen for the last time, because this is the umpteenth time I'm talking about these people working for La République. Why are they always eliminating our fighters when we are giving La République a bleeding nose? Why are they always running to Switzerland readily? We are giving La République a bleeding nose, just so that the world can see that La République is trying to solve the problem and then allow the conflict to continue to fester. And they are doing all this for a fee. La République is giving them money. Exactly. Decommissioning of our fighters. And if they don't decommission, they will create an incident where the boys will fight and they will kill some. When they killed the boys in D, and they were asked, what did Sako say? Sako said that they should go and ask the enemy. How can you be telling your people to go and ask the enemy where people you caught are? People you arrested them, and you're telling your own people to go and ask the enemy where you kept them. This is to tell us that we know enough to be fooled by these same people always. In this liberation struggle, the people who have helped to fund the immorality, the killing that is being perpetrated, are some of the women. The women in the IG, Irene Wa is the first. The second is Patience Abiedu. Because for mothers to be in a structure of that sort, and for the amount of bloodshed that we are seeing, those women have their hands stained with blood. At times, when we have a woman in a group, we expect that certain some evil, we will not see a certain kind of evil. But the evil of this magnitude, which is perpetrated even by women, leaves so much to be desired. So I think that, Mr. Moderator, the town hall has a responsibility as the People's Deliberative Assembly to speak out on issues of this nature, to condemn them, and to mobilize Southern Cameroon's opinion against anyone who has elected himself.
Okay, I think we lost him. Samson, before we come to Rabbi, sorry, Samson's hand was up, and we lost his up and down. Let us take him, and then we'll come to you, Rabbi. Samson. Sorry for that. Samson, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I think when I talk, Grandma, I think when I put that record.
Welcome.
About Grandma, I think well, comrade, good evening or good morning, wherever Nabe, you know what they find yourself. I want to go. I'll just go straight to the point. I think say our coach Abu Karim, if you mentioned last time, hall say if you not be ready for go prison or die, means you will not be ready for free Southern Cameroon. I think say now for diaspora, the kind of rich way, we need to take the bull by its horns. Because at this issue with the Canton Hall, they say don't call name, put they do wrong thing for diaspora, the fees and accept heaven. We give to make sure say people make sure say people there with diaspora, whether you be leader or you be activist, diaspora will be a safe haven for you again. I told it because say maybe some people they never get a pace with me to go through. Because all my family for 4 years in the forest, they didn't even go to school. And I lost people. But I see and say, some comrades for diaspora, they should only the big part for both sides, from La Republic, they go money, invest them for that business, then they go again, go to key our brothers, they fight for free homeland. Then when we come for town hall, we just not call their names. No, the time pass. At that reach time for this, we will do diaspora way, we need for drug bottle for leader ahead. We need for host of man, we hand. These are the things we start talking about diaspora, we just will be more angry. Because if we must do all the diaspora, it means that we with diaspora will not be angry enough for which way we have for country to ground zero. I will not be able to free that country. Because if you look the footprint for seeing where Sako take power, he started by killing one of the most toughest fight where they bring this fight for city. Now Godfather, Ashu, with the born robber for Malende. This was the fight that they bring this fight for city. Sako killed that king for Ekata.
Well,
Simoli and the rest and more and more. But we need to condemn this thing seriously. That's my own thing I want to tell you. Yeah. This thing they come to town hall, no one call names, so the fear of people or this will be civil. The Tana rich way, we need to follow these guys and tell them the truth.
No.
Because we're not condemn us, I don't know how we'll move forward.
No. We'll condemn them, but we only condemn the thing the way we get the evidence for condemn. Sometimes we know something and somebody don't do something, but we know one way the town hall being and only say we point fingers and we call names. We don't get the evidence. We get John Idiawa on voice. We have him on recording. We know what he talk. We know what he mean. He don't go on. He support us. Nilong, they don't come double down on what he said. So people they no one come up, people they no one talk because all man fear, all man a political group, all man do this. The town hall will do it. Then they will explain themselves. Again, we use the words, we use the audio, we use the pronouncement, we use our own interpretation of what we talk, which is our right to our opinion. We feel threatened, we feel say it's murder for hire, and The town hall is going to do it. We don't initiate the process, and we don't get some people that will say they will forward the information we will need. Thank you, and we will submit it. And then a message will go out, clean and clear to everybody else, wherever they are. Say we will not tolerate it. So maybe so we condemn them, but there's also liability, defamation. You go condemn somebody, you cannot prove it. You know, so they do one, but if you don't get your evidence, like the kidnapping, you don't tell people, call, give us the name, give us the time, give us if you give money, give us the transaction information. We don't talk to the authorities. They need that information. In other words, if you don't have the evidence to take to them. There are people in the diaspora where they don't collect money. Some people are giving us some information. Suppose they say they live fear. If you live in fear, then no complaint because you don't condemn yourself. The attitude has to be, I don't want this thing happen to me again. Because they don't kidnap them multiple times. As long as you feel say you get somebody in the diaspora or wherever they will keep kidnapping you. So help us, give us the evidence in kidnapping and this nonsense way in Yamwa talk, and we'll take it to the authorities. That's the only way we're going to stop this nonsense. So Rabbi, over to Rabbi and then Celestine. Rabbi, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, once more, good evening, comrades. I just wanted to come back to this problem of words, play on words, which I think Dr. Fontaine rightly explained. The commission has different meanings in different contexts. The commissioning in business is making a factory or an industry, taking that part of factory or in the industry out of functioning. Then in military terms, it can either be referred to a nuclear reactor that you can decommission, that is, make it non-active. In this particular sense, decommissioning in that sense of eliminating our people, our fighters, means to remove them out of action, and that is equal to killing them. There are no two ways. Now, I just want to move a motion that the town hall should issue a very strong-worded disclaimer, as they did to the former case in Ligalen, against this call for decommissioning our fighters without due process. I want to also plead that before we take this action to any court in America, let this disclaimer come out first, because like somebody said, if we just carry this case directly to maybe the Home Office or something, it might expose us again more than maybe resolving what we want to resolve. Let's try to disclaim it internationally by sending out a very powerful worded disclaimer, and then we try to see if it can come up to explain it itself, while we carry out our own, we continue with our studies about what he is claiming. Because if he cannot explain exactly the accusations against these our fighters, then we Amazonians know what to do with him, even now or in the future. So I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. I think I said that earlier. The hope is that after we have this debate, we have this discussion, which is a good thing, we can pass a resolution as Southern Cameroonians, distancing ourselves and condemning in the strongest terms what John Biawam said. And I think you're right. That will bolster any case we want to make with the authorities. That this is not who we are, and this is not what we stand for. And I think it also helps for those who doubt that such a process is tarnishing our image. If we have misalignment in our car, we go and fix the alignment. We don't keep driving the car to say that I have a nice car, it's this, it's that. You have to fix it and realign it. So part of bringing us together is to purge certain behaviors which we know we cannot do behind the scenes. This is not something that you go and sit with John Ijawan and listen to you and it will not happen. Let us be honest to ourselves. So yes, Rabbi, to your point, we are going to take a resolution and we are going to add it to whatever we are filing since they have asked us for certain information. Celestine, you're next, then we'll come back to Paxi. Celestine, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ato.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to reiterate a point that Rabbi just said. It was in line with what he said, because if someone is saying, Comrade John Ijawan is not working with Sako, or he's solely responsible for his words, he is saying what he said because he's a chief of defense, and which means they are solely behind him. If it wasn't the case, it has gone on for more than 24 hours. They were supposed to have come out with a word to say he is not with them. But the couple of them on social media have come to press on that I heard an audio from Neelam Paul that word that their bishop, or they call him what, has said is fact and it must be executed, which means it is not only from him, the John Ijawan, but it's from a team. They sat down and took that decision. So whatever it is, there is a leader of that organization or that group of people, and any leader whose worker or whose subordinate go out and make any proclamation is supposed to be held accountable for their actions and their words. So if we are doing house cleaning, it should be a house cleaning of a team, not an individual. He will be put as the person who made that speech, but under an organization, and they all recognize themselves as belonging to that organization. And if we don't start isolating ourselves from such maltreatment or people who come out and claim and ask people to kill one another and do kidnapping, then we are also tied to that because they are Amazonians or not. So my proposition is this team of people, we have been fighting a lot against kidnapping and all those. If they are coming out to isolate these individuals as the ones causing kidnapping, who are those who ask them to do that kidnapping? They are the ones. And because these boys refuse to come work with them, they isolate them and then try to blackmail them. So who is fooling who? And my statement will stay. It is under a leadership of Sako and his gang. Or else let them come out and give us a disclaimer of what he said. Over.
Thank you, Comrade Celestine. We agree with you and with Rabbi. We are going to move the resolution. And the town hall is a village where it's a deliberative assembly of Southern Cameroonians, which is what would make the authorities know that this is Southern Cameroonians coming together to discuss this. We're going to add the resolution when we submit everything they have asked us to submit. And we are going to start holding Southern Cameroonians in the diaspora. I don't care if they're in Europe or everywhere. We now have the contacts that get the Interpol involved if needs be. It's a very big breakthrough. We're not going to disclose everything, but we would dare any of them after they finish John Ijawan, wherever they are to keep doing what they're doing. We will dare them. Let's
just 1 minute.
Wait, no. I want we have somebody from Ground Zero, Rabbi. Let us hear from him, and then we can come back.
So that she should send a message, a private message. I just sent her a message.
Okay.
Her turn on. She's still there.
Okay, her turn on. Okay. Presido, meet yourself.
My father for town hall, everybody good evening. No, salon, plenty for that side.
Welcome, brother.
I miss the entire town hall crew and the entire Amazonia people for inside town hall for closely to about 1 month, and not be easy for the waka for bush, and then the fine time come for where network is strong for can listen how we country the waka. I want to make people understand, say, as we the worker among our civilians, they ask me, say, wait till they happen for up. Because they believe, say, if there be any truth now, we would carry gun, we're going to tell them. So, find town hall like a platform where when I can listen for things and it happens. So I think I'd be comfortable too. All the deliberations, we want to deliberate. As I joined this meeting about 1 hour or 30 minutes ago, I'd be so happy because they don't occupy ground zero in their mind, fighters in their mind. Since we get the audio from John Egewan, we don't really bring tension for house. And in the central desk of communication for AMF, the production, they come up later in the day, taking opinions of some of other fighters for ground on that very topic. Now, we don't so much leave ourselves for ground zero so loose where anybody go instruct you for doing any negative activity, you go do them because of security. They can't fool you, maybe they give you some 1 million CFA, they tell you don't be that boy, you don't be that boy, and then they begin to give you negative instruction for follow. And those who they take to those instructions, and they immediately become targets to those people that for outside way will not don't recognize them until I be very happy. So now they think on going on the level of not leaving those people loose again for those their crimes. Then the name John Egewan, it come up again like this. The name where it come up for this struggle for those of us who were there at the central decks, it really worry me because if President Nambere go join La Republic, part of Nambere frustration come on for John Egewan in hand. It was a clean and clear. It was a clean and clear video vis-a-vis 2 days different. Somebody go stand up to say, hey, they don't give 30 sticks. After all, he can beg for 60. You don't give the inside plot catchy. Lock him for inside ground one when a different man in the country. Wait the way the team say they struggle to go. How the team say he push himself for go. This very number out of that frustration. Now say he no be understand say sometimes you got to be you mute that for carry yourself go put up a place where you know if you come out. Because the number why I talk so in question where all of them know. Now boy we don't be we don't work out. He know what road them all. But I go confess in front of a town hall say since that guy is joining the La Republic team for Yaoundé, none of our roads have never been compromised. So all this work go the lost fighters and every day the one they kill them, the one they run away for fight. When a sacrifice they reject them, they cause them indirectly. It make people really wonder for ground zero if some people already say we all, and then we only turn. Because if you've been a hard fighter, about 1 year something ago, where will be things say they be a county by county structure where they provide material, you go be shocked. Say they no give you where they know say you go carry out activity anything. Honestly, that the communities that don't sustain us with whatsoever we don't get until for which we don't build up till now like this way, other hands that come out from outside. So I'll be very, very happy with which one that they talk about outside the Palaba this John again one thing. Me will not leave at my back. Even now for ground zero here, where he moved them up, so that fight is not going to leave it. But now we're on that side, I think say more than hell we too for that one. And there be much to say. We're not going to talk because the house be big and then the meeting be recorded. That the one for time kuna plenty for hearing what cry for the palava for John Egewan. See the amount of fighters the way call them. Say may they catch them. If they catch that fighter, they so pam, they kill him. One on La Republico or na Amba kill him. Fight the drop from Mezam by 70%. Fight the drop from Mezam by 70%. Why all these things? So my father, my back for town hall. We be good for do as more military kind things and those other things and for that side on a hell up with. Time kuna plenty. If there be any need again or any question for inside ground zero here, I will fit for answer una in the course of the meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Presido. Thank you for what you do. Thank all the boys, all the groups, all our fighters, the men and the women. And reassure them. Say, town hall no go let una down. We dey for diaspora here, but we give una all the respect and the leadership of this struggle. Town hall na platform for we all. You need to take certain Cameroonians. They go decide who they want to follow and how they want to follow that person. So the town hall will be compromised. Never ever. We go do it with fit because a lot of people they don't say when they diaspora this thing they happen diaspora they cause confusion diaspora what we do for diaspora. The town hall down decide say we do it with fit with the best weapons we will get which is the authorities in the civilized world, a country of law. We will use their laws to protect them as best we fit. And reassure the soldiers they say town hall will bring this John Idiawa to the highest level. And the operation can begin. And it will set an example for anybody who will ever try this again. We will not sit quiet. Because if this town hall leader, if we as Southern Cameroonians leave this thing, then we are finished. As we talk, if those 6 guys then go out, that's 70% of the fighting in one of the biggest and the hottest parts of this our struggle. So we cannot sit quiet. So we thank you now and we reassure you that we no go leave this one. We go use this one as an example for giving the confidence we need. Say diaspora to do something positive for this struggle. No be everybody out here be compromised. We thank you.
No, thank you, plenty. That one just make me for also chip in this. Yeah, in one of the interviews with one foreign observer, he be asked a question about this very name John Egewan. Say he said John Egewan, he boys they cause atrocities for Instagram, but we not be get no evidence. So I don't feel the talking not in 99. But these are evidences coming out. So the international community is already aware that he was carrying out something. Like, I don't know whether they monitor people that phones them on how. So your case you are going to put, maybe they will even supply you some facts to back you up. Thank you for so much.
You're welcome. No, we're not going to talk much here. We're not going to talk much, but yes, they be aware of some things already. So we'll go to Patsy, Pascal, then Don Patsy. Patsy, go ahead. Patsy, be hot today.
Yeah, no, my problem is that killing. Now that too, just some person for just talk me the key some person. It get big to get from okay, coming back to my point, I want to call the town hall. More take the responsibility to call these guys then to account. That is, we pass a resolution. We carry the matter to the highest level. Anybody, if possible, will even go back, start trade right from 2016. Any man don't pronounce him off, say the kiss of person. He go be involved. If possible, that will be at the disciplinary section. That's the work in the town hall. Or we go for discipline everybody, especially when it comes to this killing. Kidnapping at one way, yeah, it be difficult, but we did it too. But this one for call for kill somebody. If we don't set an example, the rest will learn the lesson. Especially this one, the life of stand, just throw their mouth for Facebook because Facebook will be open for everybody. If we take this one serious, we make a result, the world see, they see them, then you will see we will get a very big change. We'll start get that real Anglo-Saxon disciplined way of life. Not like it will go mix with the francophone, and now we don't can't be in any kind of thing. So my point
to get my vote on that one, comrade. To get my vote.
Okay, so before we go to the next, Dr. Contem. Dr. Contem. Maybe I
think you don't go. Okay.
Yes. Okay. If you start work on a draft resolution for this, since a lot of people they don't call say no, we get the resolution done today. If you draft them,
okay.
Yes, and then we present them, and then we fine tune them, and then we move the resolution. It would help that way. We don't already get some people then where they get John German's information where they down and say they will give it to us. And then by Tuesday after the holiday we forward them to the authorities. Yeah, we need the address, so we know the district attorney in his area. They will file a local criminal complaint in order for hire, and then the Attorney General of the state, the FBI, and then Homeland Security Counterterrorism Department. Those are the four.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel enough because you just called
me. Oh, sorry.
I
said I'm sorry.
No, you just called me as Dr. Potenka. I don't leave him because at least I respect him. I enjoy anger. So if this start continue, if Dr. Potenka start vex, I think the revolution will get different direction. Me start here for vex. Me leave all this doctor thing. Girlfriend, leave doctor. Come the Katie my vex for this thing. Many thing makes sense. You see any kind of rubbish, any kind of man just talk anything. Anyway, so I want to pass a motion say town hall will be na vanguard for any person where he come make a kidnap or make a kill any person for ground zero. We will investigate it. We will for the country they or for who side they. We will follow it up so that he go pay dearly. If we do and so, I bet today the revolution take a different direction. If you not say Sakura Vega, so they don't really exist again. Christians, if it's supposed to be prison by now, I don't know what is still alive. So that it will take the kind of measure. I think that we will be they will know that in southern Cameroon this. Not that small thing they stand and man talking about kind of thing. Now this new sweet deal cause the thing. As sweet deal don't come, they go start keep people. They don't pay the money, but they go ahead with what they do the first time. I thought the problem that. So please. Move past the motion for the police for behind the guys. I beg. Because that brother there, that do a die for down there. I don't know whether they see blood or they feel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paxi. I think this one will be the first example where many more will follow. Pascal and then Don Pachio, Jojo, then Master. After Pascal, Jojo, you hold. We never hear any lady talk, so we'll go for man and start, then we'll come back. At least we'll get one of our sisters to chip in. Okay, we'll get Celestine back. Because they are overwhelmed. So Pascal, go ahead, since I don't really call your name. Then we'll get man and start.
Master Pascal and Don Pacho on a...
Man and start, I beg Don Pacho.
Na mamami, I respect.
Thank you. Yeah, Pastor, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ato. You know, for a very long time, you know, before 2016, and many things happened in terms of this revolution from the infant stages. And many people, they don't die, they don't suffer. Even before some of us became very conscious of what is going on. Then, and there was no popular movement, and no ground support, and there was no community support for these people. And some went into exile up to today, and families destroyed, and livelihood destroyed, and some went into long-term imprisonment, and some disappeared. Our task in this revolution, now for take back the country and develop a country, no community. That is a tall order. And some went into exile, and just for that simple reason, and families destroyed. None of us, our task, fit tolerate revolution. Any take back the country, immorality. That is a tall order. And just all the forum that will belong. None of us have that in mind in any discussion. Fit tolerate. And when we call out people for what they do wrong in this revolution, in no bina say we don't like them. All the forum that will belong, by calling them out, we give them chance for their own redemption, any discussion, and to come back to the fold. And when we call out people, and may we also be wrong, that a revolution is a complex thing. By calling them, we may have people give them chance for their own redemption, to be very honest and sincere in fighting for Bazoum. May we also be sensitive, but they are not. That a revolution is a complex thing. And to be able to pick out some of these people who, and even now, be very honest and treat them as such in fighting for Bazoum. And for the good of our people, and for the good of the future, for people who are going to pick out some of these people. Our fighters in town, the farmers, we treat them as the ones who are keeping us alive up to today and keeping us hope of our people. And there is no reason whatsoever who they are going to come. That some man go just lost the place. Our fighters who does not have any mandate are the ones who are keeping us. Where do they get their power? They are giving us hope. And there is no reason another fighter to kill another fighter. Some man go that is not done even in any military force. You cannot ask one of the members where to kill another member. It's a high crime. To ask another fighter to kill another fighter. That is not done even in any military. This is just one example. You cannot ask one of the members to kill another member. Of stealing money and making audios to deceive people. We can't tolerate that. We cannot tolerate that. So by now we should be more and more mature. This is just one example, and many other things. To take this thing in our own hands, stealing money, all of us. We have making audios to deceive people. If we are not in the bush fighting, we should be giving that money. Now we should be contributing and support leadership. To take this thing in our own hands. If we don't do that, all of us, we have a role to play. Our guys, if we are not in the bush fighting, we should be giving that money. We should be contributing and support leadership. Who are the ones that can beat their chest that they have contributed? Then our guys, we are disappointing them big time. Bearing the brunt. Then every time we may not have enough, but we are out. We are the ones that can beat their chest in a way that they have contributed. We need to provide that support. Disappointing them big time. So we cannot tolerate big time issues of rascality. But we are out in the name of leadership, so to speak. In a way, we need to portray to observers. We need to provide sympathizers that we are ready. So we can take a nation and lead that rascality. In the name of that comes with very strong. We need to portray to observe the leadership. And our leadership means that we are when there is a mistake, take the nation swiftly and lead that and decisively, clearly and transparently. And that comes with very so everyone knows what is happening. Skills in leadership. And I just want to make that point at all. When there is a mistake, thank you very much. Over.
Thank you. It was a good point and well taken.
So that everyone
man after, then we'll come back to Jojo.
I just want to make that point.
Don't pass you. Man after, go ahead.
Okay, comment after. Thank you. Don't pass you my picking. Say you respect your man.
Then we'll come back to
Say me before you. Yes, I want to ask and say, so one time to be the way. Okay, comment after. Thank you. They no fit add you for inside list or one first start first with one. Say me talk before you. Yes, and then something the way I want to call our attention to. I think our people need protection. Two set of people need protection for this revolution. The restoration forces face some of them, and then something the way I want to call our attention to. I think believing that everybody is having the same heart like them protection for this revolution, and they easily be deceived. So restoration forces face some of them money. Maybe I don't think it's always that. It's also about them not understanding that, like he's having the same heart like just talk. Say they will be deceived. Sometimes some people because so AMF already do something. I think so. We need for. It's also about them not get that awareness, especially now that how we did overcash them when they come for ground one day. So new market they already do something. So we need very often when they come for ground by material awareness, especially now, especially for cost river. So that's something we'll get to be aware for ground one. How to handle that, which kind of information we get to give them, and how one protect them, which way we give them this information, especially when they do these things, how I help them. We'll get to be aware. And then another group of people how to handle that, our very naive and how one protect them, Amazonians, where they believe say God means say when they go for macha and church. And then another group of people who need for, and then we get everything naive. So if this thing go on, Amazonians go on because these people will be naive and they use them. And you also go on because these people, the way they did for up, they really be generous because if they get their people, they destroy because these people they be naive, generous, or they use them because if they not be get. And they also go on because these people, the way they did for up, they share generous, they really be. They don't forget the power they get them. They get their. So these are some of the things we get to really not ignore. My issue no be say more concentrate or fight against them. They don't forget the power. But my issue na say when we make information made to target the person for educate. My issue no be say more aspects how one do or think about that against them. Then my issue
Thank you, man. Thank you very much. Yes, I think we will continue the education process
aspects, how one
and you're right. We get for target specific demographics for specific issues.
I think we will continue the education process areas of our people. I think that's the most important thing. And you be right. You can get for target demographics.
I'm about to throw small light on which man has start off. Beck, I just prompt into it because at any time I think go out of the network, I just want to gather enough information. I'm about to throw small light on which man has start off. Beck, I just prompt into it because at any time I think go out of the network, I just want to gather enough information. I do find mommy information ground that side that's thing why about the toxic and then the one join with the Alpha fight and fight their government. If they don't make their government don't step up more security. And they like say some other spies and from Cameroon they don't enter inside ground one. So they mostly target those boys and they go block those for ghost town. They like those 10 days goes down, some other spies and from 11 days goes down. It affect the economy for those their towns and so much. So they really target those boys and those fighters and lock them. They believe so when those fighters then die. Nobody knows if he keep those towns those zones. So now the thing that way they happen. That Ayabacho is statement said Biafra and Amba towns and so much a deal is working for us. They believe so when they fight and die, they in ground one keep those zones. So now the thing
thank you, Presido. Now some other issues that way, a lot of our people they never understand the gravity of how it affects ground one. And I want to thank them personally the civil society the opportunity on the program last Sunday. Because when people they go make statements in the name of political leaders or whatever, you need to leave their numbers, you need to leave their contacts. Then when our people now they start suffering the repercussions, they turn and people them way they know. These people then for ground one now and those communities now this Biafra. So, first of all, there is no alliance. Between Southern Cameroon will never give their blessings in alliance with anybody with Biafra. When they go make those statements, they come out they go sleep for night, they knock their door. You need to hear the cries of those people. So I don't even know if Ayaba himself is conscious of the consequences of what he said. Those people don't have the number. Even if you give them the number, they will either not take the call or he's going to change his number or what is he going to do. So serious repercussions will go on for Nigeria because of that comment. Not to say they don't really harass our people, but it sends them in a different way, especially because the minority people, they don't even want the Biafra. We see in 1977 and they feel say under Biafra they go be waiting, we now they under la Republic. So, but that is their problem. That is their problem. That is not our problem. So, thank you, President, for confirming which some of us may not know. So, on the consequences of those comments. If you rub them the wrong way, there's already enough for them to deal with our people. No need to add insult to some of us will not know. Thank you. So, don't pass you of those comments. If you rub them the wrong way, there's already enough for them to deal with our people. Go ahead.
I want to thank everybody who don't talk for this issue.
So, don't pass you.
Killing of our voice on the ground.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank and Pazonian. We don't take this our war of independence. Killing look at our voice on the ground. Jamboree, the people, their lives. We look many and these boys and we did fight for down the some person will not stand our my voice. We look at like if you give best like a jumbo for those people they they don't stand for this to fight for them the land of not stand. It's my people the comfortable beds like if just for best for those who sleep they know boys they will chop they don't stand. That boys then they sleep very even sleep because their one eye they lock one eye sleep for their comfortable beds for diaspora. They don't know which way they go chop. They don't know which way they go chop. Meet up them the next day. Even for that night, that boys then they will sleep. They don't even sleep because they are baffled me. Say when such statements then come out, they don't know which way they go chop. They don't know which way they go come out there for support that night. For talk say the boys they baffled me. Say when such statements there are consequences. People war. No come on, support kidnapping. We are not supporting. Say, but those are the consequences of we will fight our consequences to stop them. We will stop them to an extent. We will support, eliminate kidnapping. 100% supporting. And those are the South Cameroonian people make up their mind. We will fight. We say yes, try to stop them. We are at war. We will stop them to an extent. We will wait to eliminate them 100% to baby matter and. Saudi Cameroon people make up their mind inside his sleep. We say yes, we are at war. Then you will come out. You talk say make the kill person waiting you fight. Make that country you dey for just when you kill him. You is inside we are comfortable there. I be sorry. Then you have to come out. You talk say I be one person waiting you fight. The people that ATF just till today, till this present moment, we are comfortable. They come and they say, I be sorry, I be plot. Say, I will talk to you. I be one person back evil. I be people for any day, anytime. I don't put the challenge till today, till this present moment of the age of they come and I still put that challenge out for a public place like the Southern Cameroon International. I be any day, say that I don't put the challenge people for any interrogation by ADF. And I still put that challenge out for any place public place like the Southern Cameroon International. Where I make a statement, say for the elimination of any interrogation before by blocking for his affiliate to go for any place that way by ADF. For some make a proof to move out where I for this international war I be ready elimination for Kama I will first to give my representation of talk for about which way it be transferred that way and how before I will back one die out and I for this international war I be ready to talk for come to talk with them for to give my representation of talk to their alive about which way it and they will stand to testify and how say yes I will back one die what happened and I talk about the fourth witness this with the issue talk them talk with them. So say some of the talk say many they are alive with me. Some listen to testify. Don't come up for social. Yes, this is what happened. When they don't write them, they say they will poison some this issue. They will do this for people. For when they say they don't take for talk say many people. Some list I want to come up for this one for open public. When they don't write them, they say they will poison some people for just video them do this for people. They come out say no take for Cameroon they watch. I want for diaspora, this one, time will reach. When we for diaspora, we will send video. For ground zero, make ground zero to watch. He come out for ground zero with the watch. So talk the way they talk say the best way for diaspora is to attack the rich. When we for diaspora, I pay my money for that list. I think we are prepared. At any moment, any place where we talk, any man will wait for that camp. So I think we are prepared. The best way to defend is to attack. When we therefore this is I my name there for that list. Any man, I think well prepared. At any moment, any place where any man will wait for that camp. Call the war. I think well diaspora. Don't take camp for the so jam. When you therefore the people they are like for ground zero. Any man, don't go there to die.
So now which camp call the name so that people know.
Na Saudi war. Na diaspora. Don't call it for the change. Na Saudi camp for ground zero. I didn't talk and say I talk and fear.
So now which camp call the name so that people know.
They don't Nasako when Sisi
can call it.
It chop Gari, Nasako Gari. Them chop talk and say I talk and fear. Them Nasako crowd with money for my people where they don't with wine when I whiskey them. It chop Gari, when prison like chop Gari and up them chop inside plastic plate. Them chop crab meat, you know the money for my people where they don't with video and whiskey them. As I talked before, Gary, there is second person as Gary and the one who talks in the reverend or the reverend relate for the morning church, or the reverend for which kind church. He talk in the make prayer, he died for Christians. This one way longer we don't say for that church. There is second one he saw the Sakwe camp. So one way he says the reverend or don't pray against it for the morning church, he died for the reverend for which kind church. I don't know whether this one way longer for enter for this war. I know why he saw it. Now for defend ourselves against la don't pray against it, because at that I defend. I don't know. But when I vex at all, I never enter to this world of state. Who now this man? Defend ourselves against la will make this man die. Because will make that man die. I defend. Because I still believe that deep inside me. When I vex at all, I never see these people are still our brothers. Who kill this man? Maybe something is wrong. Make this man die. Come out of them for you. Because I don't deep inside me. I ask you which kind of way. See this one can we do to solve this thing? Maybe I don't ask questions somewhere. Because I still out of them for you. Like brothers, I don't know where they shoot the gun. I ask you which kind of way. What kind we for red line this thing? Don't be wrong. I don't ask questions. Because I still we don't go to the beginning for that level. Like brothers, enough. Enough. It shows enough. So life for enough.
Now just say use yourself and the people. Any might catch any man in the beginning for that level because they don't really think enough. Not be wrong. Now just colonization and the world. So go ahead and just say use yourself.
Thank you, my brother.
And the people. Any might catch any man because they don't really think not be wrong. Now just colonization and the world.
This or that. So go ahead. I will conclude that with your words. Thank you, my brother. See, I know if ask them for talk, say, don't talk something, because make them kill with the right. I know conclude for talk, say, whether now who rise, whether now through this, I will conclude that with your words. When your name don't say something, ask them at a lot. Don't talk on that. Make them talk as the right one and they at a lot. Whether now who right, as I talk, video on a way with the watch from Jaya, your name from Gauzero, who watch the last two. Meet on passion, I don't finish.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't raise my hand. Please let me just interject for 1 second.
I don't finish.
And just to follow up what Pastor said, but in a very related manner. Please let me just interject for 1 second. When people talk about talks, they are usually talks to follow up conditions Pastor said, but in a very related experts have come to this house to say we have claims to many preconditions. They are usually pre-talks, but our clearest talks and anybody and experts have come to this house the release of all our political we have claims to many preconditions. If anybody but is going for talks, there are certain things you have to know. Known refutable preconditions is the release of anybody all is going anywhere for talks without prisoners having been released. Just ask them, have they released prisoners? There are certain things you have to know. If anybody is going, then you know some people are. Anybody is going anywhere for talks without prisoners. Everybody here knows what a monarch is. Have they released prisoners? It is a very simple matter. Anybody is going. Actually, for then talks, you know, so it's very simple. Release political prisoners so we can have talks. And everybody here knows what a monarch is. That is a very simple. It is a very simple matter. All of us actually for talk to say it's very simple. Release political prisoners. Also tells you how you can judge people's intentions. That is a very simple. So sorry for the interjection, but I just wanted to build on what all of us can.
No, it's very important. So when people talk about stakeholders, the number one stakeholders are our political detainees. If they are not there, then like Prophet said, something is not right.
Yes, and it looks like there are some people who actually want them to rot in jail, which is God help us. But
if they are not there,
that means they actually also don't want us to go to Boya because the two are intertwined. Yes, and it looks like there are some people. If you are going for talks without the issue of prisoners having been a precondition, but by the way, if La Republique will not release the prisoners, it tells you when you go to those talks, you will not get independence. If you are going for talks without the issue of prisoners having been a precondition, by the way, I apologize.
No, something is Jojo is going to understand. I think after Jojo, then we will touch base with Dr. Fontaine, find out how far he is with the draft of the resolution so we can pass it. Jojo and Bazo.
Some things Jojo is going to understand. I think after Jojo, then we'll touch base with Dr. Fontaine, find out how far he is with the draft of the resolution so we can pass it.
Jojo
One
Ambazo.
of the comrade came here last 2 weeks time to say government they own
Actually, I'll turn down this morning
all
all
the
the
things will happen.
Now, it's now when I hear about this plan,
Because I know lead girl on that because sometimes I think about
because one of the
comrade
comrade
came here last 2
and
weeks
one
time to say government they own take and I hear some people they still talk about talk. So long as I be concerned, that probably no get any sense to can girl on that because first of all, the one can proximity things really. Now probably their main objective is fascinate me. Probably I don't talk and I hear some people they still talk about so long as I be intention, even though there might be any scientific the smallest intention of the one can ever devolution power, probably their small power. They for don't do one, they don't talk and clear. And because even for the so-called special status, intention not to know the special status. The only special about the special status ever devolution power, you small power. They for don't do one because anything now we even supposed to because even for the so-called special status because we politically far mature and advanced. The only special about the special status so now we even supposed to be in the podcast to go on the practice because anything now we even supposed to exchange government. So at the top one of the top far mature and advanced with people there we say supposed to concentrate upgrade the knockout blow when they run get about the past 2 weeks run to get to upgrade them. So now they to move to the big rubber gun. With people they get to like upgrade talk say they knockout blow carry through their camzik their kamezik. Now they to we organize for 90 by degree. They get to like they carry it successful logical end. May they carry through. No they can sick. They can get to upgrade now go now we organize for 90 by degree big rubber project. For me they carry it so that for land will take them logical air will take them. May they live. No get no as that. So now an upgrade now about post liberation. For a doctor kilo so that for land will take them when people take them may they live they be as for investment project. So now at the thing that is they try to monitor operation may they carry out those construction investment kilo to say what about when people the construction of the road the way they I wonder what they think about the quality. Then they also try to monitor it can say construction or investment. So we don't know what about the condition the under the loan the road the way I wonder what they think about China. So I want to ask then also to say Cameroons also for example no mortgage part mortgage ambalance. So we don't know as part of the arrangement the condition the under the loan the when we finally get to Goya from China we will be liable so for those debts. To say Cameroons also for example then I want to talk for these people who they can land as part of the arrangement. I want to talk about for them they want to talk about a dictionary consulting like romantic and make people understand today. Dictionary no be a divine interpretation of words. Dictionary now just a guide for the people for the interpretation of words, just a guide. Now why we get plenty dictionary where there's define one word differently. Dictionary no be a divine. So words they be interpreted based on context. Dictionary now just a guide. No man no can frighten you say the interpretation of words, just a guide. No. Now why we get dictionary no be divine interpretation of words, now just a guide of the interpretation of words. So words are interpreted based on context. So when man no can frighten you say the commission so when some person to say you know it dictionary no be divine interpretation of words like just some person say the commission of person say take it away take context away from the game you know what you mean so people they can when some person to say dictionary you know it hell dictionary no need dictionary person say the commission you know it person mean some person say take it away.
Thank you Jojo. So
Mr. Moderator
yes.
Let me answer his second question please and let me correct I know somebody answered no actually yes during Mr. Moderator allocation let me answer his
usually going to be
question,
a big deal it's going to be a big discussion
I know somebody answered no
but it is
actually,
also
yes,
why it is
during negotiation with debt allocation
bond is very important.
It's usually going to be a
because
big deal.
It's going to be a big discussion point.
La Republique cannot
it is also why the debt with China it forces it on the issue now. And we get to know some of those conditions now. It defaults on the Chinese debt now. Certain things that were hidden are public now.
The debt with China
versus
forces it
because what we don't want
now is to be at the
and we get to know some of those conditions
China
now.
That is on the Security
Council
Chinese debt now and certain
to separation or something because
versus La République
Because what we
obligations.
don't want is to be at the negotiating
Right, so we
table
want that to
and
fall
China
now.
that is on the Security Council
So certain things are in the open
to separation
now
or something
and have to be
because
dealt with. Of
and
La République obligations.
in terms of
Right,
debt,
so we
all
want
debt
that
will
to
be
fall
on the table,
now.
yes.
So
But
certain
not only
things
debt
are in
also,
the
but
open now
assets.
and have to
So
be dealt
let us not say
And
yes.
La République will say, oh, you are responsible for
in terms
half
of
of the
debt,
debt. That
all
is what
debt
they will
will be
say.
on the table,
And we'll
yes.
come back and say none of this
But
debt was
not only
used for
debt
us,
also,
etc.
but
But here are
assets.
assets.
So
And
let us not
negotiators
say
will
yes.
find a
La
way
République will
to
say,
work
oh,
it
you
out.
are responsible
But
for half of the debt.
it is a
That
negotiating
is what they will
point.
say. And we'll come back and say none of this debt was used for us,
I go back to
etc.
you.
But here are
Okay,
assets.
let me,
And
before we go to Roger's iPhone, I think, Elena, you had your hand up. I don't know if you dropped it deliberately or if your point was made. Comrade Elena.
Before we go to Roger's iPhone, I think, Elena, you had your hand
Okay,
up.
looks like
I don't know
okay.
if you dropped it deliberately or.
All right, we have Roger. Let me touch base. Dr. Fontaine, are we anywhere close?
Okay, looks like she left. Okay. All right, we have Roger.
Unmute yourself.
Let me touch base.
Yes, sir. So we are making some progress.
Okay, just signal us when you're ready. At least with the draft, then we can. Yes, so we know what we're going to.
Okay. Unmute yourself.
Okay,
so we are making some
progress.
Rogers, okay, just signal us when you're ready.
Yeah,
with the draft.
I want to load on man for house.
Yes.
All right.
I
want just try to ask very bad
Rogers.
things that we had seen go on the on social media. I want to load on man for where they take the photos or a video of our prisoners, just put them on social media. Very bad things that we and then it don't be a story on social media. They take the very bad video of our prisoners. Somebody like Siko put them on social media. It not be wake up one and then it don't be a story of the day. I want to decide. So say make it be very bad. Announced for the independence of South Cameroon. Somebody like Siko, he not be wake up. He take him on him as a leader. I want to decide. For say make it stand up make. To say make it defend announced for the independence of South Cameroon. He was arrested and he take him on him as a leader. We should always for our house, make it stand up my house with air condition. He say make it defend chop me. He was arrested. Climb on top of my this talks yesterday, so make it rot for jail. One question always for our house, must ask for ourselves and say, air condition. Did that man go and steal anything? Did he commit any crime? This talks yesterday, so make it the crime that he committed. One question I want to ask for ourselves and say, is it because that man go and steal fight for the people that he thinks did he commit any crime for many years? What is the crime that he committed that we want him to run? There's a lot for us to ask ourselves to say. Is it because he stood up to fight? Why do we want him to rot in jail? Even if many years have differences with him, what crime did he commit to you? There's a lot for us to ask ourselves to say. Those are the questions we need to start asking ourselves. Why do you want? There's no need for us to be ranting to say rot in jail. Even if you don't have differences and all those things that are no, ask ourselves simple questions that. What has that person done? Those are the questions we need to start in jail. There is no need for us to. And then now, we have a tendency IG and all those. I don't know. Maybe not the colonial system with our past colonial. What has that person has inflicted on us to say that most are segregate for say this one is better than this one or this one is better than this one, and then we end up don't even know where we are heading. Because at the end of the day, our past colonial is actually helping inflicted on us to say that. Most people that are say this one be better than this one or this one be better than this one, and then jail to be much more stronger. And then for what at the end of the day fighting for? It is actually helping. Put yourself say if in case they be taking amnesty, arrest them and then on the minute they will be arrested. Tell me say for our leaders to be in jail to be much more stronger. And then for what Ambazonian are you fighting? When would you talk something, the more not just put yourself in mouth and then we just and then arrest them and then another one and then tell me say who among us would ever think about 50 of us inside the South with me? May just lock inside in the own room open mouth and then we just and then I was once another one drinking driving. Who among South Africa I stayed in a cell for 24 hours. Just locked inside how powerful that place is. But somebody has been there for years. Some people they drink celebration, they don't say actually so in South Africa. Even if in case if you chop now, drink like for 24 hours. If they ask feel how, why can't you just replace yourself and go and be there? But somebody has been there for years. Feel just that thing to be in a confined place. Even if in case if you chop now, see how drink like the differences. You should don't live for a house. Why can't you just make it work for you? Go and be there. Wait till be the problem with that person commit and for you. I just want to make always just ask ourselves questions. We must ask our questions. Don't you questions every day. Every day. Wait till you want get a problem with that person. What is the purpose? What is your main reason behind ourselves questions? Because if we just don't feel just know every day, every without really knowing the reason why you want get a problem with someone, it does not really make any sense. Purpose? And even they run around behind you. Try to go say because if we just don't feel peace negotiation, how can we be going to honor negotiation really knowing the reason why when people all the people are really for jail? You want to negotiate? What are you negotiating for? Try to go say what are we negotiating when people are still in jail? How can we be even on negotiations? We are going for this. We are going for this. But people are still for inside prison. And then the people the way they call themselves leaders. They go climb she don't on top. What are we negotiating when people are still in jail? What are you negotiating? We are going for this. I want to ask a simple question again. If they know they ever arrest for the way they call for jail, do you know where we could have been today? You could have been very far. What are you negotiating? They arrest because they know and say actually so. They don't arrest this man. If they know they ever arrest, but now for jail, you know where we could have been. No, make they rot for jail. We could have been very far. Not just the pain, I don't look at this thing today. So one day they write this one, so they write this one. Going to be different. It be so painful. It's a disgrace to us in Cameroon. For say it looks like some of Gomorrah. I don't look at this. I don't really know. So we don't even have a heart. We don't even the independent. It be so painful. It's a disgrace to us because if in case it be say we get independent now, it looks like how some of Gomorrah one another. I don't really know. We don't even have going to be. We don't even people. Is this how we are going to just forget about the past? Because if you get about it, we say we can move on now. And then we move around to one another. And then instead for campaign for saying we together, we campaign and say one day. Is this how we are going to just forget about my brothers and sisters? I'm telling you, if we not change the way move on, we think, and even the way we see things, and even the way we embrace people, we campaign and always remain at the same spot. We will never go forward. My brothers and sisters, I'm telling you, just the anger will change the way. So I think, and even the way we see things, and even the way we embrace people, I couldn't even say anything. In short, sometimes I break into tears. What did I don't even know Shasiko. I don't look this I don't meet a lot of Southern Cameroonians. I don't even know them. I couldn't even say anything. We have never met. In short, I don't even know. Just for a common goal. What did I get? Our people back at home are really struggling. And the loudest noise makers and the people that I didn't even know them. We have never met. But that's what I really did here. They are not even struggling anything. I don't know what I'm carry them. Just tell them they inside basket. And they for instead the noise makers. They cannot even learn anything from the other countries the way they did for them. But that's how things have been done. They are not even. And then now they expect how are they going to go around the basket? They are there staying in their houses, saying that they cannot even learn anything. They know how long the system is going to be operated, but they choose to still go on. I don't know how are they going to go around. They are there staying in their houses, paying their taxes. I'm tired.
Thank you, Congress. Yeah, justifiably so. We all have the same frustration. Some of these people, they try to make logic of their nonsense. You will be frustrated. You will get high. We used to talk back growing up, say human blood strong. When you don't take money, when a blood money, it completely destroy your spirit and you do things that will normal person will understand.
Growing up,
so
human blood just put that. But when you don't take money, thank you.
I see, Mama, you don't turn on your camera before we go for taxi. You don't stay, we never hear your voice, man. Welcome.
Yes, but I didn't listen all along.
Thank you, man.
Mama, you
don't for your
opinion before we go for taxi.
No,
you don't stay, we never hear your voice, man.
Mr. Moderator, I just want to beg when yes, but I didn't listen all along.
Dr. Fontaine, yes. After Mama.
Yes,
Mama, go ahead.
Okay, yes, I just want to beg when
about this thing.
Mr.
I
Moderator.
just want to beg when one thing where we get for understand.
Dr. Fontaine, wait. Yes.
And I say when you there for a
After
place.
go ahead.
Okay, yes, I just want to beg when I get the right about this thing for prison. Do the one thing where we get for understand. Discourage any other say when you there for a place where you think say if it be where you know say you not get for your right position for them. Now the thing that do the one for discourage any them don't be there for them. Where that people they not go there for the place where they stay for your position. And they know say if they come out today, they not go there for the place where they dey. If so they get for do anything, talk anything where they like for the place where they I just want for beg when I say this one and they know say if they come out time where they not go there for the place where they dey. That thing. So they get for do anything. Whether the person be happy to say may they die, whether the person be happy to say may distraction happen. The person not being a God for long that they have been praying that they should die. Whether the person be happy to say may they die, but they continue to live. They continue to grow stronger and stronger for long. Why are we praying that they should die? These are people who have nothing to offer. These are people who want to do everything to discourage people from falling behind those that can deliver. These are people who have nothing to offer. These are taking our useful time that we have used people from better things to be discussing things about nonsense people, and they are distracted about nonsense people. We are taking our useful time that somebody better has something to be discussing things instead of about presenting to the Southern Cameroonians that this about is what I think we should do. Do you really think to sit and be somebody who has something to offer? Is Sisiko alone died? What happened? Many have gone before I think the struggle is still there. To sit and Sisiko dies today, the struggle will still die. There. Is Sisiko alone died? That is nonsense. That is coming from people who have nothing to offer the struggle to Southern Cameroonians. So I am thinking that we should not waste our precious time still be there discussing nonsense that is coming from nonsense. That is coming from people who have nothing to offer to the Southern
Cameroonians. Thank you, Mama. We don't hear you, and thank you so much for your advice. Now you, Mami, for we all for here, and we really take your counsel very seriously and very important. So thank you. We don't hear, and hopefully, like Mama talk, this is a distraction, and the one who will spend time talking about them, they know what they do, and please make we just focus on it. We know what's ahead, and we will not give them the pleasure.
This is a distraction, and the one when I spend time talking about them. They know what they do.
Let's continue to pray for our
give them leisure needs.
So, Dr. Fontaine, before we come back to Paxi, Dr. Fontaine, you want to say something?
Let's continue to pray for our
Dr. Fontaine,
and they'll be fine. So,
unmute yourself.
Come back for
yes.
Okay. Dr. Fontaine, you want to say something?
The network has been very terrible this afternoon because of I'm sure that there's some electrical work somewhere in the neighborhood.
Unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay. So, the network has been very terrible as a draft because of I'm sure that I want to say that the electrical works. Those who release those videos into the social media, had one design they have as a draft. Their design, I want to say that to render those who release those videos impossible for the people in social media to reach the outside world and communicate. Had one design. Somehow their design, when some of us was urged people not to circulate those messages, impossible. They thought that we were being to be able to reach the outside world and communicate. And somehow, when some of us urged people
we
not
lost your communication, Dr. Fontaine.
They thought that we were
your screen is frozen. It don't drop. Okay. So, Paxi, like we lost Dr. Fontaine. If you want to make your point before you come back.
Yeah, I'm just so I still want to talk now on.
Okay.
So come back. Perhaps like we lost Dr. Fontaine. If you want to make your point, before I come back.
So what eventually happened? I've been in that prison. I know what it is. Once pictures of prison start circulating, there is a search. What eventually happened? I've been in that is taken away, and that is what has happened. And their communication gadgets, prison starts circulating. That is what people out there is. There is a search circulated that those videos. That is what they want. Is taken away, and that is what has happened. So that is how harmful our actions can be out here. The people that we pretend to love, those who circulated that. I think that this message is what they want. Southern Cameroonians. In future, anybody you see circulating videos of people in prison. I mean, new videos can be of those people that we pretend to love. I think that this message should go to all Southern Cameroonians. Tell them to take those pictures down, see circulating, and note their videos of people. Because if they need of anything, we will call them people and hold them responsible for anything that will happen. Leak down. Please, tell them to take those pictures down. This is the draft and note their names. The Southern Cameroons, Mr. Moderator, will call them. The Southern Cameroons hold them responsible for anything that will happen. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay, the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall.
Your camera has gone
The
off.
Southern Cameroons, Mr. Moderator. Okay. The Southern Cameroons. The Southern Cameroons International. Hello. Met in its 37th session. Okay. The Southern Cameroons International Town Hall 2021.
Your camera has gone off.
To discuss among other issues, the public. The Southern Cameroons Murder for Hire met in its 37th session on Saturday, May issued against 6,000 Cameroonians by a certain pastor, among other issues, Mr. John Egiawan. Murder for Hire call. The town hall review issued on 6 previous murders masterminded by a certain pastor. The IG group, Mr. John Egiawan is affiliated, notably the killing of the town hall review 32 Southern Cameroonians in murders. The Southern Cameroons International Town Hall, the IG group, to which Mr. noting that the conduct of this group and its members, like Mr. John Egiawan, 32 of 32 Southern Cameroonians, runs contrary to the Southern Cameroons International freedom for which the people of Southern Cameroon, noting have given their lives. The conduct of this group and its members, like Mr. John Egiawan, 1. Denounce the repeated killing of Southern Cameroonians contrary to the spirit committed freedom for which the people of Southern Cameroon, liberation of Southern Cameroon their lives by this group of individuals resolved as follows. 1. Denounce the repeated killing of Southern Cameroonians for bloodshed among the very people, the intense liberation of Southern Cameroon by this group of individuals. 3. Call on the Southern Cameroon, all Southern Cameroon agents of freedom at home and abroad to be on alert and be vigilant, is supposed to resist any ploy called by any individual the Southern Cameroon a reign of terror. All Southern Cameroon agents of freedom at home and abroad urge the Secretariat of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall to pursue all the legal options are available by any individual Mr. John Egiawan's quest for blood. 4. Thanks. Urge the Secretariat of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall.
The early part, this is my observation. Since we're going to submit this, I don't want us to dilute the focus by talking about the group and other things they have done, because these authorities, they're not, once they see something which is too, they will think want to give them a bigger problem to look into than the focus. Is there any way we can try to laser in the attention of the US authorities to this part? Because even if they don't go into all the cases, this one will serve as an example and deter any further use of this result, and the Americans are not going to go in and solve past issues. Is there any way we can draw resolutions that will focus on this one, so that when they are reading it or passing it around, it is focused?
The Americans are not going to go in and solve.
Yes, I think that this resolution,
is there any way we can
actually
draw resolutions that will focus on this one?
It is the legal instrument that the people of Southern Cameroons have given the Secretariat of the Town Hall. Yes, I think that this resolution actually the point that will be is the letter to instrument that complaint that people of Southern Cameroons the Secretariat should will be the point number 4, which is actually the Secretariat of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall to pursue all legal options available. The So it means that the secretariat should will be point number 4. The idea is that if we let the authorities know that there is an existing pattern available, of which this one it means that has only come to add. But we are adding. We are stating that the issue should be for the authorities know that there is an existing pattern. That is it. So the investigation will be based only on this one. Only come to add. But we are adding.
Can we make it clearer to them that we really want them to look up on this one and the other ones are just a part? Because it looks like we are giving them everything.
No, that would now be in the correspondence
to them that we really want them
this
to
one
look
will
up
only
on this
be
one and the other ones are just a part.
That is normally when you are giving
because
when you are giving
like we are giving them everything.
You are tabling a complaint. No, that would now be in the correspondence document. This one will only be the resolution that.
Wait, let me mute everybody. It looks like
moderator.
Yes.
I just wanted to add that the caption should really be a disclaimer, so that let it be known, particularly that is a communication for public use.
Yes.
Maybe just wanted to add that the caption should really be a disclaimer itself, so that but this communication that goes to let it be known, particularly it be a disclaimer, so that just for public use, know that maybe the
you say what, mommy?
That particular action itself. But this communication wanted to make it clear. Because if you just say a disclaimer, so that just a normal, you should go down in a town hall.
No, but this is a normal town hall resolution, and based on this resolution, we would draft correspondence to the appropriate authorities, which would usually include a resolution. No, but this is a normal town hall resolution, and based on this resolution, we would.
So the correspondence is going to be about this specific case.
Which would usually include a
but the resolution must be there to let them know that we have had enough of all these other cases. We want this particular one now handled.
So the correspondence is going to be about this specific
case.
What
I'm
yes, but the resolution must be there to let them know that we have had enough of all these other cases. We want this particular one now handled.
That we are against this particular action.
Yes.
One can come under.
Yes.
Because so, there are certain people who don't read the whole disclaimer should really come out with a document. Because that we are against the capture action. Know exactly what other one can come under. So that's why the disclaimer. People who don't actually the whole come out clear.
Disclaimer will not be disclaimer will not be the appropriate word here because we and John Ejawa are not in anything together.
Yeah, but we have to condemn it. We have to disavow those actions because he's a Southern Cameroonian.
We and John Ejawa are not in anything together.
Yeah, but we have to condemn it. We have to disavow those actions because he's the Southern Cameroonian.
Secondly, John Egewa is the commander-in-chief of the IG of Sako. He's not just a pastor. It's a condemnation.
It should also be
a disclaimer. Yes. He's the commander-in-chief of IG of Sako. John Egewa is the commander, not just someone from IG, just come from nowhere. He's not just a pastor.
Splinter group as a
the interim government group of Sako. Yes. He's the commander-in-chief of IG of Sako. He's not just a pastor.
Yes, I think we should use splinter group because when we go talking to these people that he's the government, they look at us like what do you mean government? We don't have any foreign government in this country. And they are registered as an NGO. They are not even registered as a political party. They have when they are registered as Ambazonia Consulting. And then when you write a check, they say no, write it to Ambazonia Foundation, which is the non-profit, and Ambazonia Consulting is a profit. So we should describe them as a splinter group. If they want to be the government, let them register as a political organization and have a five.
No, so we don't call them a splinter group. We just call them an organization. And we even want to prefix this as criminal organization. We just call them an organization. They are registered. No, so we don't call them.
Yes, because they are
involved in an organization.
Well, we're asking for that evidence so that we can make that case. They are just an organization.
organization. They are a registered organization.
Yes, because they have been involved in killing of people.
Well, let us, Dr. Fontaine, let us go with what we can prove. Let us just go with this Yawan one. Because when we go saying things we cannot substantiate, then they too don't take us seriously.
Well, Dr. Fontaine, let us go with what we can prove. Let us just go with this Yawan one. Because when we go saying things we cannot substantiate, then they too don't take us seriously.
Paxi, I know I've heard that case anything, but it is my appetite. I don't know where to find it. Can you lay hands on it?
I'll check. I'll have it somewhere.
Please. Please. If you have it, please send it to the secretariat. Because I think if we can just bundle this thing and give them multiple cases where it has been explicit. Or
if you have it,
if I don't see the I'll know.
I think if you can
please, the sooner the better, so that we don't delay these
cases where it has been explicit.
Or anybody who can lay hands. So, Dr. Fontaine, have you made any adjustments?
Please,
so we can move the motion.
John again, the commander-in-chief of the
or anybody who can lay hands on it. So, Dr.
Is this Secretary of Defense or Commander-in-Chief?
Chief of Defense, Minister of Defense.
Well, that's what they call it.
Commander-in-chief of the
No, I think the first
Secretary of Defense or Commander-in-Chief.
Chief of Defense, Minister of Defense.
That's what they call it.
What are we doing?
Organization now.
Not minister.
No, so let us be very specific. Please. So we are going to call him an officer
organization now
of their organization. We're not going to call him a minister or anything.
No,
so let us be very specific. They are please. So we are going to call him an officer of their organization.
Ambazonian Consulting.
They have a foundation, Ambazonian Foundation.
No, they're not using their foundation, they're using Ambazonian Consulting.
Once again, we are conflating the resolution with the correspondence. Let us just focus on the resolution.
No, they're not using the foundation, they're using Ambazonian Consulting.
Once again, because if the terminologies are not tied up, you don't just write correspondence. If you want to accuse an organization, the organization should have about them ties, whether it's consulting or consulting. Because if the terminologies are not
on that audio, what did he say his name was? Because that's the evidence will be. So if he call himself chief of staff, because the evidence will be on the audio, right? That's our evidence. On that audio, what did he say his name was? Because that's the evidence will be. So if he call himself chief of staff, should be chief of staff because the evidence will be on the audio again. That's our evidence. And then there's minister who just attacked the
He didn't call his name.
Let me play the audio again.
Defense chief. Oh, no, that one.
No, somebody wrote that.
That is Sako defense chief. Oh, no, that one.
No, somebody wrote that.
Good. When you see them, take them out. They are enemies. There's no other way of defining that. Take them out. They are enemies. So you no call it wrong. Dr. Fontaine,
when you see them, take them out. They are enemies. There's no other way of defining that. Take them out. They are enemies.
Yes, sir.
So no, we will wait for you.
You no call it wrong.
I will just play that
sir.
Okay.
Yes, so I think yes, sir.
No, we will wait for you. I will just play that.
And then we will. Yes, so I think as we will know you by what you know you do, then it will make the distinction between who it be and then between who it be and what you call it up.
Well, when we do the correspondence, we're using his name, his address, and everything. So I don't even think they care about those guys who give themselves. It doesn't matter. We'll just put his name there, John Igiawan, living at this address. He's a citizen or he's a resident or whatever the status is, undocumented, whatever.
It doesn't matter. We'll just put his name there, John Igiawan.
So I don't think let's just do the resolution. The correspondence is what is most important, and then this editor. And then if we get the one for Chris and
whatever it is.
Then we will take out this paragraph.
So I don't think let's just do the resolution. The correspondence is what is most important, and then this everything. Then you get the one for Chris and to add Chris and
Mr. John Igiawan's conduct runs contrary to the spirit of freedom for which the people of Southern Cameroons have given their lives. One, denounce Mr. John Igiawan's conduct, his action calling for the killing of Southern Cameroonians, freedom for which the people of Southern Cameroons have given their lives. His desire for bloodshed among our people, his action calling for the killing of Southern Cameroonians, agents of freedom in Southern Cameroon, his desire to be alert among our people, the agents of freedom at home and abroad to be alert and to resist freedom. Any attempt in Southern Cameroon by any individual or groups to entrench the reign of freedom at home and abroad our people, and to resist the Secretariat of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall by any individual pursue all legal options and entrench the reign of terror among our people. Mr. John Igiawan urged the Secretariat of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall to justice to pursue all legal options and
either to bring him to justice or to hold him accountable.
Yes, Mr. Judge, available to hold Mr. John Igiawan accountable to justice.
Yes. Either to bring him to justice or to hold him
accountable.
Okay,
so yes. we need somebody to move the motion and we need a secondment.
Yes.
I think yes.
Okay. So
unless somebody has any other
secondment.
Again, this is just the resolution. The actual correspondence itself would be more specific. And then we'll go with the supporting evidence, which is the audio from John. And please, if you have that one from Chris, anybody who has Chris' phone number, we need their phone number, their address. If you have any personal information about them, their status, family, whatever, we want to submit all that.
So if you have that one from Chris, anybody
so
who has Chris,
if there is no additional modification to the resolution and we as Southern Cameroonians as our spider we have renounced it and distance ourselves from it, so we need somebody to move the motion and
there's no additional modification to the resolution and we as Southern Cameroonians are satisfied that we have denounced it. And
Hello? Just unmute yourself, please.
We need somebody to move the motion.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Don Pasio. Thank you. And who would support the motion?
Hello?
I support.
Just unmute yourself.
Okay, that's
Rabbi.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Don Pasio.
Thank you. So we're going to work on that and
I support
again, we're going to inform Southern Cameroonians of what's going on. we are sending it to filing a criminal complaint and murder for hire, terroristic threats of people's lives,
of what's going on.
To the district attorney, his local district attorney, whatever town or whatever county he is living in, to the attorney general of the state, to the FBI, and to the Homeland Security, counter-terrorism department,
his local district attorney, whatever town or whatever county he is living in, the attorney general of his state, then to the FBI and to the Homeland Security.
So thank you, Southern Cameroonians. We want to reassure our brave fighters on the ground that this kind of behavior will not be tolerated, and the town hall will always stand for true freedom.
So thank you, Southern Cameroonians. We want to
before we go, let us remind ourselves that I'm sharing it on the screen. SCBC is celebrating the 4th anniversary of our platform. On this flyer it says 9 p.m. but it actually starts at 7 p.m. It's also going to be a fundraiser. There will be a Zoom celebration attached to it. I think they will announce the Zoom, but on their Facebook page everything will be there. So please, 7 p.m. Amber, let us join SCBC, let us support SCBC. A lot of what we are doing, including almost everything today, got to our people on the ground by SCBC's effort. If we are talking without the people on the ground being involved, like Parkinson always says, then we're just talking to ourselves. So we need to keep this medium up. It helps us to educate and all the counter the misinformation and miseducation and manipulation by social media and other avenues of communication by all the big and counter the misinformation, miseducation, manipulation. So let's support SCBC tomorrow. It's been 4 years. It's an achievement. They have been stumbling blocks. They have been off air, on air. It's hard to cite, but at least for 4 years. So the project is still alive. I think that is an achievement. So let's support them tomorrow, 7 p.m. On air. It's been hard. Other than that, I think we have touched on everything we had today. I think that thanks everybody. It's now 5:30 here. That's 10:30. I think we can move the motion to end this session, and those who want to continue discussing no matter what house it is, we need somebody to move the motion. Sorry, Dr. Fontaine, yes.
To end this session.
Motion for adjournment.
Those who want to continue discussing.
And who seconds that motion?
We need somebody to move the motion.
Thank you, Paxi.
Dr. Fontaine,
thank you. Please, Paxi, don't forget to reach any of us. Do you have the contact with any member of the Secretariat?
No, that's what I wanted to ask.
Thank you.
Okay,
let me. Thank you. Please, Paxi, don't forget to
send you a private message.
Do you have the contact to any member of the Secretariat?
No. That's what I wanted to ask.
I'll post it in the chat.
Okay, let me.
I'll just pick it from there. I'll pick it if there's a WhatsApp.
Let me send you a private message.
Yes. Okay.
WhatsApp is better.
Okay. Let me give you. Yes. You mean the town hall WhatsApp group, or you mean my WhatsApp?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes there's things that we can talk behind while going for meeting too.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me give you.
Yes. You can reach me on WhatsApp.
Or you mean the town hall WhatsApp group, or you mean my WhatsApp?
No, your own, because sometimes there's things that we can talk behind while going for meeting too.
Yes.
A better way,
you can reach me on WhatsApp.
I can just join the general WhatsApp group. Then from there, I can get your number, because this is a general forum. We don't know who you are.
Okay. No, I've sent you a private message in the chat. Let me post the WhatsApp link, and then you can also join the town hall WhatsApp group. I will post the town hall WhatsApp link, but I've sent you a private message. You can look in the chat, you'll see
and then you can also join the town hall.
Let me know if you've seen it. Yeah, just a number.
The town hall WhatsApp link, but I've sent you a private message. If you look in the chat, you'll see.
Plus one now.
Yes. Okay, you're not in the US.
It's just a number.
Okay, yes. Plus one.
Is it plus one?
I thought you were in the US.
I just okay, you're not in the US.
Just most of I just keep myself fresh.
Okay, yes, plus one.
Other groups I
thought you were in the US. I just
most of I just keep myself from just pissing off. It's long as just somewhere getting wicked everything. Other groups I do a lot of different things. Just pissing me off. It's when I see people getting wicked everything.
Okay, I have posted the WhatsApp group link, general open on the main forum.
Okay.
Yes. So you can join the WhatsApp.
Okay, I have posted the WhatsApp group link, general open on the main forum.
Okay, let me just.
So you can join the WhatsApp.
Then I'll check it there. Then you have to accept me to make comments.
Oh, okay. Let me just open it. We have closed it so that people don't lose the link to this town hall because of all the
postings.
Okay, I see. Yeah, let me just open it and say we have closed it so that people don't get the link. All right, to this town hall because of all the postings. Let me SMGC send message all participants.
Okay, yes,
I see that. Thank you. Let me add this SCBC flyer.
Okay, so I think that's it for today.
Okay, yes. And I see that. Thank you.
We'll be back in 2 weeks.
Okay, so I think that's it for today.
Good night.
Okay, good night, everybody.
We'll be back in 2 weeks.
Good night. We'll see everybody June 12th.
Good night.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good night. We'll see everybody June 12th.
Anasta, good night to Vimami. Serious work.
Good night to
Anasta.
Master, 28 people still there. No easy.
I'm telling you.
Someone they just logged in the Matango.
Anasta, good night to Vimami.
That's all. Good night to Anasta.
Master, 28 people still there. No easy matter.
I'm telling you.
Someone they just logged in the Rijunga Matango.
That's all. No, yeah, you come back. Only for town already. No be easy matter. Serious. Oh, now I'm going to more yeah, only for town already. Very serious.
Mona no miss hot seat tomorrow.
Oh yes. Woody,
hot seat tomorrow na Maya. Mona no miss hot seat tomorrow. Now hot seat tomorrow na Maya. Okay, the ma just.
Oh, we other people they know safe.
Now we. Okay, the ma just.
Oh, we other people they know safe.
Sorry. I don't ignite my car. Sorry. Yeah, so long time I will need to talk after that. Just give me a call. Sorry. I don't ignite my car. Sorry. Thanks.
Feature your private.
Yeah, so long time I will need to good night. After that, just give me a call after that.
Okay, Graham.
Talk on them.
Feature your private.
Good night. You got them. These guys don't get on my nerves. They don't really get on my nerves.
Really?
Yeah. You got them. These guys don't get on my nerves. They don't really get on my nerves.
Say man go chop Gary. People the vex. Gary. 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 Say man go chop Gary. People the vex. Gary. Man go chop Gary. Gary with okra soup with no didi. People vex. Man go chop Gary with okra soup with no didi. People vex.
Then we'll talk from back. For you. This is the people that jealous.
I tell you, what I don't pass Gary. What I pass Gary, bye.
The man come up. This is the people that jealous.
I tell you, what I don't pass Gary. What I pass Gary, bye.
These people know they define the Chris and they define the Sako they manipulate finance. I'm not understanding how they might for me the problem is all the war now, all the whole concern about Northwest and this North. So when you operate and define the Sako, now they get all kinds of military for get all kinds. And they don't understand whether people they really do all the war now, all the whole concern about. I don't understand and not this guy. So when you operate here. Now they get all kinds of military for get all kinds. I don't understand whether people they really do.
Because the resistance in the north is fierce, and so this guy them see when we talk we don't get proof say they don't give them money activity that kind of behavior cannot because the resistance in the north behavior is fear paid for, and so this guy them see when we don't feel other we don't get proof say you don't feel other money kill your own that kind of behavior can textbook any kind of behavior that people paid for.
I mean, and the person say in over the air for radio and then the people they go kill their own people. Come on,
textbook.
Any kind of
people for this trouble when they
and the person say in public over the air for radio and then the people they go kill their own. Come on. And my brother said the people where they control, they don't kill so much, you find the person not cannot achievement. Can you imagine? My brother says still Chris and sister. And my brother makes some where they control, they don't kill so much, you find the person not cannot achievement. Now, mother is going to say, I cannot address people with simple. Can you imagine? My brother says still Chris and sister. You talk to Musa, so I think the president, you talk about Musa. Well, now mother is going to say, leader, I cannot address you. You need to clear. You talk to Musa, so I think the president, you talk about Musa. Common sense. Doctor Common Sense.
Yeah, that is supposed to
I go share that. Common sense. From that assessment, to the physical know whether the thing is pure. I go share that. I go share that when you talk about for really. So from that assessment, to the physical know whether
I can't give that kind of responsibility for trouble. We will go school Sako, we sabi fine. How so? Man begin the talk man at the year. Every man will 1 year. Can't give that kind of responsibility. Sako, go school for Nigeria. We will go school Sako, we sabi fine. Go school for Nigeria. How so? Man begin the talk man at the year. Every man will 1 year. Student union meeting. Sako, go school for Nigeria. Sako begin a better. we go school for Nigeria with Sako. Sako student union meeting. Why? Because we studied in Nigeria. Nigerian Sako be get the best Sako for Cameroon and shout.
I don't know whether he understands what he do or he just tell that those guys the guy thief. We don't be used to stealing for the way. Even something right, he will try to I don't know whether he can answer no or he just he call them innominate one. That kind of terrible kind human being. And people are different back. I don't know whether we don't be used to stealing for the way. Even something right, he will try to call us away. Now when the guy asks no, he just he call them innominate one. That kind of terrible kind human being. And people are different back.
But the vision type out but the vision right this on politics and historicity in Cameroon, for example. It type edition is not Mr. Peter Bong, it type competition right it is become with the Danish man from Denmark. They will stay for amically out there. Just net in my house now corner some big printing press they competition. So these are become with the for Danish woman. I mean from Denmark. They will stay for make it come out there. Just together my house. Continue the type of some big press they brother. So Bibi be like big brother. For lunchtime, I mean ever Bibi make it come house, move talk together, continue the type of work. So what do I want to tell you is Bibi be like big brother. Now, Sako start and not be now. Sako be don't be in a scam at this moment.
It's better come on a dog people. That's where they can't take money from minister and my local first school. For your information, intelligent man not be scammer. We shall not be scammer. That's where they can't take money from minister and my local first school. For your information, you can't be scammer. You get honesty, natural honesty. Intelligent man not be scammer. You don't even lie to this scammer. It's difficult. Honesty, natural honesty, they are skin. Academics, they say applaud. You don't even lie with scam. You don't see any problem. That is how now would they really follow you? That's the way it's out. That's why when I went to let's see the top. That's not even the problem. That is how now would they really follow you? That's the first time I understand why they follow. That's why I would really like to see the top.
People they don't put their money for something. They like Django where they go for play until they chop the land. Sako don't promise people the same. When it will be president, they don't put their money contract for build roads for Beatles. They don't really play contract them. They chop the land. They did Sako don't promise people the same. They don't it will be Sako they must now. Contracts for build roads for Beatles. Because contracts,
you can't grab everybody.
They did that for Sako basket. They don't Sako basket. Gather over the years. Sako collect that money and they promise. Because when Sako will yes, the first contracts for build roads for different things over the years. They don't call me and they promise now they when Sako join them. They go put me on an allowance. Yes, first contract for build roads, for me help them for different things that me. I tell you, they don't call me. I tell when I still repeat it, I join them. They go put me on an allowance. And now my role.
But est-ce que Sako veut avoir du président? Il ne veut pas dire. Il ne veut pas dire président. Oh non, mais est-ce que Sako veut avoir du président?
Because some people say you no ever be president. But when you tell them say you no go be president, you just get for the collect the money from them. The ID scam them because some people say you no go ever be president. But you no fit tell them say you no go be president. You just get for the collect the money from them.
Funny, I say when you talk of Facebook, last week.
Yes.
Funny, I say when you talk of president, we start country day. You don't ever take apart from say you never get a friend carry go for some even your friend in your house even your friend in your house. I mean, you never take apart from get house you go find person carry you never get friend carry go to house even your friend in your house even your friend in your house. I mean, you get person carry go to
I will send down how they call it.
You get house you go find person carry you go find person. I will mind be president of a country where the country must get independent and be president. You get independent first to be president. And then how you mind to follow the reverse road, I will mind be president of a country where the Saudi Camera assist on find you get independent first. As I come and enter inside nowhere so they fight. I will mind to follow the reverse road, and he president. I don't know whether this Saudi Camera assist on find the if only that the president and the two other question that I ask myself, I need to understand
Me to agree with you, sir.
I am the president. If we are discussing with just to read the logic. If only Southwest is anything happen, they could leave they say nothing else. Go and the fight for Norwest. If we are discussing with just to read that the logic. Southwest is empty. Anything when I stating here, I mean compared to the volume compared to fighting for Norwest. When I stating here, I mean compared to the volume compared to no, the story now. No, the man. I just trying to analyze them. No, I don't come from my own way and look at. No, story now. No, the man. I just trying to analyze them. No, I don't come from my own way and look at. Anyway, I'm going to do so. I don't say Southwest, of course. All right. Yeah, I know how the way up to kids so for me, I don't say we are Southwest.
Don't forget Moyoka,
this colonization don't kill me so. People are very honest people, straightforward. Decolonization don't make people don't become. You don't even know. I want to you don't even know exactly what you are doing.
Exactly.
But this colonization don't kill me so. Corruption, lies, crime, simple lifestyle will go down. You don't even know. Disappear like. I want to you don't even know exactly what you are doing. Nothing.
Exactly. So that is the point.
Corruption, lies, terrors, crime, simple lifestyle will go down. It disappear like.
I said to my friend where he escape from America, he go and so he can't tell me say he understand. So for me, now what that for Bamenda? I said to my friend where he escape from Bamenda, a different thing also. He can't tell me. So if Bamenda way the hot, that one so for me, now what that for Bamenda? Say I don't go enter from certain places. A different thing. There you go, civil side with Bamenda way the hot, that one I did. Then you go see side with more back they will go on whether picking a win and next year. Just yesterday, Bambui they don't go put because they don't demand some control point. More back they will go on for whether picking a win and we don't get that. Just yesterday, Chakara yesterday, Bambui they say La Republic run demand some control point for the. They say the boys and the boys and now when they still on the Chakara yesterday. As small, they say La Republic run. When they get no orientation, so they say the boys and now they fight. As small. And then they watch one nana say, we don't make nana so that's why they send her. I don't start come about the case for no so now go talk for now. Now go start fight on so many say no. Because they think that they all the distillery hide the whole speaker and they put an chop. I don't start come about the case for no. Now so una bambe kile say na me dey kill am and basa no. We dey collect una ID na so una country ID una go stand me no me was stop people be so the man don't wipe all na you. Now so una bambe is start shake. First way it doesn't everybody exist this collect one ID the wrong wipe all in the una go stand me no me was stop people be so the man don't wipe all so piap for ambulance it start shake. First way it doesn't everybody exist this and then no go stand support me. It's against start shake. All this ambulance. No go stand support. We get to put them. I get to at the make my new campaign that may go ahead and fight that I just said. No one that will. We get to put them. I get to at the make my new campaign that may go ahead and fight.
When I'll get that ID that now I'm
yes, that picking they get someone that na name them now so bad they name ID so bad they name collect that one.
When I'll get that ID that now I'm put out.
Yes, that picking they get someone that so bad they name them so bad myself in a share and
it's the manner, it's the undermining the town hall. The town hall is obtained and used it.
This time I said, when they sign up, they don't sign up.
We will kill him. Better doctor persons ever medical job the way they ever say, have a name, go on the gate. This that as I tell you, say, so people they better send shit. That said, they fit kill different man for because you know what to choice. Have a name, go on the gate. This that as I tell you,
remember how we
send shit. That said, they fit kill different man for because you know what to choice.
They should don't fight. Nigeria was senior about Amber Boy. Remember how we chase they come up for road, they protest right my one day. They beat them and see how they should don't fight. So one time I said, Amber Boy, you look blood, they chase that's the people my one day.
I just get some information on Facebook. Sakorogo Kongo Kutundago show a small military force for the I just get information. I said 300 to 500 Cameroon occupation forces will invade the state. Get some information on Facebook. Sakorogo Kongo Kutundago show a small military force territory tonight. I just get information. I said 3 to 500. How that way you get to a movie to say don't get military now? It don't so small military to very go Kutunja. 9 military go invade. Why is it any place that called the military go invade them? How that way you get to a movie to say don't get military? Follow it. It don't so small military to very go Kutunja. 9 military go invade them. Why is it any place that called the military go invade them?
It show which military that married.
It show military trained to the how according to their own forces to come out. Other thing the negotiation.
It show which military that married.
Yeah, man, I know that I'm supposed to show me the video come on yesterday, for 2 days ago, where they took the train, how then they could send them launch their Kaza so force so.
But how na is it in the happen? I don't know.
So the video come on yesterday, I think that's 2 days ago, where they took the train, how
everybody launch their Kaza so force so. But how na is it in the happen?
I come on then I did example. I know they were an AJ on a Sakobe. Sakobe will be very renowned because Tomato Komotos will be
everybody launch their Tontoya Ayo. Tontoya Ayo.
I know they were an AJ on a Sakobe. Sakobe will be very renowned because advertising. Tomato Komotos will be then plus the news Komotos will that play area where Sakobe say to the military down the wrong military say they advertise then the news come out then the area where Sakobe show military training then the boy I say kidnapping for ransom. Everybody don't run for my own village like that. Everybody don't run. Coffee Master can catch my own when I did that. Don't keep it over 1.2 million. Everybody don't run for my own village like that. Everybody don't run. Coffee Master can catch my own when I did that. Yeah, I don't send it back. I don't send it back. Okay, I will take it. My dear comrades, I'll leave you now. I get some other activities now. Yeah, so we'll catch next time again for. My dear comrades, I'll leave you now. I get some other activities now. Yeah, so we'll catch next time again for. Thank you very much. I know why the strategy of county by county was implemented in terms of our no. I know why the strategy of county by county was easy. If the defense team concentrated only county by county, it's easy to be like. That is what happened. It's easy to easily force down a county. People there that can go anywhere, go fight. And that is why what happens. When the county by county is down the county, no one RFC from one county goes to the other without people there that can go anywhere, go fight. And that is why when the county by county, we even had President mention no one RFC from one other without being there. One RFC from Pako to Donga Mountain. And we even had now you not able to command Meme that before you go for one person, one RF to more from one to Donga Mountain. No go there that time. But now I don't hear the wrong sense that Sako's voice come out this morning. And then I need to send message. No, I just wait to send them go back to the encouraged county by county. I don't hear the wrong sense that Sako's voice come out this morning. I got the voice message. And then I need to send message. Send them go back to the encouraged county by county. Go back to county by county. Not. You know, I got the voice message. Well, somebody don't analyze it. When I refuse the cry, the sense that they will come out crazy. Not every time I refuse the one cry, that's just it. They will come out crazy. Somebody don't analyze it. Because they don't when I refuse with them to do give for their cause. Crazy. So when they don't, when I refuse to say they go back with craziness. So it's all boy them. Because they don't try to help with them to do. What do now? I don't give for their cause. I will do with it. Then they will come on. They don't. When I don't say the same, they will go back for
If that boys and we say animal will get, if they get a mind, then they will come on make they go for attack that boys we call.
I hope and pray, because that thing is important.
If that boys and we say animal will get compromise, we get n'importe quoi. Get a mind, make them go for attack that boys. Yes. That time when they take people for